Interesting. Principal dismissed speech checker. Now, who is the principal here? I'll appoint one of you as a principal. You can talk on behalf. Now I know why you want till evening 6. I didn't still start. Wait, man, power, man. There are people now only they're getting up from their bed. Let them refresh their mind. You can't expect everyone to wake up like you at 6 o'clock, man. Power now people are. I'm also included that people said. Anyways, let's start. Good job, Samir. Let's start. Hmm. That's why you're defending them. Exactly. You think I'm so good? Okay, fine, let's start. We are humans, man. Please accept the fact. Hmm. Okay, let's start. What to do? Even the postman came by the time I said, "Yeah, let's start." So it's your 100th time saying, let's start. Yes, my bad. Okay. Now officially I'm going to start. Okay. So, hi, hello, vanakkam. I don't normally tell all this bullshit stuff. So I directly start the class, you all know. I'm not Mr. Islan Hassan to all do those stuffs. Islan says that good morning and all. I don't know how does he even tell you all good morning. Anyways, what do you call so just like you all saw the poster, you all obviously know what we're going to learn today. So I don't have to tell the topic you all are going to study today. Yes, we are going to learn programming. One of the most beautiful, easiest lesson, right? It's a lesson for your Vaturo Vage lesson. Am I correct? Programming. Yeah. I don't know how you even say those dialogue. Says being very formal for the sake. Exactly. I never be so formal, man. Unsuitable adjectives. Exactly. Okay, fine. Let's start. So, now direct content, huh? Now, normally, if you take programming, there are two main sections we learn under programming. Actually, three. Okay, but two only very important. So, under this programming lesson, you will be learning something called as pseudocode. What is the next most important thing you learn in this programming lesson? Exactly. It's flowchart. Correct. And the third thing which you have here is, what do you think? Yeah, Ibrahim, you can. No, no, don't write anything. I'll tell you if there's anything right. I'll tell you. No, I said hi, hello, welcome. So I told all every language. Correct. It's Pascal, but under Pascal, you don't have to. Some of you are asking, sir, will you teach the whole Pascal? Blah blah blah. Under Pascal, there's only for the exam. There are a few things. So first thing I'll tell you all one disclaimer. Disclaimer, I'll tell you all. In this programming lesson, there is like this much of content we learn in the theory class. Like this much of content we learn in theory class. If any of you were there during the theory class time, can you all remember how long we took to finish the programming lesson? Let me know in the chat. Let's see if you all can remember. What else? Hold on. This session seems so off. Getting awkward, maybe. Exactly. If you are there in my class, you will know I took around 4 months to finish this lesson. That's the largest tutorial I had. So 4 months kiya 4 to 5 months. 4 months kiya I took around 4, 8, what do you call 2, 4, 6, 8, 8, 16, 24, 32 hours. So practically think when I'm going to compress this 32 hours of data into 8 hours, actually less than 8 hours, then there is going to be certain stuffs which we are going to skip. But if you're asking me, the things which we are going to skip, are they important? No. I will not skip anything important. All what are relevant for exam will be taught. So there would be certain things you'll be like, so you didn't teach this, no. So if you be like, I didn't teach this, that means definitely that is not needed for your exam. Or else if it's needed for your exam, then it's going to be not very significant, not worth it the effort. Okay. So just giving you all the disclaimer. Ivervela කියන්න sir, you did not teach me what is procedures. Sir, you did never teach me what is functions. So there's something called procedures, functions. There are certain stuffs unwanted. Anyways, let's start. So when you take programming, the whole lesson, let's go step by step. Let's learn about pseudocode first. How in 4 months? We did practicals as well. Anyways, so if you talk about pseudocode, first of all, I'll introduce you all how this pseudocode comes, and then I will elaborate much about that. Okay. Now imagine you had a human. Are you a human? I have the doubt. But are you all a human, right? I'm not a human. Anyways, so you're all a human, right? Maybe, correct. That's a good answer, maybe. So you're all a human. By default, can you all speak with computers directly? Or can you make computer do what you want? Like you're like, hey, computer, do this, do that. Killer, can it do what you want? Obviously, no. Right? By default, no. So let's say you want the computer to do some stuff for you. Obviously, you're to be able to communicate with the computer, right? And in these computers, there is something called applications, or there is something called softwares which you might have, applications, or else softwares we might have in the computer. And using this application or using this software, you can get things done. Like for example, if you want to add or subtract or multiply or divide numbers, what is the application we use in our phones, laptops, and all? We have application we use to add, subtract, divide. What is the application? Exactly, it's the calculator application. So like we're different for different purpose. Yeah, they never give. For different purpose, we have different applications that we use, right? Now, out of these application, to when you take these applications, there is a process of developing that application. Now, if you want an application or software in your computer, you create it. So, in one of the grade 11 lessons, we learn the procedure, or we learn the step-by-step process of how we create application. Which lesson? In one of the grade 11 lessons, we learned normally, building applications, how you build this procedures, right? Which application? Exactly. In the SDLC lesson, you learned about that. Now, recall your SDLC lesson and tell me, as per the SDLC lesson, is the first step going and writing codes? Was that the first step we did? Directly went and wrote the whole program. Is that what we did? Nope. That's not what we did. Okay, so that was like a step-by-step process we did, right? First of all, we should identify the requirement. Then we learned about designing or planning the solution. And third is what we wrote about coding, right? I'll tell you one fun fact. Normally, the life of computer is very much connected to the life of humans. What I mean by that is like several inventions you see are mostly inspired by reality, like real world scenarios, like reality, how humans deal. That's what majority of the things are inspired from. I'll take a very easy example. Okay, imagine you want to cook food. I know you all are not an expert in cooking food, but imagine you are going to cook food. If you are going to cook some food like a dessert or something, first thing what you will do, you will make sure you get something, right? Exactly, like a favorite topic. What is the first thing you'll make sure you have with you? The Hmm. Perfect. You might have the ingredients. Now, when you're cooking food, let's say for the first time you're going to cook some food. By default, for the first time, did you get wahi from somewhere from the heaven or something? Like, do you get something from the heaven that this is how you have to cook food killer method, ingredients killer okkum ekata avadu? No. So first time when you're going to cook something innovative or something new, you might follow something. What will you follow? Incorrect. You might follow something called as a recipe. Okay, when you're going to follow, you might follow something called a recipe. Now, does a recipe have the step-by-step instructions on how to cook the food? Correct. Now, is your recipe the food, but can you eat your recipe? Is your recipe the end product? No. Your recipe, so what you're going to do? You're going to use the recipe, and by referring the recipe, you're going to cook food, right? Same thing happens in programming as well. In programming, in SDLC, you learn the second phase is planning or designing phase, right? Mostly in that phase, in a what do you call in the development team, in a sort of as a software engineering company, what they do is the development company they go and create some they obviously the first step is they're going to talk with the customer, they're going to talk with their client and find out their problem. Now after they find out their problem, the second thing they're going to do is they're going to write an instruction manual. So that instruction manual is going to have like a step by step instructions on how to create the application. Okay, the instruction manual is going to have something like step by step instruction and how to create something. And one thing to make sure is these instructions has to be precise, huh? Step by step in a correct order, it has to be there. So same thing with food as well. No? Before you cook food, you have that instruction manual is called the recipe. Now, when you're going to cook food, that instruction manual is called recipe. When you're going to do programming, there's another name for this instruction manual. We don't call this as recipe. How do you call that instruction manual, which has a step by step process of how to create the application? Now, coding is the food you're going to eat. Coding is the end product. Or coding is like cooking. Before you cook, you have something, the instruction. Underwrite. That instruction we call as an algorithm. Okay. So if you're wondering what do you mean by an algorithm, algorithm is basically the step-by-step instruction on how to solve a problem, right? So it's the step-by-step instructions on how to solve a problem. So based on this, tell me if cooking is a problem. No, not programming scenario, but let's take a different scenario. But if let's say we want food, your food is your problem. So if food is your problem, can we take a recipe as an algorithm? It's very sad, Mola. Hmm. Yes. Okay. But can we take the process of cooking as algorithm? No. Cooking is not algorithm. The recipe is algorithm. Okay. So same thing here as well. Algorithm is basically the instructions you write before you create the application, and coding is like cooking. Okay. So in reality, what happens is there is a fellow called a business analyst, okay, or a system analyst. They will work with a program or someone, and they will create this so-called thing called as an algorithm. Okay, he will create this so-called thing known as he'll create a doc. It's like a document. Okay, just a document called as algorithm. And who do you think he will give this algorithm for? Focus all of you. Who do you think needs an algorithm? Now, can again connect algorithm to a recipe. Who do you think needs a recipe? Does the person who is eating the food need the recipe, or the person who's cooking the food need the recipe? Who needs the recipe? Exactly. The recipe is needed by a person who is going to cook the food, the chef, the person who's going to cook the food. So, in terms of application development, who is the person who's going to cook the application? Who's going to make the application? How do you call that fellow as? We have a name for him, right? Yes. Some people call them as programmer, but the most suitable word we can use for this fellow is a developer. Okay, there are, you can use code or develop. That's not a problem. But at the end of the day, we normally call this fellow as a developer. So we give the developer the algorithm, and what the developer is going to do is he's going to look at the algorithm, and by referring the algorithm, He's going to create the program. He's going to create the software. This is a process of what do you call creating a application. Tell me first of all, I will clear on where this algorithm is being used. Clear? Perfect. Okay, so algorithm is something you need to give the developer. And again, if I come and ask you, what does an algorithm contain? In one word, tell me what does an algorithm contain? In one word. Like what is there in algorithm? Is application like you mean they create website? Anything. Application can be a mobile application, it can be a desktop application, it can be website, anything. Perfect. If you take algorithm, algorithm contains instructions. Okay, what does it contain? Instruction. And these instructions are written in which order? Algorithm contains instruction fine, but that is written in which order? Perfect. Sequential order or else step by step order. And what is the purpose of these algorithm instructions? Why do we write these instructions? Perfect. To solve a problem. So the step by step instruction to solve a problem, you can call it as an algorithm. Clear? Perfect. Now coming back to the recipe example. Imagine you're going to follow a recipe. In the world, there are different types of recipes, no? Tell me different forms. Tell me different forms of recipes. One is video, okay. Where else you can find recipes? Audio, I don't think you find recipes in audio. You don't listen to recipes on the radio, right? You go and listen to the recipe on the radio. Perfect. Mostly you might find the recipe in the form of a, let's say, video. Like, let's say if it's a recipe, you might find the recipe in the form of, let's say, a video, probably a YouTube video. Another form you might find is text, like in a book form. So we call it recipe book here, in a form of a book, which is basically a written format. Apart from video and written, do we find any other formats of recipes? No, right? Ah, there is another form of recipe. What is other form? I was going to tell that only. So how does aunties tell the form? How does aunties? Anna, right? Perfect. The third form of you might find recipes from aunties. How will they tell you? එදා අපි ගෙදර එකක් තිබ්බා. We made this, we made that. Then another auntie is gonna ask, how did you make? Then she's like, very easy. I put this, I put that. No, they those recipes they went. පොඩ්ඩක් salt දාන්න කියලා. Okay. How the hell do we know how much salt, man? So, those things are already there, right? Correct. Okay. So what happens is there are different okay, these are different ways of how you um you can see a recipe. Who makes the algorithm? Mostly the algorithm is made, it depends on the company. In certain companies, developers itself make. In certain company, there's a fellow called business analyst or a system analyst. So it depends. So I'll just call this a system analyst. But it varies from company to company. I'll just call it system analyst. But again, this is done in the planning phase. Huh? Correct. Okay. So just like how your recipe can be in different forms. So you can look at you can no, when you're cooking the food, you can look at the video and you can cook the food, or else you can look at the book and recipe book and you can cook the food, or you can listen to that auntie also and cook the food. All three are possible. Similarly, if you take the algorithm which we give for the developer, that algorithm also can be in multiple forms. How many forms, as per your syllabus, you all have learned or you know? How many forms do we have the algorithm which we give for the developer? Without the algorithm, can a pseudocode be done? If you're asking me, without a uh, without audio and video, can we watch a YouTube video? And YouTube video itself means video domain. We're talking about video. So without video, how to watch video? You're going to watch it plain black screen. Correct. There are two forms of algorithm. Okay, you can represent algorithm in two ways. I mean, you can. I said we have to give the algorithm for the developer now. So when I giving the algorithm for the developer, we can give the algorithm for the developer in two different ways. One way is called pseudocode, and the other way to represent an algorithm is what we call as flowchart. So just like how a recipe can be there in the form of a video, and just like how a recipe can be there in the form of a book, and you can give this video for a chef, or you can give this book for a chef, like a person who's going to cook, you can give that video and ask to cook, or you can give the book and ask to cook. Just like how the recipe can be in different forms, even the algorithm also can be in different forms. One of the form the algorithm could be is in pseudocode. The other form the algorithm could be is in flowchart. Got it? Perfect. Okay. So before I explain pseudocode and flowchart, I want all of you to take your is Pascal is in a form then? No. Pascal is basically I said no. Pascal is it's like Pascal is this one. For example, after you get the recipe, you're gonna cook the food no. To cook the food, what you will need? You might need a let's say a kitchen. It's not kitchen. I mean like you might use the what do you called flour and then sugar, butter. You might put both all of those raw materials and cook the food, right? So Pascal is basically a method of cooking the food, basically. Not exactly utensils. But that is Pascal is used here to cook the food. It's like ingredients in general. So you have different types of ingredients like vegetarian, non-vegetarian. So Pascal is one type of ingredient. You can tell other others are different types of ingredients. What's pseudocode? I'll give you the notes. Yeah. So basically, all of you will take your son. Don't write anything. I'll tell you what to write. Write that part topic called programming. Which tube to open? I shared a PDF. Actually, the PDF is empty. I'm the worst person people can steal tube from. You can never study from my tube. My tube's always empty. If you have this printed, good. If you don't have this printed, then just write the topic called programming. And below programming, just write the subtopic called algorithm. Kind of, yeah. Write a subtopic called algorithm. If you have the writing book, yes. If you don't have the, I mean, if you don't have this printed, yes, you can take the writing book as well. Yes, we can. You can do in the writing book. The recap classrooms, you can use the writing book directly. Okay. So write the topic called algorithm, and before below the topic called algorithm, right there, below that part called algorithm, right there, like just write a topic called what is an algorithm, and below that, right there, it is the step-by-step instructions written to solve a problem. When was this sent? Mm, If you check the groups, I would have shared, refer the below link for the Tute and PDF. So that same place, it was there. You can see the seminars website, that website, it was there here. See access PDF Tute. So if you click on this, there's two PDF. One is for the pseudo one half, other one is for the other half. There are two portions that will happen. Okay. Anyways, you don't have to use the PDF. It's basically the PDF is empty. I'll tell you again, my PDFs are the worst you can write from. I can imagine. Adi. Adina, that will happen in inshallah January. No, no, no. Yeah, Dhuri, they'll be there. There'll be several breaks. Don't worry. Okay, and then below this, right there. Yes, Khadija. The two and right there, the two forms of algorithm, and for that you mention pseudocode as one form, and the next one mention flowchart. I'll explain what do you mean by pseudocode, what do you mean by flowchart. Wait, it's just, for now you just keep in your mind. It's just two forms, two ways of how you can represent algorithm. Just like how a recipe can be present in the form of a video, and just like a recipe can be present in the form of a writing book, I mean like a recipe book, algorithm also can be represented in two forms. One is pseudocode, flowchart. Just write that below. In your recap class, how are you doing? Hmm. I teach certain lessons I teach and then I do questions. Certain lessons I do the questions and while then I teach. Is it Ashwika? Interesting. Done. Can we put the term written for the answer since it can be represented in the form of text? It's not a problem. When you say the word written, it doesn't always have to be written. It can be the word typed as well. That doesn't make a problem. The question format to be written, you can just follow as it is. Yes, Lamil, you can. Yeah, Fatima. Shiva, yeah, Mushida. Most probably we have done whatever is necessary in that lesson. Okay, perfect. Next. Now I told you that pseudocode can be, in our point of view, it's the best. In my point of view, it's the worst. Anyway, so what do you called? I told you pseudocode and flowchart we have. Okay. So basically, when you're writing this algorithm, if you're going to write the algorithm just using text only, when you're going to write the represent the algorithm using text only, just written what you call text only, that is what you call as a pseudocode. So the main difference between pseudocode and flowchart is in pseudocode, you might have it'll be like an instruction manual that has text only. That means they said words only. But flowchart is like an algorithm. Apart from text, you have certain visuals as well. Tell me what are the visual elements you all can notice in a flowchart? There's only one thing, one visual element you can note in a flowchart. What is it? Have they asked the definition of algorithm in exams? Normally in term exams they can ask, but what is it, Umar? What is it, Mohad? Results are published? I don't think. Perfect. That's basically the shapes. That's the only arrow is also type of shapes. Huh? Shapes are the only thing you can notice in flowchart. So these are basics, okay? So if it's only text, if the instruction manual is going to have only text, that's called pseudocode. So now let's start pseudocode. So all this time, the session was going like a very baby mode. Now we are going to go to very serious mode. So make sure you focus properly. Yeah. Ah, that's nice in a way. That's unwanted mode. If you listen that part, it's okay, but that's completely unwanted. That's extra. Why can't Pascal come under algorithm? Because Pascal is a programming language. Pascal is something that is used to create. Pascal is something that is used to create the program or to create the application. To create the program or to create the application, we need something called as what? A programming language. But pseudocode and flowchart, it is not a programming language. It is just a way of to create the algorithm. Got it? You know, because it's the because of today's seminar only. Okay, let's start. That's fine, Leksha. Nothing is there in that. So let's go to pseudocode now. Now, when I told you pseudocode, I told you pseudocode contains only text, right? And at the end of the day, even though it's going to contain text, it's going to contain instructions. At the end of the day, it's going to be a textual form of instructions. The instructions are going to be written only using text. Now imagine I want to give you all some instructions. For example, let's say I want to ask you all to, what do you call, in the place you are there. Let's say you're standing here. Okay. The same place you are there, I want you to go up floating, and then the next second come down again back to your main position. Okay. I want you to do this repeatedly. I want you to go up and come down, go up and come down. If I want you to do this thing, I might use one word. What is that one word I will use to describe this? From the same place you are there, go up and come down. Go up and come down. What is the word I might use that? Yes, Zumra. Exactly. We might use a word called jumping. Okay, to represent this action. How you can represent action? You can represent this action as jump or as jumping. So when I use a word called jump, will all of you all know exactly what has to be done? When I say jump, will someone go and crawl? When I say jump, will anyone go and crawl there? Or will anyone walk? No. So that means every word has a meaning, right? And the reason we are given the meaning is so that everyone who listen to that word, they'll be able to understand, okay, what has to be done. When that word is said, they know what has to be done. Now, for example, if I tell you all what you called, for example, if I come and tell you all what is, let's say, or else if I ask you all to give me an answer for, let's say, what is 3 plus 5, what are you going to do? You're going to calculate what is 3 plus 5, and you're going to give me the answer. Will you come and ask me that same question, sir, what is 3 plus 5? No. So that means these words have a meaning, and the reason the words have meaning is so that everyone can understand and everyone can follow the same instruction. Now, for example, tell me in the class, let's say while I'm speaking in the class, I want you all to, let's say, jump, okay? And not in the class, but let's say in a general situation, I want to jump. Let's say at one time I'm using the word called jump. In another situation, I'm using the word called panin. In another situation, I'm saying, for example, let's say paing. I forgot how you write Tamila. Okay. So if I use this, what do you call, without being consistent, if I keep on changing the same word or the same idea without being consistent, if I keep on, I don't know the spellings, but I know to write, I mean, I know to, what do you call, talk time, I don't know to write time. Paying, right? Paying, right? I say paying, right? Yeah. Anyways, what do you called, without being consistent in my word, if I keep on changing the words, will that be easy for the audience to understand? The people who are going to go through this, will that be the answer? Now, for example, imagine you're going through a recipe. Throughout the recipe, in one part they have mentioned English, another part they have mentioned Sinhala, another part they have mentioned Tamil, another part they have mentioned Hindi. Without having a consistency of language, no, it will be difficult. Now, when you all are, what do you call, dealing with recipes, I hope you all have, up to a certain level, have. Do you all know that when you take onion, we never say cut the onion. There's a different meaning when I say chop the onion. There's a different meaning when you say dice the onion. There's a different meaning when you say slice the onion. Does chopping, dicing, slicing, does all of them have the same meaning? No. It has different meaning. Okay. So therefore, when I'm, let's say, if I want you all to do a certain specific action, what I might do, let's say I want you all to slice the onion, I might be like slice the onion. So therefore, when I'm writing my recipe, I might use certain words to signify something specific, right? Similarly, when you take pseudocode as well, in pseudocode, there are certain keywords we have. And the reason we have these words are to make sure anyone who reads these words, they get an understanding of, okay, what has to be done, right? So normally, whenever you're going to start a program, or for example, whenever you're going to, let's say in school and all, and certain teachers, I don't do it, but certain teachers I might see, whenever they're going to start the class, like initially they might come to the class, they might keep their bag and they might be settling certain stuffs, but before they start teaching, they might tell a word. What do they do first itself? More, not more than hello, they might greet you like good morning, good evening, good afternoon, killer. They might have a greeting, right? The first thing they're going to do is good morning, the greeting. So when you, as a student, when you listen to the word called good morning, now you know, right, perfect, now the assembly is going to start, now the class is going to start, killer. You might get the idea. Similarly, in programming as well, to signify that the program is going to start, we write this word called begin. So when you write this word called in your pseudocode, what we do is to show that now that we are going to start writing the instruction. To show that we are going to start writing the instruction, we use a word called begin. And then in between, we might write all the instructions we have. And finally, once we're done with all the instruction, at last itself, we might use a word called focus here. Once we're done with all the instructions, we might use a word called end to show that from here it's over. Like for example, if you take me, there is one word I always use to show the ending of the class. Like if the class ends, I'll be like, those who have any questions or can stay in us, others you all can leave. If it's Rizla answer, he might be like, hope you all learned and understood well. Something that he says, right? Okay, I forgot the word he says. Also. Enjoy the lesson. Enjoy and understand the lesson. Let's meet back next week or something. That's what that philosophy. I mean, that's what Islam says. So likewise, you might notice what you call one person. They have like different words they have, and by listening to that word, you know, okay, now the class is starting. Now the class is ending, right? So that's in programming also we have certain words like begin, end, and all to signify the beginning of the program, ending of the program. Okay. Then we have the word called input. This word is used if the computer has to get some value from someone else. Now, if you have the computer or the phone or the application, if there is something, correct. If there is something you have to give the computer, okay, exactly. If there's something to give the computer, we call that as input. This is something I have to get from the user to the computer. How do you call the thing? If the computer has to give the human, how do you call that as? Perfect. If the computer has to give the user, we call it as output. So to signify an input, you can use a word called input, or you can use any other English synonyms as well. For example, you can mention input, you can mention enter, you can mention get, any other English synonym you can use. Anything is fine. There is no limitations. And if you want to give something back to the user, you can use a word called output, you can use a word called show, you can use a word called display. Any word that signifies is not a problem. Okay. So there are more keywords, but these are the what do you call focus all of you. These are the main words you have, right? So for example, I'll just show you an example pseudocode just using basic these keywords. There are more keywords, but using these main keywords, I'll just show you some basic pseudocode. Okay. So first of all, we know pseudocode is going to be an instruction, and that instructions are written. What is the purpose of the pseudocode again? Again, same purpose of algorithm only. Why am I going to write this pseudocode? To do what? The pseudocode is going to have a written instruction. And what is the purpose of this written instruction? Yeah, you can use read as well to solve a problem. So let's say my problem is I want to add two numbers. I want to add two numbers. So if I want to add two numbers, the program I might write is something like this. First of all, I will start the program with the word called begin. This is used to show that we're going to start the program. Then after you write begin, to add two numbers, I need two values from the user. Okay, so I'll tell you two ways of writing pseudocode. Huh? I can mention like this, get two numbers. Okay, I can directly mention something like this, get two numbers. And the next instruction I can write, add them together. Wait, I'm not still done. Then we can say, show the answer. And then we can end the program. Now, this is a valid pseudocode. Huh? If you ask me, is this pseudocode correct? Yes, it is correct. But even though this pseudocode is correct, it's not precise. Now, for example, if I'm telling you all to write like if I'm going to give you all a recipe, in that recipe, if I say, put enough of salt, uh, put water as per required, will that recipe be easy to follow? Like, let's say there's a recipe to follow. And if the instructions are mentioned, put salt to taste, uh, put what do you call enough of water that's needed. If you're a newbie, if you're a person who has never cooked, will that be an easy instruction or will that instruction be hard for you? Easy or hard? Maybe for experienced people it might be easy, but if you're a new person, it's going to be difficult. But is that instruction correct or wrong? Like if you're asking me, are those instructions correct or wrong? Is it correct or wrong? It's correct. Like adding enough of salt, adding water as per required. Those are correct. But the problem is for a new person, if you're going to follow an instruction newly, it might be difficult. So therefore, exactly, without writing pseudocodes like this, even though it's possible to write pseudocode like this, without writing pseudocode like this, we always make sure pseudocode is very precise, perfect. Okay. So now we are coming to the point of how you can write perfect pseudocode, like a more better pseudocode, how you can write the same thing in a more better way. Is it compulsory for us to write the keywords in block letters? No. If you take what you call, again, your algorithm is like a recipe. Whether the recipe is then capital letters or simple letters, nobody's going to care as long as it's there. That's never a problem. Same thing we're going to write in terms of begin and end. So I'm going to write begin here, end here, fine. Okay, those two are going to be the same. But we have the two numbers we're going to get right. What I'm going to do is without just mentioning get two numbers for the two different numbers. So I'm going to get two numbers now. There are two numbers I'm going to get. For the two different numbers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a name. We all are doing in maths. Have you all learned this lesson called simultaneous equation? Correct. Now let's say you got a question like this. In the question, they're saying there was a boy, he bought a pencil and pen. Okay, he bought a pencil, that be one pencil and one pen. Okay, for 20 rupees. So for 50 rupees. And the price of three pens are 60 rupees. You might sometimes come across these kind of questions. So if you're solving, if even if the question was said, okay, find the price of pens and pen, what you might do, you might be like, okay, let's take pencil to be X, let's take pen to be Y, and you might say, okay, 1p plus 1y equals 50, and then 3p, sorry, 3x, sorry, 3x is equal to 60, and you might solve and you might find the answer, right? Okay. So in that case, when you're doing your answer, finding your answer, you used X and Y, right? Was X and without using a word called pencil and pen, you use X and Y, and X was the letter X was used to represent what? Perfect. The letter X was used to represent the price of a pencil. And the letter Y we used to represent what? The price of a pen. Okay. So what we have done here is we have two belong words, the price of pen, price of pencil. And what we have done is we have given there a label. This is like a label we are going to give, right? It's like X is a label, Y is a label. Similarly, here we are going to get two numbers from the user. And what we are going to do is to make our calculations easy, we are like, okay, let's consider the first number to be num1. Let's consider the second number to be num2. We are going to give two labels for these two numbers. So without just mentioning get two numbers, we are going to mention Get num1, num2. That means give me a value for num1 and give me a value for num2. We are asking to user to give two values, the first value for num1 and the second value for num2. Is that clear, all of you? Understood the purpose? Okay. In programming, if you're going to identify values using a special name, like if you're going to give a label to identify values, we have a special name for this. How do you call this process of giving labels for for these ones? Perfect. In programming, we call this as variables. So in programming, if you're going to use labels to identify values, the special name we give for these what you called labels is something called as variables, right? So what I can do here is I can say get num1, get num2. That means give me a value for num1 variable, give me a value for num2 variable. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another variable called total. I mean, I'm going to have another box called total. And I'm going to say add the value of num1 and num2. And once you add the value of num1 and num2, store that answer inside total variable. And without saying show answer, I can say display or else show the value of total variable. Okay. So out of this first answer and second answer, what do you think is the most precise pseudocode? Even though both are correct pseudocode, what is the more clear pseudocode? One or two? Yes. So always when writing pseudocode, it's a good practice to write pseudocode like your right hand side. And look at the right hand pseudocode and tell me, in that how many variables have I used? Perfect. I have used three variables. One is a variable called num1, another one is a variable called num2, and the third one is a variable called total. So this is how you write a basic pseudocode to add two numbers. Is that part clear of you? Okay, there are more keywords we'll be learning. Let's go step by step. Write the subtopic called pseudocode. Write the subtopic called pseudocode. For display total can also say print total. Yeah, anything. Display output show any synonym that gives you the idea of giving a value for the user. Okay, write a subtopic called pseudocode. Yeah, Amar. And below the topic called pseudocode, write the basic keywords used in pseudocode. Write the subtopic called basic keywords used in pseudocode. I'll share this PDF with you after class, don't worry. Basic keywords used in pseudocode. And below that, write there, first one, just some. You can use any other names. Like total number, num2. There are three variables. Just like this what you call simultaneous question. Without using X, Y, Z, I could use PQR as well. I could use ABC as well. Variables are just labels I'm giving. You can put your name there. Okay. Okay. Below this right there, below the word basic keywords right there, The first one right there, begin. Second one, end. Third one, input, enter, get, or read. Fourth one, mention the output, show, display, print. First one is begin. Just normally knows I mean, not in pseudocode. Okay, next. In 3 and 4, which terms are the most suitable? I would prefer using input and display. Normally, I use word input to get number, display to output number. Okay, next. Now, when you're following instructions, there are different ways the instructions could be written. Okay, now for example, if you look at this instruction which I wrote here in blue color, okay, you're going to follow all the instructions from top to bottom fine. Tell me in between, in any of these instructions, did you have to make any decisions like a choice while following the instructions? Was there any situation in this blue color, right side blue color written, you have to make a choice, like select an option? No. Imagine you had to select an option. For example, let's say we had a program like this. Let's say we had a situation where you're going to normally no, Zainab. Let's say you're writing the program. Let's say there's a situation. You have to make a choice, something like this. Now imagine I had a point called if you have, let's say, okay, let's say you're going to make tea. Okay. When you're going to make tea, you could make tea either using fresh milk, or you could also make tea using milk powder. So if you had to write an instruction, okay, if you had to write an instruction on how to make tea, okay, and if there was a part where you had to decide whether do we have to, are we going to make using fresh milk or are we going to make using milk powder, tell me, is the method you make using fresh milk and the method you make using milk powder, are they the exact same? Yeah, yeah, I mean, I'll be giving. No. When you're going to make the tea using fresh milk, the process, the ingredients, the order is going to change. When you're going to make using milk powder, the order is going to definitely change. Okay. So what happens there is you might follow certain instructions. For example, you might be like, what do you called? You have to take the tea leaves, and you're going to be like, do you have fresh milk? If you have fresh milk, then you can take 1 cup of fresh milk. But if you don't have fresh milk, then you might be like, okay, then boil a cup of water, add the milk powder, and then once it's boiled, then you might follow the next few instructions. Okay, so basically, depending on whether you have fresh milk or not, the way you're going to make the tea is going to change, right? Similarly, in programs as well, there are certain situations where you make a choice. Like, do you have tea? Do you have, no, here we have the point of, do you have milk powder? Or do you have the fresh milk or not? No. Similarly, in programming as well, there are situations where you have to make a choice. Like, do you have something or not? So, for example, let's say something like this. Okay. Let's say we have two numbers. I'm saying we have two numbers called num1 and num2. Out of, no, these num1, num2 are two labels I'm using to identify number. Okay, so for example, let's say the value of num1 is holding a value of 70 and num2 is holding a value of 50. Now, if I want to display the largest number out of both of them, I want to find out which number is larger. How do I compare numbers? What is the operator I have to use to compare them? How should I, what should my method be? Correct. How you compare number, you go and check, is the number greater than or is the number less than? That's how you check, right? Is the number greater than, is the number less than? That's how you normally check. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and check, is the first number we have, is that number greater than the second number? Okay, I'm going to go and check, is the number greater? So I might write my program like this. Again, as usual, when you're what you call starting the program. So let's say here I'm going to write a program. Example 2, let's say a program to find largest number out of two. So any program we take, we learn we start with begin. So I'm going to write the same thing, the same word called begin here. Okay. Now after I write begin, first of all, let's say now num1 and num2, let's say they are predefined. No, here if I know in this previous question I gave you, these are two numbers I got from the user. But let's say in this program, the value of num1 and num2, it's predefined. That means the program has given a value. So I'm going to say the value of num1 is 70 and the value of num2 is 50. Now, let's say I want to compare and see who is the largest. So, in pseudocode, if you want to write a condition, a condition is like a question. So, basically, the word called condition means like question. Okay. So, in pseudocode, if you want to write conditions, before you mention the condition, you use a word called if. And after the word called if, you mention your condition, right? So, the condition, right? The question I'm going to mention is I'm going to go and ask, is the value of num1, is it greater than num2? And then you use a word called then. Now keep in your mind, this word called if is a keyword. Sorry. Okay, keep in mind the word if is a keyword. The word then is a keyword. And between if and then, I told you I wrote what? Is num1 is greater than num2. That's what? That's a perfect. That's a condition I'm going to check. Always keep in your mind when we take conditions, conditions are not questions where you're going to get a direct answer. It's a conditions are like questions that you're going to check. No, no, I'll tell if you need it, I'll tell you that. Okay. So if I come and ask you all, is it raining? What are the possible answers you could tell me? Yes or no? If I come and ask you, is it raining? What is the answer you might tell? Either yes or no. If it's raining, it'll be like yes. If it's not raining, it'll be no. If I ask you a question like this, is programming easy or hard? Is program easy? Then again, what are the possible answers what are the possible answers I can get? If I ask, is programming listen easy? Perfect. Now you can see all these conditions always are these like when I refer condition, they are always questions that gives you two possible answer, the yes or no answer. Normally in programming, what is the word we use to represent, no, like as per Boolean values, okay? What is the word we use to represent yes? Normally in computer language, when you are saying yes, Correct. We might use number one, or we might use the word called true. And what is the word we use to represent no? The answer no. It's either zero or else false. So always keep in mind, when you take a condition will have two possible results. One of the result the condition can have is true. The other possible result the condition can have is false. So now I'm going to go and check if num1 is greater than num2. Okay. Now if num1 is greater than num2, then what do you think I have to display? I have to show. I have to output which number? Should I output num1 or should I output num2 to get the largest number? I'm going to check if num1 is greater than num2. So is it greater? If it's greater, what to do? Correct. If it is greater, I'm going to say display number. If it is greater, I'm going to say display num1. Okay, I'm saying if num1 is greater than num2, then display num1. If you have money, then go and buy something like that. Okay, I'm saying if you have money, go and buy. If it's raining, hold an umbrella. If it's raining, then hold an umbrella. I'm telling the condition. After condition, I'm telling what to do. No, condition, the indentation not a must. It's just for beautification purpose. Okay. So I'm saying if it's raining, then hold an umbrella. If it's num1 is greater than num2, then display num1. Now, there are certain situations when you're writing conditions, we might mention what to do only if the condition is true. Those are programs like this. And always keep in mind, whenever you use the word called if, okay, whenever you use the word called if in a pseudocode, you use a word called end if to show that from here the if condition is over. Okay, from here the if condition is over, killer. You use the end if to represent that. Now in this program, look at this program and to see, have I mentioned what to do if the condition is true and false both? What to do if it's true, what to do if it's false? Is both mentioned. This gap culture. No. I have mentioned something like this. If it's raining, then hold an umbrella. Something like this. If raining, then hold umbrella or take umbrella. So as per this program, have I told what to do if it's not raining? No. So if you want to mention in your program what to do if it's raining, as well as what to do if it's not raining, for that we have this word called else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if num1 is greater than num2, then display num1. Else, what has to be done? If it's not raining, then display num2. And anyways, because whenever you start the if condition, you would always make sure either end if as well, and then you end the program. So in this condition, I'm saying if num1 is greater than num2, then display num1, else display num2, and I'm ending the if condition. Is this part clear, all of you? Why, Husti, why? Okay. Now, normally when you take a pseudocode in general, you have to follow the instructions in a random order or from top to bottom. What is the order I told you? Why we need end if? To show that that's the last instruction you have to follow. Now, for example, let's say let's in the same program, I want to this one as well. Let's say in the same program, I want to find the sum of the two numbers, addition of the two numbers, and display the addition as well. Now, if I don't mention end if I directly mention here, total is equal to num1 plus num2, display total, end. Now, do you exactly know whether total has to be calculated if the number is true, or whether total has to be calculated when the condition is false, or in both the situation total has to be calculated? Do you exactly know? Or do you know exactly when the condition is false, exactly what are the instructions to be followed? No. Now, if you run a program like this, what will happen is in this program, the total and display total will be calculated only if the condition is false. If you have a program like this, it'll calculate total and display total only if the program is false. But if you use end if here, Now what happens is we are saying if the condition is true, display number one. If the condition is false, display number two. And after that, whatever is there, follow as usual. So this will be followed even if the condition is true, even if the condition is false, because from here the if condition is over. Understood the purpose of an if? Perfect. Okay. Now, if you carefully look at this program, okay, you normally follow the instruction from top to bottom. So when you're following instructions, based on how you're following, how the instructions has to be followed, okay, based on how instructions has to be followed, we can classify something called as control structure. We can classify it under something called as control structure. So in programming, there's something called control structure. So control structure means in which order or how should the instructions be followed. Control structure defines the order of following instructions. Now, any program you take, okay, any program you take will always have a control structure called as sequential control structure. So sequence control structure means you're going to follow all the instructions from top to bottom. Okay. So if you take the first program I showed you all here, is begin, get num to z, that's a sequential program. That's a sequential program. You follow all the instruction from top to bottom. Now, if you look at the second program, yes, sequence is there. But apart from sequence, you have to follow all the instructions from top to bottom, fine. There is sequence here, okay? But apart from sequence, in the middle of the program, did you have to make any decisions or choice? In the second program I gave you here, in the middle of the program, did you have to make any decisions or choice? Yes, you had to make. So in a program, while following the instructions, okay, while following the instructions, at a point, if you have to make a decision, or at a point, if you have to make a choice, and based on that decisions, if your instruction you're going to follow is going to change. You can see here, if your condition is true, you're going to display number one. If your condition is false, you're going to display number two. So depending on a what you call condition, if you're going to change the instruction, there's a special name for such control structure. We call this as selection control structure. So in sequence, you blindly follow all the instructions from top to bottom. In selection, at one point, you make a decision, and based on your decision, the direction you're going to follow is going to change. Is that clear, all of you? Perfect. So in pseudocode, I showed you there are two different selection structure. The first selection structure is you mention the word called if, then you mention the condition, then you mention the word called then, and then you mention the word called end if to show that from here the selection is over. And then the other one we have is if the condition, then the word called the then what to do if the condition is true. Then we have the word called else, what to do if the condition is false, and then we have the end if. So these are the two different structures. So here in both these structures, at this point we mention the condition. At this point we mention the condition. After then, we mention what to do if the condition is true. Okay, what to do if the condition is false. But the main difference between this structure and this structure is the first structure we are mentioning only what to do if the condition is true. The second structure we are mentioning what to do if the condition is true, as well as what to do if this condition is giving you false. Both are mentioned in the second structure, but first structure only one is mentioned. Is that clear up to there? Which part, Zara? Okay, so come back to your notes. Okay, come back to your notes. And in the basic keywords, I'll come to that, okay? In the basic keywords, I'll come to selection again, wait. I'll come to selection again, wait. In your notes, for the under keywords, write the number 5 if three dots, then three dots, end if. And number 6, you mention the if three dots, then three dots, else three dots, end if. And use a different color pen or a pencil and mention. Here we mention the condition. Here we mention the condition. And here we mention what to do if the condition is true. And here we mention what to do if the condition is false. Copy down this, all of you. I'll explain the what do you call with another example. Explain. Copy this for now. Correct. If then else and if true and false both are there. Okay. In the same place, yes, Shazan. Keep around 3 lines. Okay. Keep around 3 lines and write a topic called control structures. Write a topic called control structures. In front of that topic called control structure right there, in front of the topic called control structure right there, the way, the ways, the ways, instructions, the way or else order, the order instructions are followed in a program. Okay. The way the instruction, actually the correct word, the order. But anything is fine. Order ways, that's not a problem. The order instructions are followed in a program. And then right below that, types of control structure. And below that mention number 1 sequence. In front of sequence mentioned there, all of your writer, just take a paper and write if you don't have the book. All instructions are followed. All instructions are followed from top to bottom. It's right. Right there, all instructions are followed from top to bottom. And second one mentioned selection. Before that, before you mention selection, mention example. Okay, mention example. Wait, before that, did any of you by any chance print this and take? No, right? Good. You printed. If you printed, then go for the next page, like the second page. In the second page, write the example. Okay. If you printed this in the second page, write the example. But if you did not print it, then below the topic called sequence, write there example, add 2 numbers, and write only this right side program. Write only this right side program. Get num1 comma num2. Total is equal num1 plus num2 display. Quick. Once you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, perfect. Now, those who have the writing book, I mean, those who are writing on the paper or writing book, whatever, what you called, you all can write it below this itself, the same place you're writing below it, that is right. Again, if you don't have the writing book, others you'll have to go for the next page and write. A quick. From the phone, how can I send the videos to the laptop? Ask me later. You should have the second one, right? Yes, the second program. For us told 29 the exam starts. Oh, I see. Which country 5 and 7? Dubai. Okay, perfect. Uh, Write a subtopic called variables. Write a subtopic called variables. And below the subtopic called variables, right there, under selection. Did I even tell you all write anything about selection? No, no. Don't write anything. I did not give the selection notes before selection. But if you have the writing book, then you can write the next page. Okay. So right there, below variables right there. Quickly write down. They are names given to identify values. Yeah, same place. Just write a subtopic called variables. They are names given to identify values. They are names given to identify values in a program. You can mention identify and store. Identify and store values in a program. And below this, you can mention example. Total variable used to. Total variable used to store the answer of the sum of the two numbers. Focus here, all of y'all. Their names given to identify and store values in a program. Example, total variable used to store the answer of the sum of the two numbers. Okay. Write the topic now as selection. Below selection right there, this is where a choice or decision has to be made. Okay. Again, under control, the same continuation, put number 2 selection. And this is where a choice or decision has to be made while following instructions. While following instructions in a program. Okay. This is where a choice or decision has to be made while following instructions in the program. And based on that, and based on that, The instructions to be followed varies or changes. And based on that, the instructions to be followed changes. Okay, Alicia. Here you go, Mushta. Done? Okay. Below that you mention example, a program to find the largest number out of two, right? Example, a program to find largest number of two, and copy down is what I written. Copy down what I written in light blue, and circle the part I written in pink color, and mark this part called condition I mentioned dark blue as well. Okay, the light blue here, the begin number and all those stuffs, the condition, the pink color, everything. Okay, a program to find the largest number out of two. Copy this all of you. Those who have the printed version, you all can just write here example, and you all can write. Is that condition come under selection? Yes. This pink color part is selection. See, I am marked here at pink color. This whole portion is called selection structure. The remaining instructions all a sequence. This portion is selection. So in a program, you can have both. You can have sequence, selection, everything can be there. Actually, there are three. I'll come for the third one in a while. Copy this below. Definition. Once you're done, let me know. This is changes. Okay. Okay, perfect. Copies all of you. Is it wrong if we put space between end and endif? Like this endif instead of endif? Better to mention endif as one whole word. In pseudocode, there's nothing about correct, like much rules. So yeah. Yeah, that'll come to that. Once I'm done, it'll come. I'll explain that with the questions, Zara. Can't we say input number one equals 70? I'll come to that question. Wait. I'll come to that question. Yeah, Hala, yes. Yeah, Zaki, I'll be giving. That's what I'm going to do next. If we specify the numbers, then why do we have else statements when it's already known what's the largest? This is predefined, man. Okay, a question for all of you all. Look at this example 2 and tell me, in example 2, how many inputs do we have? Yes, Mario. Not bad. Some of you all have brains, some of you all don't have brains. Are where is the input here, man? I told you, right? If you want to get a value from the user, your user word called input, enter, get, or read. Have I used any of these words in this program? Have I used any of these words in this program? No. I told you this num1 equals 70, num2 equals 50. Is this a value we got from the user into the application, okay, as an input, or was it a value that was already mentioned in the application. If an value is already mentioned in the application, we call this predefined. Was the value of num1 and num2, was it predefined or was it taken as input from the user? Predefined means already given a value. Perfect. Here it was already predefined. So what you'll ask, can't we mention input num1 equals 7, input num2? If it's input, then you can't mention the value, because when you say input, always we're going to get the value from the user. If it's predefined, then you can directly mention the equal symbol. Okay, so keep in mind, equal symbol is used to represent a predefined value. The value is already defined by the program. For example, in this program, in the previous question, I had mentioned total is equal num1 plus num2, right? This is again a predefined value. I mean, the value of total, I am assigning it. I am the one telling how to calculate total. Okay. Depending on the user's value, the total is going to change. But who is telling how to calculate the total? Is it the program is telling how to calculate the total, or is a user who is going to use this program? Who is going to decide how to calculate the total? The program or the user? How to calculate total? How? The question is not about how, not what is the total. It's about how to calculate. Exactly. How to calculate the total? It's mentioned in the program. If I want, I can mention num1 plus num2. I can mention num1 into num2. That's my wish. My wish means the program's wish. It's not. I'm not the user here. I'm the developer. We are writing the program. I mean, this is pseudocode technically, but here what we are doing is we are creating a program. In the process of creating a program. So the value of total is not given by the user. The value of total is defined by the developer. We are going to mention how to calculate the total. If I want, I can mention plus 2. If I want, I can mention multiply by 2. That's my wish. Okay. So value of a total is defined by the developer, not the, I mean, it's predefined by the program, not the user. Got it? Okay. So keep that in your mind. Huh? So if they ask you, what do you call, how many inputs are there in this program, you would mention there are 0 inputs, because always keep in mind inputs are something that you get to the system. We are asking the user to enter. Output is you're going to give. So look at this program and tell me how many outputs are there in this program. When the program finishes, how many outputs do you think? Yeah. When the program ends, how many outputs are going to be there? Let's find it. Let's find it together. Okay. Now, when you go through this program, if you are getting a question like this, how to find the output, if they give you a program like this, and if they ask you to find the output, see how you should do is. Step number one, what you're going to do is figure out what are the variables we have in this program. Step number one, figure out what are the variables we have in this program. So look at the program we have there and tell me, in that program given, second program, example 2 program given, tell me how many variables you can see there. Perfect. We can see two variables. One of the variable is num1, the other variable is num2. In that program, do we have any conditions? Yes. The condition we have is the value of num1, is it greater than num2? In that program, do we have any outputs? Correct. So I'm going to have another one more column for the output. Okay. Some of you will ask me to explain selection structure again. No, focus here because I'm going to explain this program now. Okay. Again, I'm going to explain the program. Listen. So how this program is going to work is when I'm going to follow the instruction. Okay. When I'm going to follow the instruction, we are going to follow from top to bottom. The first instruction we are saying the value of num1 is 70. So I'm going to represent this in a tabular structure. Okay. I'm saying there's a variable called num1. Okay. The value of num1 is 70. Okay. I mentioned like this. I'm now done following this instruction. The second it's called truth table. Okay. The second what you call instruction we have there is num2 equals 50. So I'm saying there's a variable called num2. The value of num2 is 50. So not truth table, what you call dry run. You can call this truth table as well, but yeah, it's called trace table in dry run. Anyways, the point is up to here, is it clear? I normally call it as dry run, but focus there. Up to here, did you all understand what I did? There's a variable called num1. The value of num1 is 70. There's a variable called num2. Value of that is 50. Got it? Now we come for the next instruction. The next instruction is having if, then, else, and end if. Okay. So always keep in mind these if conditions are something like this. If I tell you all, if hungry, okay, then eat, else work, end if. This is selection structure. Now, in the beginning of the selection structure, you're going to go and check a condition. The condition you're going to go and check is, are you hungry? Now tell me, if you're hungry and if you're not hungry, in both the situations, are you going to do the same, are you going to follow the same thing as per this program? No. Okay. So I'm saying if you're hungry, then eat, else work, right? So as per this program, if this no, always keep in mind, condition can give you two possible results. It could give you true or else false, right? A condition could give you either true or else false. Tell me, if this condition is true, what should be done? Like based on if you read this, what's the idea you get? Perfect. I'm saying if you're hungry, then eat. So always keep in mind between this word called then and between the word called else, between these two, you can mention any number of instructions you have. One, two, three, four, any number of instructions you have, you can mention. There is no limit. And all the instructions you mention between the word called then and else, you follow that instruction if the condition is true. Is this clear? Now, same thing, tell me, if you're not hungry, as per this situation, if you're not hungry, what are you supposed to do? Perfect. So, whatever the instructions between else and end if, you can mention more. Here I have mentioned only one instruction. You can mention more than one instruction as well. Between else and end if, you mention all the instructions to be followed when the condition is giving you false. Follow when condition is false. Is this part clear? Did you understand how selection structure works? So in selection, what happens is in the beginning itself, you're going to check a condition, and depending on the condition you're going to check, you're going to make a decision. Okay. The decision you're going to make is, am I going to eat or am I going to work? Right? Depending on the condition. So if the condition was true, you're going to eat. If the condition was false, you're going to work. Understood how selection works? Dana got it? Perfect. Now, when we come for this example here, in this example I gave, example 2 I gave you all, we are going to go and check the condition. The condition we have is what? The condition we have is num1 greater than num2. The condition we have is num1 greater than num2. So look at the program and tell me what is the value of num1? We already found it in the table, right? We looked at the program and wrote it here. What is the value of num1? Perfect. Num1 is 70. What is the value of num2? 50. If I come and ask you all, is 70 greater than 50? What's your answer? Yes or no? Yes. What does yes signify? True or false? Yes means true, right? So based on that, tell me if this condition is true, which instruction should I follow? The displaying num1 or displaying num2 as per the given program there? Correct. Because the condition is true, I'm going to follow the instruction between then and else, which is num1. So what is the value of num1? Perfect. Num1 is 70, so I'm going to display num1. Now, after I display num1, should I follow the instruction between else and end if? No. I follow the instruction between else and end if only if the condition is what? Perfect. Only the condition is false. So now what I do is once I'm done displaying num1, I go out of the end if. Out of end if, what is there? End. There is no other instruction to be followed. If there was an instruction, then you follow that. But here, do we have an instruction after end if? No. So directly you can see we have end, so the program finishes. So if you got a question like this, if they gave the program like this, and if they ask you what is the output of this program, what is the output of this program? Perfect. In this program, the output was 70. And this is how you find it. Is that clear, all of you? Perfect. Okay. You all wrote this program earlier, right? You all wrote this, what you call same program earlier, right? So in this program, I don't have space here to do it properly. But what I want you to do is, in that same program you have, circle the word called then and circle the word called else. And between that then and else, write this part, follow when condition is true. Circle the word called else, circle the word called end if, and put arrow right and right, follow when condition is false. Don't mention if hungry that example. If you want, you can mention this example also, not a problem. But in that program you wrote earlier, do it. Mark this part in the program. Just label this part, circle the word called then and else, and mark that follow when condition is true, follow when condition is false. That program you wrote earlier, that example. Do we need to draw the entire table if they ask the output? That table is not even there in the syllabus. I just teach you all that as an easy way to write find answers. It's easy to do that. What means if the condition was true, only the first part functions. Whatever is there between then and else, you can have more than one instruction as well. And after you follow that instruction, you go and follow everything that's there after end if. Do you use end if condition is false? End if is used as a border to mention this is the maximum we have the if condition going up to. Done? Just do the same thing which I've done here below. Only thing is your values are different. Circle the word called then, circle the word called else, follow when condition is true. Circle the word else, circle the word end if, follow when condition is false. Okay. Now next to that, just draw this table. In black color, I wrote it on table, right? Draw this table, num1, num2, num1, num1, this whole thing, draw this table. Below that, mention the values, and below that, write output equals 70. This whole thing do. Just mention this as well next to that. Next to the program, mention this num1, num2, the whole thing. After end if can we have a function? You can have anything you want. So between then and else, we should follow everything right. Then if we have eat, drink, nap, then should be followed in order. Correct. Done? What I want to write, circle the word called then, circle the word called else, and write this part called follow when condition is true. Circle the word called else, circle the word called end if, write the part follow when condition is false. You should do this in this program. The example 2 we wrote, in that program you do it. Once you're done with it, you have to copy down this black color table with the values num1, all those stuffs. Got it, Zara? If comes, then follow the condition if the condition is true. Yes. It's just like this. If hungry, then eat. Direct. And else and if. End if will come in all the programs. No fight, no. Okay. So you can have the selection like this. You can have selection like this as well. If, yeah, can you show the drive one again? Yeah, I'll show you. Wait. Why is it stuck? So you can have the drive, what you called condition like this as well. Okay. If hungry, then eat. And if now in this program, am I telling what to do if you're not hungry? Not like that, Abdurrahman. If output comes under 70, then the program will be stopped. No. Program stops after you come and reach the word called end. Okay. Zainam in a while, wait. Okay. Why are we predefining instead of saying input number num2? Because we want to. Depending on the program, certain values are predefined. Can't we say input number num2? If you ask input number num2, that means you're asking the value from the user. No? I don't want the value from the user. If I want the value from the user, then we have put input. In this program, I don't want it from the user. It's predefined. I want to assign a value. Like for example, let's say I have program like this. Let's say I have program, we have begin and we have, what do you call? Uh, I'll show you a real program. So let's say I give a program for a developer and a developer is going to code the program. So let's say, in real program, we don't use begin and all those stuff, sir. So let's say I'm going to ask you a condition. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you, let's say I'm going to be like contact numbers. I'll be like, well, Avatar is equal to 0777 128949. And so I'm going to show you a real program now, okay? And let's say make a is equal to 0777 128991. And let's say mo is equal to 077 077 So let's say in this program, I'm going to ask there the if condition. So first of all, let's say I'm going to get your where you attending class. So I'll be like, this is a different programming language. Forget about how the program is working. Okay, I will write the program and explain you the basic idea. But Python is completely different from the pseudocode flowchart and your Pascal and all those stuffs. So I'm going to mention here something like, where do you attend class at? So let's say I'm going to ask you a question, where do you attend the class at? And depending on your answer, I'm going to, let's say only two options. Well, I think only video. Simple. Forget about online for now. And be like, if place is well, I'll just show you how this program works. Okay, so there is a question I'm asking. Now look at the right side. Right side is the program is running. Okay, right side is where the program is running. So in the program is running, the first thing they're asking is where do you attend class at? So if I enter MAW as well, if I enter, see I'm getting a message saying contact 07771289949. But I'm going to rerun the program. If I'm going to mention I'm attending colon now, I'm going to say contact 0771289 double. Sorry, this should be MAK. So now if I run the program, if I enter MAK, I'm going to get contact 077128991. Now in this program, can I take the well author contact number and colon author contact number as user values from the user? Are they inputs? No. Those are values I want in this program to be predefined. So if you select well author, I'll show you the well author contact number. So can I tell well author and colon author contact number in this program? Are they inputs? No. They're like process. They are all predefined values. Okay. So there are situations in certain programs where you need values to be predefined. Something like this. Make sense? This is a different programming language, so the syntax and the like spellings is different, but I mean, the way I write the program is different. But the idea is in this program, we have only one input. There's only one condition I ask the user to enter. The user is a person who used this program. The user entered only one data. What is the data he entered? Exactly. When the program was running, only one question I answered. That question I answered was, where are you attending class? The place. One question I ask is the place. So if I say Vellavata, I'm going to Vellava's contact number. If I say colon now, I'm going to colon now contact number. So there's only one input. Are you all clear between the difference between predefined values and input values? Okay, perfect. By the way, is there anyone of you who is still writing this program or this what you call dry run or anything? Anyone still writing anything? Quick, quick, quick. Once you're done writing, let me know done. Those are still copying. I'll give you a minute quick. What time the break? I will be discussing one question. Once I'm done with that question, I'll give the break. Around 12, let's say. Why are you so bothered? Man? If you're so bothered about the break, you can leave the meeting. This is not for people like you. We are come here to learn. And more than you, I am here suffering. Yesterday, the whole day I had class. With the whole day I'm having class. After your class today, even though I'm doing class for you all until 6 o'clock, until 9:30 p.m. today I have class. I'm here. I only have to be bothered about the break. I am teaching today for 12 hours. So if you're jobless, you can leave. If you have any work, shut up and go. I never asked you to come here. From the beginning, bothered about the break. Okay. Focus, all of you. Those who have the programming booklet with us, some of you have this booklet with you as well. If you have the program booklet, you can go to page number 3. Yeah, the programming tute, the booklet. And find the answer for the question number 24. Don't tell me the answer now. Keep your answer for yourself. I'll give you 2 minutes. Let me on the timer as well. Find the answer to that question number 24. I'll give you 3 minutes to do. I'm going to put all of your hands down. So those who are done finding the answer for the question number 24, you can raise your hands in Zoom. Others, if you have any doubts, drop in the chat. your wish. You can do the workings in your book, in your paper you have, the tutor you're going to have with you. You can do the workings there. But yeah, what is the answer to the question number 24? Done, raise your hands up. Huh? Yes, 2017 oral paper. Yeah, right, you can. No workings need for these questions since it's MCQ. Those are things which people who get fail marks tell. If you're really a person who can find this answer, you can never find this answer without working. If you found this answer without working, that means I'm telling you 100% are going to get it wrong. There is 90% chance you'll get this answer wrong without workings, especially this question. So if you think that you don't need workings for the programming, I mean MCQs, that means you're a person who will definitely not get more than 90 marks. Am I correct? You don't have to submit workings, but without workings, you can't get mathematical questions correct mostly in IT. So don't become Araparaji, make sure you do the questions properly. You'll have 1 minute more. Those who are done, raise your hands. I can see only 19 hands. I mean 20 hands up. Do the workings because these are not a question that you can easily do without the workings. If you ask me what is the workings to be done, I drew a table earlier to find the answer. I didn't teach you all flowchart, yes, correct. But by what I taught you, all should be able to do this. Just follow the arrows. I'll again teach, don't worry. Some of you all don't know English. You have to go and learn the English. Go and enroll yourself to the English class. I told you, don't send me the answer. Raise your hand in Zoom if you're done. And Diripi Chatla are setting you all the jobless fellows. And at least if you send me personally, fine. Public chat take down away. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time is up. Let's check your answer. So in this question, you are always follow from top to bottom. Okay, this is a flowchart question. Again, some of you all must have been confused what happens in flowchart, but let's see. First, let's read the question. The question is saying consider the algorithm in the given flowchart, and they are saying what values will be displayed for x and y respectively if the inputs are x equals 10 and y equals 20 for the given flowchart. So they have mentioned here what will be the value of x and what will be the value of y as inputs. So always, just like you start pseudocode from the top to bottom, even flowchart you start from top to bottom. The only difference is in pseudocode we use a word called begin. In flowchart we always use a word called start. Okay. So I start from here and I follow the first instruction, that is input x comma y. Again, the shape doesn't matter at the moment. At the moment, we are going to follow the instruction. Okay. I told you how to follow the instruction. So when you say input x comma y, there's a variable called x. There's a variable called y. And we are asking the user to give a value for that. Has a question mentioned the value of x to be given, or can we choose it on our own? Perfect. It is given. See, it's given in the bottom here, right? So based on that given answer, tell me what is the value of x given? Perfect. Input x comma y means we are saying give a value for x, give a value for y. X is going to be 10. And what is the value they have given for y? Perfect. The value they have given for y is 20. Now we're done following this instruction. Anyone having any questions here? Up to here, what I did, anyone having any questions? I'm going step by step. So if you have a question now itself ask. Perfect. Now I go for the next instruction. Again, we follow the arrowhead and we go. The next instruction is I'm going to go and check. I'm having a question here. So I said conditions are like question, no? Okay. I'm going to go and check, is the value of x less than y? There's a condition here. So when you take the compare the value of x and y and tell me, if I go and check, is x less than y, which means if I go and check, is 10 less than 20, what will be the result? Yes or no? Correct. That's going to be yes. Okay. So I'm going to mention a yes or else true. So nice to look at the flowchart and tell me, I hope, and I did not teach all flowchart, but I hope you all can read and understand stuffs. So based on your common sense, will anyone who get yes for his answer, should they go in the right hand direction? Like who has a basic common sense and the ability to lead English. Will you go in the right hand side? Good. If there's anyone in that process, let me know. I can teach you all as well. So left side we follow because you can see the left side only they have mentioned the word call yes. So we're going to follow the yes left side direction, come here. The first instruction we have here is the value of z is equal to the value of y. Look at this instruction and tell me, in this instruction, are we giving a value for z or else are we giving a value for y? What is happening? Correct. If I write an instruction like this, x equals 5, am I saying the value of x is 5 or am I saying the value of 5 is equal to x? Correct. I'm giving the value for x. So always keep in mind when you take an equation, in equation we're giving a value for who is in the left hand side. Okay. We call this the process of giving a value. We call that process as defining. Okay. The process of giving a value, we call it defining. So always keep in mind, we define what is the left hand side. That's in how the equation works. So we are saying the value of z is equal to y. So let me have another column called z. The value of z is equal to the value of y. So look at the table and tell me, currently, what is the value of y? Perfect. When I say z is equal to y, I'm saying z is equal to value of y. Y is how much? Y is 20. So based on that, the value of z is going to be 20. Z is going to get the value of y. So z is now 20. Is that clear? If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Now we go for the next instruction. In the next instruction, we are saying y equals x. Always keep in mind, when you take variables, variables can store only one value at a given time. Now, for example, if I come and ask you, what is your age? Let's say today I came and asked you what's your age, and you're telling your age is 15 years. Again, next year, I'm coming and asking you what is your age. You're saying me 16. There's a fellow. Imagine there's a fellow. Okay, his name is, let's say, Amal. I go and ask Amal today, what's your age? Amal is like, I'm 15 years old. Again, next year I went and asked, what is Amal's age? Amal was like, I'm 16 years old. Now, if someone comes and asks me, do you know Amal's age? What will be my answer? Will I say 15, 16 or both? Correct. So when I'm storing values in a variable, keep in mind, the variable will always remember only the latest value. So what is the latest value of age? It is 16. Okay. So I will overwrite the existing data. So I'll be like, all these days he told me his age is 15. Now it has become 16. So I'll change the value in my head. Now, based on that, we have here an equation saying the value of y is equal to x. So we are going to change the value of y. We are going to say the value of y is equal to x. So look at the dry run and tell me, or look at the truth table and tell me, what is the value of x? You can see currently x is how much? X is 10. That means the value of y is changing. And what is the new value of y? Y has become 10. So I'm cutting the value here and I'm going to mention the new value of y is 10. Is that clear, all of you? So when running programs, when you want to find out how the program works, the easy way of running the program is draw something called as a dry run. But I've drawn here. So what this dry run will do is dry run will have one column each for every variable you have and one column each for every condition you have. By default, human brains are unable to store multiple values together. If I tell you 100 numbers, if I ask you to store these 100 numbers in your head, it's difficult for you to store all the 100 numbers. The easy way you might do is what? If I tell you I'm going to tell you 100 numbers, once I'm done, let me know the 100 numbers I told you all. What will you all do? Exactly. You're going to write it down. Because can you store all those 100 numbers in your head? Why can't you make x 20? Again, I'm telling you, when you say x equals 5, are we saying the value of 5 is equal to x? I always told in equation, and because you'll ask that question, I earlier told here itself. In an equation, we are always defining in the left hand side. We are giving a value for who is in the left hand side. Got it? Okay. Anyways, so what happens is what you do is by default, humans can't store multiple values together. So therefore, we make sure that we write it down. Okay. We make sure that we write it down so that we don't, I mean, write it down or type it down. We note it down somewhere, right? So in that case, I'm going to have one column each for every variable. Condition is not important, but variable is important. Okay. And whenever the value changes, I'm going to modify that in the table. So in this, we had a what do you call we had a process here, or we had an equation here. The equation said the value of y is equal to x. Again, I told you in equation, always in equation we define which value, the value in the left or value in the right. Perfect. Always keep in mind in an equation, variable in the left is only defined. Keep that in your mind. Got it? Okay. So I'm saying y is equal to the value of x. When I went for the table, x is 10. So now the value of y got changed to y became 10. So I cut the old value of y and I mentioned the new value is 10. Is that clear up to the all of you? If there's any questions, drop in the chat. One of the questions you all asked was, can't x become 20? I told you why it can't be. The reason is because always in the equation, we define what is the left. Apart from that, I did not get any other questions. If there are, drop in the chat. Huh? Now I go for the next instruction. The next instruction I have is x is equal to z. Okay, that means we are saying the value of x is equal to the value of z. So look at the table and tell me, look at the program and first of all tell me, are we defining x or are we defining z? Defining means giving a value. We're giving a value for whom? Perfect. We're giving a value for x. So we are saying x is equal to z, right? So tell me what is the value of z? Perfect. Z is 20. So now I'm going to go and mention the value of x is equal to 20. I'm going to go and mention like this. The value of x is 20. Now I go for the next instruction. So if I follow the arrowheads and go like this, we are coming here. Display x comma y. So what is the value of x at the moment? Correct. You can see value of x is go for the column x, latest value. Column x, the latest value is 20. X comma y. What is the go to column y and tell me what is the latest value in y? It's 10. So the output is going to be 20 comma 10. This is how you find the answer. Some of your other case, you're like, we can find the answer without working. No. If you did the answer without working, there's less chance that you got it correct. I'm not saying you got it wrong, but it's less chance to get it correct. If you did with the workings, there's 99% chance you got it correct. Shaim, you can define only one value at a time. I mean, you can define, like, if you say x equals y equals z equals 20, all three will be equal to 20. Anyways, those who got it correct, mark it correct, put 1 mark. I'll get your marks in a while. Anyone having any questions here? There are doubts, ask. We're going little by little only. Yeah, it's okay. I'll send later. Okay, those who have the tutor can go for page number 7. Those who don't have, just look at the screen share and tell me find the answer of what will be the answer of question number 36. I'll put your hands down. So once you're done, raise your hands in Zoom. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Is this selection structure? You mean the flowchart which I gave you all? This flowchart? Yes. See, you're making a decision, right? Now, if your answer was no, you would have followed a different direction. If your answer was yes, you follow a different direction. So I told you selection is where, based on a condition, you follow an instruction. You change the decision, you change your direction based on a condition. That's a selection. Got it? So if the condition is yes, you follow these three instructions. There is Z, Y, X. If the condition is false, you went to a different direction. Clear? Not yet, Tyra. We'll be starting in January. Actually, yeah. Why don't you mention if condition in flowchart? I mean, if it's not mentioned, not necessary. Because we don't have space. We can't waste space. We have limited amount of space. When drawing, it's not easy. So the limited amount of space, you'll draw it properly. I feel like programming is not hard as I thought. You just need a good understanding and common sense. Exactly. Programming is the easiest lesson if you know the concept, if you know the things content. That's why I said we go slowly. Samara Katti Hiti in the beginning, they're like, Arisa is going too slow, and they said bye bye and went, even though they're bad at programming. So everything needs patience. Without Sabur, you can't learn anything newly. For these kind of questions, barely 1 minute, if 1 minute is enough. Exactly. Actually, if you know the how to do the questions, just take the pencil, scribble, and you can find the answer quickly. They say x equals z. So x equals 10. How did z value came to x when they say x equals z? We follow the instruction from top to bottom. If you had followed my instruction from top to bottom, you would have got it. If you want, I can again show it to you for one last time. Look at it. They said, first they said, when the program started, look at this, Zuri. When the program started at this point, come to this point and tell me, in the beginning itself, what was the value of x and y? What was the value of x? First of all, tell me. Zuri. It was 10. What was the value of y? I'll show the question while, guys. Wait. Y was 20. Now, when you went for this condition, we're going to go and check is x greater than less than y now. So if you go and check is x less than y, is it yes or no? Sorry, is x less than y? Yeah. Yes or no? It's yes. So if you follow the left side direction, the first we are saying is z is equal to y now. So we are saying the value of z is going to be equal to value of y. So based on that, tell me what will be the value of z? Look at this pink color table and tell me. Correct. Z is going to get the value of 20. Next, once we're done with that, the next instruction we are saying y equals x no. So value of x is 10, right? So based on that, tell me what will be the value of the new value of y? It's going to be 10. So value of y is getting changed to now it has become 10. And next we are saying x equals z. So when you say x equals z, now what is the value of z? X equals z. So z is how much? Z is 20. So now the value of x became 20. Got it? Because y? Z is 20. Now x became 20. Makes sense? So you go step by step. When you go step by step, that's how it works. So you always give the value for the left hand side. Okay, those who are still doing this question, I'll give you 1, 2 minutes with us going that side. If you're done with this question, raise your hand in Zoom. Those who have doubts, drop in the chat. Until today, I wanted to skip the programming question in the papers, but now I'm rethinking my decision. Exactly. It's easy. Yeah, Mushida, check page number 7. I don't know. I didn't still do the question. Don't ask me to answer correct. To be honest, I didn't do the question. This is interesting. It is interesting. Good job, man. Yeah, Mushida. Those are done. Raise your hands up. I can see only 49 students are done. There are 200 more. Unless you practice programming questions, you can never ever get it correct. So those lazy buggers who are in the bed still sleeping or just listening and watching without writing anything, get up and start working. Isn't programming is Pascal? Pascal is a language used to program, man. It's like you're asking, is communication English? Is communication English? No. English is a language that can be used to communicate. Communication can be done in different forms. You can communicate you what you call vocally. You can communicate visually. You can communicate using signs as well. So if you want to vocally communicate, English is just a language to communicate. So Pascal is just a programming language used to create programs. Apart from Pascal, it's like you're speaking. You can speak in Sinhala Tamil, Python, PHP. These are different programming language. It's just a mode of communication. Programming is just like trig in maths. I used to hate it, now I love it. Exactly. Trig is easy, but good job, man. Okay, nice. Is this tute you have sent? No, this is a tute which our class students have. It's basically whole paper, nothing big. Okay, let me show you how you find the answer. Stop your workings and focus here, okay? The symbols and all make it seem so complicated, but the logic behind is easy. Yeah, nothing big. It's like this, no man. They can't make everything easy for you all. Okay. So if they make everything easy for you all, then it's like Baba, no? Then there is no thrill in it, no. If you want to have some thrill in something, it has to be fun. It's to make it fun only they make it like this. Anyways, let's see. One thing I'll tell you all, whenever you all are having, whenever you are doing programming questions, you'll have to have something called sabur. Meaning you should do um, step by step. That's what algorithm is. It's programming is like cooking. If you know how to cook, you can program technically. Okay, when you're making tea, imagine for example, before boiling water, you go and take the milk powder and put, and after you put the milk powder, you put the sugar and everything. Okay, and at last you go and boil them, it will not come properly. So you have to go in order. That time you can't expect a good tea. Anything happens, you won't conduct a session without talking about cooking and food. Those are interesting, man. Even last time I was making tamili pudding. You know tamili pudding? Anyways, focusing here. Focus here. Focus here. When the program started, we are having begin. So the question is saying begin, and we have read blah blah blah. Their question is asking, what would be the output if the value 175 is input for the variable units? Always keep it in mind when you get a question like this, read the full question. They're saying consider the following pseudocode, and they're given a pseudocode, and they're asking what would be the output if 175 is a value for is the input for variable units. Let's check. So focus, huh? Yes. The first thing is begin, and after begin, the first thing we had is read units. Okay, let's do the dry run method, Ilu. I told you if you are drawing the dry run, first of all, you should know what are the variables behind this program. Just roughly go through this program and see Okay, those are wondering how to find variables. I'll tell you that as well. A small trick on how you can find where variables are used. You can find variables in two places. You can find variable in front of input instructions, or else you can find variables in front of equations. Equations means anything that's having an equal symbol. Okay. Look at the whole program and tell me, are there any input statements? Yes or no? Yes. How many input statements you can see? Like how many instructions they are asking to give value, asking to give value? Only one. So there's an instruction here, read units. That means we're asking to give value for units. So from that we know, okay, there's one variable called as units. In this program, are there any equations? In total, how many equations are visible? Equations are a statement that has an equal symbol. Huh? Correct. There are three equations. This is one, this is another one, this is another one. In all three equations, look, I mean, go through all three equations, tell me, what are the variables that are being defined? What are the variables that are defined? Correct. In this situation, all three variables are defined as same variable. Amount, amount, amount. So to find the variables, you go for the input statements, you go for the equations, and you get the unique names. So we have here only two variables. One is units and one is amount. Okay, Aisha. I mean, okay, Jimna. Tell me, are you all clear of how you can find out what are the variables used in the program? Go to input statements, go to equations, and find. So I'm going to have one column for units in my table. I'm going to have one column for equation amount in my table. Forget about the simple capital. Okay. Okay. I told you once you figure out the variables, the second thing you should know to draw the dry run is the conditions. In this program, are there any conditions? So you can find the condition always in front of this word yeah, next to the word called if. Along with if, there will be condition. Uh, we didn't still start repetition structure. The next topic is that only. In repetition structure, you will have conditions in front of while as well. Okay. But let's pause that for a moment, Pilu. Now, the one and only in total, how many conditions are there in this program? Perfect. There are two conditions. This is one condition. This is one if statement. This has one condition. So one of the if conditions we have is units less than or equal to 50. Is units less than or equal to 50. Another condition we have is this fellow. Is units greater than 50 and is units less than or equal to 150. Okay, the second condition we have is units greater than 50 and is units less than or equal to 150. Okay. Apart from those two, do we have any other conditions here? No. So I told you to find the conditions, you go for if statement. There are more as well. There's a word called while and there's a word called until. I'll come to this when you talk about repetition. So forget about that for now. Perfect. So I'm going to write one column for each conditions as well. The condition column is not important. I just write that for easiness. This is not important. The variables are only important actually. Is units less than or equal to 50? That's one column. Is units greater than 50? And is units less than or equal to 50? And we have one final column called output. I don't have space for that, but let's have here a column called output as well. Okay. Now, once first thing is figuring out the columns for the dry run. Are all of you clear how I figure out the columns for the dry run? So one column for each for every variable, one column each for every condition, and one common column to include all the outputs. Okay, so you're going to have first of all figure out what are the variables in this program. Second, figure out what are the conditions in this program. So in this program, are you clear of how I found out the variables? Perfect. Are you clear how I found out the conditions? Okay. Yes. So what I'm going to do is for every variable I found, this was one variable, this was another variable. For every variable, I had a column. For every conditions I found, I created another column. Okay. And then I had one common column to include all the output. Any program you take, just have a common column called output. Is that clear? Last column is output. So all the outputs the program is going to give, I'm going to mention that common column. Got it? Isn't the line after else a condition? No. I said if it's a condition that has the word if has to be there. Is the word if there? After else, is there the word called if? No. So that's what do you call this as? Is amount equals 250? What is that actually? It's an equation. This is also an equation. This is also an equation. Got it? Perfect. On behalf of the else, can we write units is greater than 150? No. Okay, next. Now we're going to follow the instructions from top to bottom. The first instruction is read units. We're asking to give a value for units. As per the question, is it a value the user has to give, or is it a value given in the question? It is not predefined. Okay, the value for units is not predefined, but is it given as a data in the question? Yes, if you read the question properly, you can see they have mentioned the value of units. So as per the question, what is the value of units? Perfect. It's 175. So I go and write here 175. Okay. Now I go for the next. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. I go for the next instruction. Next instruction is if units is less than or equal to 150. So if you go and check, if the value of 175 is less than or equal to 50, the meaning of this condition, if those who don't know how do you read this less than or equal, in less than or equal, you have to go and check, is 175 less than 50, or at least is 175 equal to 50? Let's break and check. When you go and check, is 175 equal to 50, less than 50? Is it less than 50? Yes or no? No. If you go and check, is 175 equal to 50? Yes or no? Again, no. Now, you all know logic gates, right? In logic gates, if both the conditions are false, 0 or 0, and you have the OR gate in between, what will be the overall result? True or false? Correct. That's going to be false. So that means when you go and check, is 175 less than or equal to 50? Overall result of this condition is what? True or false? When you go and check, is 175 less than or equal to 50, true or false? What is the overall result of this condition? It's false. Is it not predefined because the value that they gave may change? No. What do you mean by predefined is the value is set within the program. Where, how do you identify where the program is starting? Do we have a word we can use to identify where the program is starting? Yes. What is it? Begin. Where is the program ending? I mean, where the program is finishing? End. So whatever you have between begin and end, that is what we call as within the program. Okay. So within the program, have we set means defined the value of, if you listen to my explanation a while ago, when I was explaining that chart, so that what do you call, I was explaining, I think that flowchart question, I told you something about the symbol used to define values. What is the symbol used to define values? Equal. Equal. X equals 5. So what I'm doing here is I'm defining the value of x. Defining means giving a value. Defining the value of x. So in Pascal, we don't write it as x equals 5. In Pascal programming, we write equal symbol like this. This is how we write in Pascal. I'll come to that later. In Pascal, when you want to give a value, we write x equals 5 like this. So in Pascal, we have a special name for this operator. These are this plus, minus, multiplication, division. These are all called operators. Huh? Less than, equal, greater than. These are all called operators. The special name we give for this operator, this colon and equal symbol, we call this fellow assignment operator. The operator used to assign value for something. We are assigning a value, we're giving a value, defining a value. So here we are saying we're giving a value for x. Now in this program, within that range, between begin and end, do we have any statement where we're setting the value of units or assigning the value of units? No. So that means, is it a predefined question? I mean, is it a predefined value? Predefined means the value is already set. Is it set here? No. Why I said given is the question they are given the bottom here is data. They've asked use this for testing purpose. It's just a given data, not a predefined data. So in the previous question, were the values predefined? No. In the previous question also, was the x equals y equals, was it given as what do you call equals? No. It was not an equation. In the previous question, it was the input, right? The question said take the value of x as 10, value of y as 20 or something, right? So it's also input. In a while, Mida, wait. Once we're done with this question. Experimented. When did I say experimented, man? Possible, Shahim. Very rare, but possible. It was given as a data with an equal sign. No. No. Where? The value of x and y. Was it defined? Tell me which instruction defined the value of x and y. No. Where I am blind. I can't say x equals 10. Can any others see x equals 10 here? What do you mean by within the program? I said within the program means between start and stop, between begin and end. Who cared about the question? I said about the program. Within the program. Program starts with start, ends with stop. Begin, end. That's what within the program. Within the program, is it given? No. Only if it's given within the program, you can call as predefined. These are just sample data. These are just example. Maybe Umar. Oruma, wait. Hmm. So coming back to this question, we have the what you call condition there is the value of units less than or equal to 50. So overall the condition is false. So tell me, if the overall condition is false, should I follow the why are you all bothered about break, man? Are you allowed to be bothered about the break? You all can eat. You all can do whatever you all want there. You can have fun. I am the people who can't do anything. Focus here. As per the what do you call program, if you have to, if this condition given here is false, this condition we check no. If this condition is false, should I follow the instruction in the top, which is here, between this then and this else? I'll label this as 1. Should I follow the instruction that label with 1? Or all the instructions from this else to this endif, which is 2, which part should I follow? And the condition gave me false, the 1 or 2. Perfect. If the condition is false, I'll go for the 2 section. Okay, focus here. In the false section, in the else section, we have there, if units is greater than 50 and units is less than or equal to 50. Let's break it and see one by one. We're going to go and check if units is greater than 50 and units is less than or equal to 150. When you go and check units, what is the value of units in the question? 175, right? So we're going to go and check is 175 greater than 50 and is 175 less than or equal to 150. First, when you go and check is 175 greater than 50, what will be the result of this condition? True or false? Is 175 greater than 50? True or false? Yes, 175 is greater. When you check this condition, is 175 less than or equal to 50? True or false? 175 less than or equal to 150. Is it less than or equal? No, false. Now you all again have to use the logic gate knowledge. In logic gate, if one of the condition was true and other condition was false, 1 and 0, what will be the overall result? 0, which means false. So that means the overall result of this condition is going to be what? It's going to be false. Is that clear? So you do step by step. First of all, I found out is the first condition true or false. Then I found out is the second condition true or false. Then I use the overall result. So 1 means true, 0 is false. Overall result and found is false. Okay. So if it's false, now tell me, should I follow this instruction 3 or the instruction 4 or both? Perfect. If it's true, you follow what is between then and else. Because it's false, we're going to follow between ends and endif. So in the false section, we have amount is equal to 250 plus units minus 150 into 5. Okay. So we have the amount is equal to 250 plus units minus 150 into 5. Amount equals unit name. Then don't we put 175 for amount column? Where do you see that part? Amount equals unit? Fourth line. Are you really a sporter? Did we follow that instruction? When do you follow this instruction between then and else? Only if the condition is? Only if this condition is what? Between then and else, only the condition is true. Did this condition give you true? See, follow the order. Okay. So that's going to be units is equal to 250 plus the value of units is 175. So units 175 minus 150 into 50. So if you solve this equation, you get 250 plus 25 into 5, and then 25 into 5 is 250, 125, and that's going to be equal to 375. So the value of amount is 375. Can there be an instance where both the conditions are true? I'm wondering what to tell for you all, man. Why you all sleeping for the last 4 hours? Practically tell me, if the first condition is true, will we be even checking the second condition? Will we even be coming for the second part? No. Are you so blind that you can't see that the second condition is there between else and end if? So only if the condition is false, you will even come and check this condition. How can both the conditions be true, man? If that's true, you directly tell amount is equal units into one and game over halas. Because the condition is false, only we came here itself. So that we not even check the second condition if the first condition is true. Got it? Why have they given two end ifs? I feel like I had to go and kill you all, man. Seriously. There's a if here, there's a then here, there's a else here, there's end if. This end if is for the pink color if condition. Then there's a if here, there's a else, then here, else end if. It's a blue color. There are two if conditions. You all are seriously blind, man. No, if you'll ask valid questions, I would mind. Like normal questions, you'll ask, how is this? Why is that? How blah? All the questions I don't mind. Okay. But there are certain things, whenever there is a if condition, you open, you close the with the end if. Uh, you follow the instruction between then and else only if the condition is true. Lianna dunna. See, I even gave you all write it because I know they're all idiots, Kela. But still, you'll end up asking that question. Focus. Wait, man, wait. With this question, we're done. Wait. I said maybe 12. Okay, folk, you can ask questions, no problem. Ask. Don't include, you're not there in that category, don't worry. Not exactly. Okay. Now, we found out the value of amount is 375. That means we found out the value of amount is 375 after we follow this instruction. With that is a program over. After following this instruction is a program finished. We follow this instruction and we follow this instruction. Right. So after following the yellow color highlighted instruction is a program over. When you say maybe 12, definitely exactly. Now I know when I went wrong. When minusing 175 minus 1, I did it in my head and forgot to minus that one. Chai. Okay. Yes. Now I told you whenever you go through a if condition, you have to make sure you close the if condition as well. No. Okay. When you have to open, you have to go through, you have to close the if condition as well. So we follow this yellow color highlighted statement, which means we came out of this end if. Then we came out of this end if as well. Both end if we are coming out now. And we have to follow all the instructions after the end if. Okay. So the instruction after end if is what? Display amount. As per the program, what is the value we found as amount? How much is amount? 375. The output is going to be 375. Ask is asking, what is output? So output is going to be 375. If you got this answer correct, mark it correct. Put 1 mark there. Now put 1 mark. I mean, tell me in the chat out of 2 marks. Previous the flowchart question 1 mark and this question 1 mark. Tell me out of 2 marks, how many marks I got? And those who had doubts, drop in the chat. Good. Okay, I'll be continuing the next portion. That's the repetition parts of pseudocode flowchart, all those stuff from the what do you call after the break. Now it's 12:30 until 1:30 you have a break, 1 hour break basically. Um, if you had a question, you can stay and ask. Otherwise, you can leave and join after 1 hour. Or if you want, you can stay also. Your wish. 1 hour, yeah. Obviously, you have to eat, you have to pray, you have to. I had to bathe. So I need 1 hour. Yes, yes, I'll give you all the break in wholesale. Don't worry about that. But at a stretch, I'll go another. See how generous I am. Exactly. No time to ask doubts. What is it? My stomach so says I let you go ahead. No, no, no. I'm a good person. Exactly. When is the second break? Depends on my mood. Exactly. What time should we join? Just join 5 minutes before. I'll be starting at sharp 1:30. So about that 15 minutes before it's a start joining. Okay, if possible. 10, 15 minutes before just start joining. But I'll be starting at 1:30. Okay. No, Mush, you can ask. Here. Which tute is this from? The programming. Didn't you get the MCQs in the program booklet? Yeah, now I will be doing that as well. I don't take so long, man. To finish this meeting, I will definitely take now 15 more minutes to answer all of your questions. Only two questions. Okay, that means I have not taken MCQ. Sorry. Very surprising. Be happy. Yeah, yeah. Or else you can take using the cable as well, I guess. Or else there's a limit of 4G. We're not sure. Only if we stay his session at the end, we can take a screenshot of the meeting time as 9 hours. Fair enough. Can you explain the last question from the second equation? I got stuck there. How you got so okay, I'll explain. Wait. Is it okay if I take it? Yeah, yeah. I'll be sharing the PDF as well. You all can take the screenshot. No issues. You only have to bother about time, not we. Exactly. And the sad part is I can't drag your class more than 7:30 if I even want to because at 7:30 I have the other class. I anyways gave a warning for them yesterday. I told them suppose if I feel like your class is going to go longer, then I will do the seminar for long without doing the class. Finish the preparation video. I can do it, Zara, but the others are crying and waiting. Will you end the meeting? No, the meeting will be there as it is. Okay, Amar. Can there be two selection structures in a program? If so, how will the program execute? Now, here we had two selection structures now. The first is these two green color highlight statements are two different selection structures. Why the second selection inside the first selection structure? The first selection structure could have end if with the first condition. Will the first selection okay, there are different ways you can mention selection structure. You can mention selection structure like this. First, you check one selection structure, then you check the second selection structure. Okay. Another thing you can have is inside one selection structure, you have another selection structure. We call this as nested if. So what you see in this program here, the question number 36 there, right? In question number 36, this kind of if condition we call as nested if. Okay. So for example, if it's something like this, if I had a program like, let's say, if hungry, then eat, else sleep, and if. And then I have another if condition, something like this. If sleepy, then sleep, else, and if. Now in this condition, this is one selection structure, the another selection structure. And whatever happens, both the selection structure will execute. You will first of all go and check, are you hungry? If you're hungry, you will eat. After you eat, you again go and check, are you sleepy? If you're sleepy, you will sleep or else will work. So both the selection structures will be checked in this format. Is this clear? How I wrote this, Sakya? What is Zara? Perfect. Now, other one is something called as nested if. In nested if, what happens? Inside one condition, you're going to have another condition. So something is, if hungry, then eat. Else, in the else, without saying a condition, without saying an instruction to follow, I'm going to write another if condition. I'll be like, else, if sleepy, then sleep. Else, work. End if, end if. Now here what happens is, if you're hungry, then you will eat. Halas, game over. Only one instruction you're going to follow. But if you're not hungry, you'll again go and check another instruction whether you're sleepy. So you can say inside a selection structure, there is another selection structure. So inside one selection structure, if you have another selection structure, we call this as nested if. So there are two outputs in the first instance. Correct. The first instance has two outputs. Second instance has only one output. The second program has only one. Make sense? Can you explain the last question on the second equation? I got stuck there. I'll let explain. Wait. It's okay. I found my mistake and made. It's a mathematical mistake. Do you want me to explain them? I can do it if you want. Like, if you want, tell, or if you understood, shape. It's less chance it'll be there higher. When I went, when you said break itself, my mama sent me back down when she heard you teaching again. I'm not teaching basically, I'm just answering the doubts which I'm getting in the chat. Perfect, okay. We told our I3 students in our school, and two of them joined. Sure. Who are the two? Sir? I can see your face. Nah. After the seminar, I had to go with my mom to take my That's fine, Naushad, no issues. Oh, I see. I don't think I have heard those two names, Zara. Can you imagine? Okay, I think I answered all the questions. Oh, I think I answered the question. If there's anything, just drop in the chat. Yeah, I'll quickly pay then come. Do you teach ICT for fellows? No time, man. Me and time. Yes, Ibrahim there. Will you give the field PDF? Yeah, yeah. I'll give it now itself if you all want. So this PDF which I'm writing now is this. Share with Google Drive and the link, copy link. So this is the programming questions booklet. And then this is the nothing is there in the tute. I'm not writing much in the tute, but I'll just share the tute as well. Mm, mm, mm. Insta making. There is a tute share with Google Drive. Tute PDF. Writing book or share writing PDF. The writing book I started writing from this page 53, 54. So I'll take it separately. Fifty-three. I'll need at least around 5, 8, 58, 60, 60. Save. Grade 11 Pro programming seminar. It's uploading. Wait. After answer all the questions, I'll go. Yeah, Alisha, you can stay. The meeting will be there as it is. Oh, Akhil, he just copied it. Amar Khan copied it text from the mastitis interface. Not yet, Safra. I'm answering doubts. What did it Interesting. Is it okay? Okay, I shared in the chat. You can check those link in the chat. We'll be meeting back at 1:30, okay? The next break will be probably faster only, but yeah, just can eat and play and do it and come. Some are still joining. Let's wait for them. Yeah, Imad, you can get the recording. Yes, Nafa is correct. Yes, Aditi. Not exactly. Let's just drop a reminder for the others. Is it Husni? Ayan, I said it's a subject. Programming pros probably. Ayan. No, no, no. I didn't tell anything yet, Maulana. I'm just waiting for others to join. I'm going to send a reminder that we have started the class. Let me. Control Shift bottom, copy. What else are they? Yes, Zuha. I will be doing. I'll not be teaching because the teaching is happening today. But we will be doing the questions. Majority will be finishing today, actually. Yeah, Anish, I'll be giving it at the end. It'll be there in the Master IT, the YouTube channel. Let me send you a message. Break is over. Join the programming seminar back soon. Done. I SMS yeah. Oh no. There are some people who don't know to write the phone number properly. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. No, no, I'm here sending the reminder for the students who have not yet joined. Some of you all don't know to enter phone number properly, man. Phone number එක Zoom එකේ ඇහුවොත් මොනවා කියලා පුඩුයි. Some are like dot. Subs fellows. I'll let you know while now. Oh, I cannot still share the screen. I pause the screen sharing. Okay, let's start. Ramen will be starting from probably January second week. Let's see, Atif. Yes, hi. Let's start. Why are you doing seminar for free? Oh, this is actually a paid seminar only. And what do you call the flat all happen or something like shape? Let's do it for free. No, it's only one. I think Zua, you got by mistake too. Because there's only one booklet. Okay, I got the SMS right. That we are going to start the class. Don't worry, I'm going to get it. Mhm. For repetition, Khadija. Yeah, what do you call? There are few that has not got sent. I'll just make sure it's ordered. Most probably yes, but I have not still decided. Why Zara? Depends on my energy, Zamil. I mean like that, yes, yes. Okay, let's start. Yes. ஆதில் அதுக்கும் ஒரு போயம் எழுதினா சரி. Good, good, good. Okay, let's start. Huh? Is the recording going on? Yeah. Hmm. No, Amanya, there is the final seminar as well. Yeah, Hannah, that's what I'm thinking. Because of that, I might give you. Give me a moment. Huh? Guys, do the question number 39. And once you're done with the question number 39, I'll start the repetition part. Start with the question number 39. This question is the 2019 paper, the same paper we started earlier, the question number 39. To the question, all of you all, we'll be starting in 1 minute. I'm going to put all of your hands down. Those who are done, raise your hands up. I put all of your hands down. So if you put done again, raise your hands up. Why are there two indifs? Were you sleeping in the previous seminar? I even highlighted the previous question and showed you why will there be two indifs, man. You're asking the same thing here. Can't you see there are two different if conditions? Each if condition has a different indif. Where is the questions PDF? I shared in the group, the comment chat. To just check the chat, I shared a while ago at 12:50. Mm. Okay, let's start. Uh, yeah, I didn't still start explaining. I'm going to start and only explaining. Those who are not there in the channel, I'll just share the master WhatsApp channel link and I'll again repost the questions. Because some of you all missed this one, you all were saying. So I'll share the master ID WhatsApp channel link. Just join the channel and I will, what do you call, share the all those tute links. I'll share it there. Give me a moment. Here you go. Just click on the link I sent in the chat. Sorry. Done. You can find the links all in the channel. Okay. Right. Let's start now. Now I put this channel. No, I did not put the tudes. I mean the. I shared in the chat a while ago these questions and all those stuffs. So I share it now. Hazika, you can't join using meeting ID meeting ID and passcode. Only through the link you can join. It'll ask for that again. I can share if you want, but it will not work. You will not be able to join. Okay. First is the password, second is the meeting ID. I sent in the chat. Check. Okay, let's start. So in this question, they are saying recording is on, right? Yeah. Consider the following pseudocode. Read ABC, value is equal to 0. If A is greater than B, then blah, 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 blah. Okay, there's a big program given there. And in that program mentioned, they have mentioned the bottom saying that if the values input for variables A, B, and C are 50, 30, and 70 respectively, what would be the displayed output? Okay, so when the program started, they're asking read ABC. So they're asking us to give a value for A, give a value for B, and give a value for C. So if I'm going to draw the dry run, the same paper 2019, and then we have the condition if A is greater than B, we have a condition, okay, A, B, C are the variables, value is another variable, and the conditions we have is A greater than B. The other condition we have is A greater than C. And then we have the output. So I'm drawing the dry run. I said first step, figure out all the variables. Second step, all the conditions. Third step, commonly all output. So read ABC is meaning give values for A, B, and C. In the question, if you read the question properly, in the bottom they had mentioned the values for A, B, and C, right? So what is the value of A? It's 50. And what is the value of B? Perfect. It's 30. And what is the value of C? It's 70. The first condition we have is if A is greater than B. Tell me, is the value of A greater than B? Yes or no? You go and check, is the value of A greater than B? What's going to be the result? True or false? Correct. When you go and check is A greater than B, that's going to give you true. So if it is true, then you know you have to follow all the instructions between then and end if. So all these instructions we are going to follow. If you come inside here, there's another if condition. That is if A is greater than C. A is 50, C is 70. If you go and check if A is greater than C, what will be the result of that condition? True or false? A is 50, C is 70. So if you go and check is 50 greater than 70, that's going to give you false. So tell me if it's false, that means value is equal to A or value is equal to C. What is the statement I have to follow? Correct. If it's false, we always follow the else and end if part. So value is going to be equal to C. So C is how much? 70. Value is going to be equal to 70. Then after if you come out of the end if we have display value, value is 70. So 70 is going to get displayed. So answer is answer number 4, 70. If you got your answer correct, raise your hand in Zoom. Let's see how many of you got correct. Those have any questions in the chat? Those have any questions, drop in the chat. Why is my eyes irritated? Good job. I hope all of you are good with selections. Okay. If there's any questions, drop in the chat. Huh? So I told you, depending on the way the instructions are going to be followed in the program, depending on the way, if they have said that the value is equal to 0 to show that there is a variable, where? Sorry, I did not notice that. Basically, value equals 0 first, then value is getting modified, then value is 70. I got the answer, but kind of confused. Let me know what made you get confused and I'll elaborate. But A is greater than B, no, right? When you go and check is A greater than B, you're going to go and check is 50 greater than 30. So isn't 50 greater than 30? 2090. First one is true, right? So the A is not 50. Okay, I'll again explain. Look at this question, all of y'all. I'll again explain. Look at the question. Not exactly, Sada. Because if this condition is false, then what to output? That's why 0 is given in the beginning. Is there anyone of y'all who did not understand how I got the column names? ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಜ್ಞಾನಿ? Let's stuff. Let's do. Okay. The first thing is read ABC. Meaning of that is give values for A, give values for B, and give values for C. So if you read the question properly, in the bottom they have mentioned the values for A, B, and C. No? Okay, that's what I'm doing, Fra. You mean the columns, Fra? Do we always have to draw a table like that to get the correct answer? Drawing the table makes your work easy. So if you want to make your work easy, do that. If you want to make your work hard, if you want to risk your answer, then don't do it. Okay, the entire thing. Wing, 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 wing. Listen. Always when you get a programming question asking you to write the output, first thing do is draw the dry run. Okay. Draw the dry run. To draw the dry run, you have to figure out mainly two things. That is output. One is variables, one is conditions. If you don't know how to go and find for variables, you can find variables at two places. You can find variables in input statements, as well as you can find variables in equations. You can find conditions under if statement. There are more, but for all I have up to here, I have thought earlier up to if condition. So if you go through the program, this is an input statement. This is an equation. And this is an equation. And this is an equation. So look at the input statements and see what are the variables we are going to give a value in that first input statement. Look at that first instruction, the input instruction. See what are the variables they are asking us to give a value. Correct. They are asking us give a value for A, give a value for B, and give a value for C. They're asking us to give value for these three. Yes, Maria. So I have one column each. See, for every input statement, I have one column each. Now, we have three equations. Here we are giving a value for the variable called value. Here also variable called value. Here also variable called value. So even though it's three different equations, at the end of the day, all three equations, we are giving the value for whom? What is the name of the variable that's going to get a number? Correct. The name of the variable is value. So when I went through all the equations, I found out what are the variables we are giving a value. I gave a name for that. We call it as defining a value, defining a variable. So I'm defining in all three statements. I am defining the variable called value. So I wrote one column for value, one column each for every input statement, and one column each for every equation. Got it? I told columns will come, rather. Sorry, equations will come. Okay, got it? Next, you're going to have one column each for every conditions. So in this program, one of the condition we have is this if statement. If A is greater than B. The another if condition we have is if A is greater than C. Always you go near the if value. When you go near the if, you can find the conditions. So if A is greater than B, if A is greater than C. So all the conditions had one column. Then for the output, just one common column you can mention. Now are you clear how I found the columns? Perfect. Now I'll start filling from top to bottom. The first is read ABC, give a value for A, give a value for B, give a value for C. The question is mentioned here properly. The value of A, B, C are going to be 50, 30, 70 respectively. So A is going to be 50, B is going to be 30, C is going to be 70. So if you're wondering from where did I get that, I got that from the question here. Clear? That is after now I have done the first instruction. Halas. Now we're going to go for the second instruction. Okay. The second instruction we have there is value equals 0. So under the column called value, I go and mention there 0. Up to here, clear? All good? Because from here, I'm going to go in jet speed. Perfect. Now here we have if A is greater than B. So when you're going to go and check is A greater than B, the value of A you can see is 50. The value of B you can see is 30. When you go, if someone asks you, is 50 greater than 30? What will be your answer? Yes or no? Yes, Cezanne, but I didn't still teach you, all right? It's going to be yes, meaning it's going to be true. So if the condition is true, tell me, should I follow the instructions bit after then, or should I follow the instruction after else? If it's true. After then. Actually, look at this program and tell me, in this program, have we told what is the instruction to follow? In the selection structure, have we told what is the what do you call this one to follow if the condition is false? No. See, this is I told we have two types of selection structure. So you can see in this selection structure, there is no instruction to mention what to do if the condition is false. Only if it's true, we have the instructions. Huh? Luckily, the instructions are two, so we're coming inside. If we come inside, these are the instructions we have to follow. We have to follow all these instructions. Okay, we have to follow. That else is different now. That else is coming for this. See, that else you can see here is coming for this if condition. The else you can see here is coming for this. Why is it coming like this? See, this is one else. The blue color is only the if then else and if. Green color is another one. Inside one if condition, there's another if condition. Actually, if you all were there in the break, you would have learned this. If in the break, when you all went, go and watch the recording. When you all went in the break, I was answering questions. So there I was teaching about what is nested if and what is selection after selection. That's why I think you have to wait, killer. Until I stop talking, you have to wait. Anyways, lost his fail. Then if it's false, we should end the program. Are you blind? If it's false, we have to go for display value, man. We have instruction after end if now. You directly go for display value if it's false. If the green color highlight statement is false. Okay. Anyways, coming back to the point. Okay. So what's happening here is we have two, what do you call we have two instructions. Okay. We have two selection structures. One is a green color structure. Inside the green color structure, we have blue color structure, right? Now, because the green color condition gave me true, I'm going to come inside this, what do you call then and if, and I'm going to follow the instructions here. Here we have if A is greater than C. So now if I go and check the value of A, is it greater than C? A is 50, C is 70. So if I go and check is 50 greater than 70, what will be the result of this condition? True or false? Nested if means having several ifs. No, no, no. Nested if means inside one if you have another if. Okay. So what happens is this condition is going to give you false. So if you look at that condition which I have here, if you look at this condition I have here, respective to this condition, there's a else and there's an end if. So because the condition is false, I had to follow the instruction between else and end if, which is value is equal to C. Is that clear? The green color condition gave me true. So I came inside. Inside I had another if condition. When I checked that if condition, that gave me false. So I came for the value equals C. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. So this pseudocode is a nested if, right? Yes. So now I'm saying value equals C. So what is the value of variable C? How much is C equal to? C has a value of how much? C is 70. So when you say value equals C, that means value equals 70. Then you come after end if. After end if we have display value. So 70 is going to get displayed. Is that clear, all of you? Those who have your doubts, drop your doubts in the chat. Which part did you not understand specifically? I wish I could, Shahim. There is no begin and end in this code. So who told there is a complete code? It's just a part of the code. The two types of selection. Next break. Not now. Because I told in the break, if you had asked that time, if you had stayed that time, you could have got the answer. Then no need to put value equals A. No, no, we go for value equals A only if this blue color highlighted condition becomes true. Only if the blue color highlighted condition becomes true, we go for value equals A. See, this is true. If it's false, we go for value equals C. Now that A is greater than C, that gave you false from C. So because that condition gave us false, we went for value equals C. Got it? Why don't you use a pastel colored markers to write? It won't be visible for you. I didn't teach the full break, man. I just taught for 10-15 minutes. I went and bathed and prayed and had lunch and all in games. That means you had enough of break. I didn't teach in the break. I was actually answering others' doubts in the break. So one of the students asked that doubt, and that I was explaining. See? So that's what I'm saying. Stay. The more you stay, the more data you're going to get. Then value equals A is for A is greater than B. No, no, no. I was planning not to re-explain this, but I have to re-explain. Focus. If I tell you something like this, If it's raining, then
You mean a
then hold an umbrella.
you mean a
Else, if it's sunny, then wear a cap. Else, eat ice cream. Focus. Focus here. Now, we have a condition here. We're going to check, is it raining? Okay. Tell me, if it's as per this program, if it's raining, what have I asked to do? I'm committed that to the weather now. If it's raining, what am I supposed to do? That means you didn't have much of a break. Not exactly, but I was able to do what I wanted to do. Why did you use brackets for fun? Perfect. You're going to, if it's raining, you're going to use the umbrella. If it's raining, will you even come to this portion of code instructions? Will you even look at that instructions? No. You come to that instruction only if the condition is false. Okay. Is that part clear for all of you? How do you do that? You answered 8 and you lot in the 1 hour. I did not do lot, man. So you follow this if this condition is true, and you follow this if the condition is false. And which condition are we referring to? This condition we have here. Okay. So this part is one selection structure. If, then, else. Ah, the only reason why I hate edge for one moment. Perfect. I'm going step by step. If you'll have any questions, ask. So if we eat ice cream first, then where the cap will out. You can't. We're not talking about what we. I didn't give you the choice to decide what you want to do. You have to follow my instruction. As per my instruction, you are going to check. I never told you to eat ice cream and then come. Am I coming and checking you? Did you eat ice cream? Am I checking? Are you wearing cap? No. I am the person deciding whether to wear cap or whether to wear ice cream. Okay. So here I am just checking only the weather. I'm just checking, is it raining? Is it sunny? Those are the questions I'm going to ask from you. Okay. So as per What type of selection is this? Wait, poruma, poruma, poruma. Okay. So as per this, you don't have the if we are checking whether we work apple ice cream, that means it's pre-fund, right? No, man, that's not a condition. No, it's not a condition. Okay. So the only condition I'm going to ask is it raining? Based on is it raining, I'm going to decide whether to hold the umbrella, whether to come for the bottom portion, right? If I come for the bottom portion of code, here I have, now let's say it's not raining. If it is not, as per this program, if it is not raining, will I hold the umbrella? Yes or no? If it is not raining, will I hold the umbrella? No. Okay. So if it's not raining, I come for the bottom portion. In the bottom portion, I come because if it's not raining, means false. No. In the false section, I'm going to come and check if it is sunny. Now, will I check if it's raining? Will I even come and check if it's sunny? If it's raining, will I even come and check this? Because if it's raining, I will only follow this instruction and khalas, game over. If the condition is true, I will follow this instruction and game over. Nothing else. If the condition is false, that is where I had to follow all the instructions between else and end if. This will be followed only if the condition is false. Is that part clear? So let's say it's not raining. If it's not raining, now I have another, when I'm coming for this portion of code, in this portion, I have another condition I'm going to check. I'm going to go and check, is it sunny? Now, as per this scenario, let's say it is sunny. If it is sunny, what am I supposed to wear? What am I supposed to do? Perfect. If it's sunny, I am supposed to wear a cap. So I'll wear the cap only if this condition is true. I will eat ice cream only if the condition is false. And which condition are we talking about? The cap and cream ice cream is depending on which condition? Is it the raining condition or sunny condition? Exactly. It's the sunny condition. We are talking about this condition because that's another part of code. So you can see what we have here is we have a selection structure. Inside one selection structure, we have another selection structure. So inside one selection structure, we have another selection structure. We call that as nested if. Won't n come at the last of the pseudocode? Did I tell you that these are complete pseudocode? Then where is begin, man? Then in the question A is greater than B is true, then why should we come to the next condition? So in this condition, we are going to go and check A is greater than B. If A is greater than B, what are the instructions between then and end if? All these are coming inside then and end if. So we have to follow this. This whole things come under then and end if. See? So when this A is greater than B is true, we have to follow all the codes in orange color. Is that clear? Correct. It's something like this. If it's raining, then if it's Monday, by the day today? Wednesday. If it's Wednesday, then eat ice cream, else eat chocolate. So what happens here is you're going to come and check this condition. Is it raining? Okay. So here we have the if, here we have the then, and here we have the end if. Okay. So we are going to go and check, is it raining? If it's raining, we're going to follow these instructions, all these instructions. So now when you come inside these instructions, here we have another condition. The other condition is if it's Wednesday. So if it is Wednesday, then you will eat the ice cream. Or else, if it's not Wednesday, you're going to eat chocolate. You're going to check one condition, then another condition. Got the order? Perfect. Why brackets? Just for fun. That's a normal program rule. When you're writing high-level program, we use brackets. That's in Palakadosham, I did that. But I'm clear. What do you mean together, Hannah? Okay. Next. Okay, I'll go to the repetition now. But you all don't have to know the definitions of nested if. No one is going to come and ask you define nested if. No one will ask you, is this nested if? They will not ask you. It's just a thing which you can, if you want to keep in your mind. Can make. Nested if means inside one if there's another if. That is elif. I wanted to write that. That's why I was checking, but you will get confused only. All of you try doing this question. I wanted to go to repetition, but do this, No, Hannah. That's not a selection structure. The selection structure we have is if then end if, and if then else end if. We normally use it in programming, Hannah, but not in pseudocode. You can, but we don't normally. I'm going to put all of your hands down. I'll give you 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3. 3 minutes is enough, I guess. So once you're done, raise your hands up. Quick. '19. I mean, your tute, the number might be different. Just check 2021 paper like this. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Others start doing this question. Once you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. Okay. Correct. I want all of you to try. Why, what, why? As long as it doesn't go for the eyes, not a problem. But again, think, do it. Better avoid. Three, two, one, time up. Let's check your answer. I don't know. Let's check the answer. Even I didn't do the question. The following algorithm, always focus here. Okay, now you stop your works and listen. See, always focus on the what do you call method I am finding the answer. You'll always focus on the final answer without seeing the process. Follow my process because none of the questions I gave you all, I didn't what do you call do the questions and come. I'm basically doing it in front of you all only. So if there's any errors in the question, in front of you all, I'll notice errors as well. So focus on the process. The following algorithm is used to find the rugby players based on height, weight, and age. Write down the name of all the players who are qualified. Now, we have here if age is greater than or equal to 20 and height is greater than or equal blah 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 blah. Okay, there's a whole algorithm. It's not a complete program, huh? It's a part of the program. And they have missed that part code, then end if all those stuff. So correctly means there has to be a then here and there has to be end if. But that's fine. Not a problem for us. We have to test this algorithm person by person. Let's do it. We have here if age is greater than or equal to 21 and height is greater than or equal to 160 or weight is greater than or equal to 70. Now, we have to find out of Nirmal, Sajiv and Salim who are qualified for the what you call the pool, right? Nirmal's age is 21. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this age, height, weight. I'm going to replace them with the exact value of Nirmal. Okay. So if you take Nirmal, Nirmal's age is 21. His height is 159. His weight is 71. We have to go step by step. Let's take the first bracket. The first bracket we have is 21 greater than or equal to 21. What will be the result of this condition? True or false? When you go and check, is 21 greater than or equal to 21? True or false? Correct. That's going to give you true. Second brackets. Is 159 greater than or equal to 160? True or false? Good job. It's false. Is 71 greater than or equal to 70? True or false? Okay. So what I did here is I checked the three respective conditions and found out respectively what each of these conditions are giving me. This is giving me true, this is giving me false, and this is giving me true. Anyone having any questions here? Drop in the chat. Okay. Now what we are going to do is the first condition gave us true, then we have the AND operator. Second condition gave us false, and then we have the OR operator. And then the third condition gave us true. Now comes the next question. If you notice properly, this has a brackets here as well. We looked at the question properly, there was a brackets for this part. Okay. You can see this whole thing came in one brackets. Height is greater than equal to this whole thing came in one bracket. Sorry. Okay, this whole thing came in one bracket. Even though I have mentioned this in two different brackets here, this whole thing came in one brackets like this. Okay. This is how it's there. So that means currently we have come to something like this. True and false or true. Up to here, are you clear on what happened? So I did a bit of workings to get the answer. But I'm asking is, do they paper marking teachers expect working? It's like you're saying, sir, my mother gave me 100 rupees to buy food for what you call in the canteen. What I did is I bought only one ice cream for 50 rupees. By saving the balance 50 rupees, can I go and buy a Rolls Royce? Focus on the problem first of all. Currently, you have only 50 rupees. First, you start earning. Then you start saving. Then you start thinking about a Rolls Royce. Okay. Did I even tell you the marks for this question? Did I even tell you what is the correct answer for this question? Did I even show you how to find the answer for this question completely? Nothing. And you're focused on the marking scheme at the moment. What are you going to do by knowing that answer? As if you got the answer correct, fine. තාම රුපියල් 50යි තියෙන රෝල්ස් රයිස් ගන්න ඕනේ මුල්වල. Focus here. Okay. Anyone have any questions here? Yeah, you can go and buy Rolls. You can't go and buy Rolls Royce efficiently. Can I know why you have put and or? Because that was given as a question. See? And oh. Got it? What to do with it? Happy RH products ne? RH Productions. I don't normally roast well, man. I will be happy that I don't roast well like him. Focused. Mister got it? I got the and or from the condition which is mentioned in the question here. Clear? Now, next thing. If there's any questions, drop in the chat. I went through the questions. If I have missed anything, let again send in the chat. Huh? Okay. So if you use the OR gate, now this is a part of logic gate. Huh? If you use the OR gate, if one of the condition was false, like 0, other condition was true, what will be the overall result of this condition? True or false? Like in OR gate, if you have 0 and 1, if this was an OR gate's input, what will be the result? Correct. In OR gate, it's going to be 1. So 1 means here it's going to be true. So now you have come to the situation of true and true. Now again use the logic and tell me if both the conditions are true, what will be the overall result? That's going to be true. That's going to be true. So therefore, in this question, if you apply this condition for Nirmal, Nirmal is going to get true. So if it's true, you're going to follow the instructions, the top. That means qualified for the pool. Nirmal is qualified. Is that clear, all of y'all? If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Huh? Now, the same thing we're going to apply for Rajiv. If you take Rajiv, Rajiv is age is 36. Rajiv's height is 165. And Rajiv's weight is 72. So if you go and check, is 36 greater than or equal to 21? True or false? Correct. That's going to be true. Then we have the and. Then we have the brackets. Then we have the next condition. Is his height greater than or equal to 160? True or false? Oh, I see. Focus. I'm doing again the same thing. I'm going for the next question. So focus. It's going to be, is 165 greater than or equal to 165 greater than or equal? That's going to be true. Then if you go and check, is weight greater than or equal to 70? True or false? Is 72 greater than or equal to 70? That's going to be true. Nirmal, how qualified? The same thing will happening for Rajiv as well. Focus here. Tell me, are you clear on how I got this part for Rajiv? Zainab, got it? Yes. It's called logical operators, actually. The correct name for that is. Not necessary, Amna. But if you want, you can. Actually, Adina, if you know programming, it's very easy. Zainab got the part how I got the highlighter. Okay. So if both these conditions are true, when both the true goes to the OR gate, what will be the result of true? True or true means like OR gate, you know how logic gate works, right? If you all don't know that, let me know. That's going to give you true. So we take this down. So you're going to have true and true. Now in the AND gate, if both the conditions are true, what will be the overall result? That's going to be true. So if you take Rajiv, Rajiv is also qualified for the pool. Did that make sense? I didn't say start that, Masala. Wait. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Now let's check for Salim. Okay. Salim's age is 25. Salim's height is 150. Salim's weight is 69. When I go and check, is 25 greater than or equal to 21? What will be the result of this condition, true or false? That's going to give me true. Exactly. Yeah. Then here we have, is his height greater than or equal to 160? True or false? If you go and check is 150 greater than or equal to 160, that's going to be false. Then here we have, is his weight greater than or equal to 70? True or false? That's also going to give you false. So if you look at the situation properly, we have a true in the brackets, opening brackets first, then we have true. Then we have this word called and. Then we have a false. And then we have the word called or. And then we have again false. So this is what we got from this condition. If you have any questions, you drop in the chat. Huh? Using your OR gates knowledge, tell me, when both the conditions are false, what will be the overall result? False. Now you take the remaining stuffs down. When you have something like this, true and false, using AND gate knowledge, tell me, if one of the condition is 1, other condition is 0, in an AND gate, what will be the result? That's going to be false. So that means this overall condition's result is going to be false. So because it's false, we go for output not qualified for the poll. Salim is not qualified. So answer is basically Nirmal and Rajiv only. If you got Nirmal correct and Rajiv correct, if you mention correctly these two answers, put 2 marks there. Yes, Amna. Put the marks like this. If you got Nirmal and Sajiv, only those two. If you mention correctly those two names, put 2 marks. If you mention all three names, 0 marks. If you mention only Nirmal, 1 mark. If you mention only Rajiv, 1 mark. If you mention Nirmal and Salim, 1 mark. If you mention Nirmal and if you mention Rajiv and Salim, 1 mark. If you mention Nirmal and Rajiv, 2 marks. And drop in the chat how many marks you got. How get that's and get. How get that's and get. You mean you're asking how does and get works? Is it Zara? To which Hana did you reply? I don't know, I forgot. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, Ramla. That's fine, Hana. Isn't there a shortcut to find? That's the shortcut. When y'all are just confoundedly confusing. I will. This whole question requires just maximum 1 minute. You can do it in the mind itself. There are shortcuts. If I tell you the shortcuts, you're going to get confused. So no. But that shortcut is not relevant to programming. That shortcut is relevant to logic gates. So there is no purpose of telling it now. I didn't get you. No. I didn't get the image yet. Okay. So just keep in mind the and and it works like logic gate, nothing bigger. Anyways, let's start now. Pass my Jazakallah Zara. Okay, let's start. Nope, no. Okay, we're going to start repetitions. Now, this is one of the most important part. The remaining all the questions are based on repetitions. So focus, huh? I need some melatonin now. Rahman, I'll send you a link. Just join that. You mean the community or the channel? Then WhatsApp to this number that you want the link and I'll send the details. Someone said you're a doctor. Is it true? Maybe, maybe not. That's fine, Anisha. Let's start. He's all in one, exactly. Okay, huh? So normally if you take pseudocode, when you take repetition structures in pseudocode, there are three structures, but you will be normally learning two. Correct. Why am I drawing a human here? So when you say Jack, I went and drew Jack. If you all know who Jack is. Anyways, what do you called? I didn't draw Jill, I drew Jack. So the point is, in your syllabus, you learn under pseudocode, you learn two types of representation structure, but actually there are three structures. We learn the third one when we are doing Pascal. Huh? So one is basically something called as a while loop. Other one is repeat until loop. So let me explain you this step by step. What else do you all do? What else would you all do? Study. As if you all study. Don't tell lies, man. As if you all pray even. अरे study के लिए दाम को. Okay. Now, if you look at this program, I want to ask you a question in the beginning. In the beginning, I'll ask you, are you alive? Okay. So, if you're alive, then I'm asking you, okay, go eat. Once you eat, done eating, you can sleep. Actually, you have to sleep first. Then once you're done sleeping, you can even study. Okay. Now, after you study, will you again go and die? Basically, will they go and put you inside the, what do you call, the mortuary? No. After you study, you again go and check, are you alive the next day? If you're alive, you'll eat, sleep, study. So this keeps on repeating like a cycle. Okay, you eat, sleep, study, check, are you alive? Eat, sleep, study, you check, are you alive? You eat, sleep, study, you check, are you alive? Killer? Okay, it's going to keep on a cycle. Now, let's say this comes to a point where you're not alive. You're not alive. We think you're dead. Okay. If you're dead, then can you eat, sleep, and study? Obviously. Yes. Okay. So we are saying while alive, do eat, sleep, study. And then if you're not alive, now you rest in peace. This is basically how the while loop works. Let me show you a, let me take a proper program and re-explain this to you. Focus here. Okay. Focus. Ta-dun, 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 ta-dun. So if I say begin, while begin, don't go and tell this to anyone else. They'll think that this is a mortuary and not a classroom. No, not that. Wait. So let's say number is equal to 7. Okay. So while, do you all know what do you mean by this operator? Or is this operator? Like you all know less than symbol, greater than symbol, addition, subtraction. Do you all know what do you mean by these two operators? What are they? These are called not equal operator. Okay. These are used to check if a value is not equal. Perfect. So I'm going to mention here input number answer is equal to 7. input num, and I'm going to be like while num is not equal. So this is called not equal operator, okay? While num is not equal to answer, do display incorrect answer input num. And while int. Okay, I'm going to end this. I'm going to what you call explain this program. Focus properly. Yeah, both are not equal. So this operator is called not equal operator, right? Now, when this program is running, I have already given a predefined variable already. So if you're asking what is this program, this is a guessing the answer program. So you're supposed to guess what the correct answer is, or guessing a number. Okay, there's a lucky number. You have to guess the correct number, right? Now, so I want to mention display. Congratulations. And look at the program all of you. The first instruction is answer is equal to 7. So there's a variable called answer, and this variable called answer is holding the value of 7, right? The next instruction I have is input now. I'm asking the user to give a random number. Okay, the user can enter any number he wants. So let's say I'm going to enter the number as 8. Let's say I've enter the number as 8. Okay, done with that as well. Now I'm coming for this. While num is not equal to answer, if you notice this part, this is actually a condition. As per up to here, if you check based on whatever I told you now, when I'm going to check is a value of num not equal to answer. First of all, tell me what is the value this variable called num is holding? What is the value the variable called num is holding? 8. What is the value the variable called answer is holding? 7. So if I go and ask, is 8 not equal to 7? What will be your answer? True or false? Is 8 not equal to 7? Correct. You're going to say true. If I ask, is 8 not equal to 7? You'll be like, yes, sir, it's not equal. So you're going to say true. Now, how the while loop works is, in a while loop, you might have this word called do, while, and while. These are the three keywords we have. Okay. In while loop, what happens is, if the condition is true, we have the condition here, right? If this condition is true, you might follow all the instructions between do and end while. Okay, whatever instruction you have between do and end while, you're going to repeatedly follow those instructions. I mean, you're going to again follow. You're going to follow those instructions only if the condition is true. So yeah, if you all came to my class, you all might know. To remember that, I always told you all the World Trade Center (WTC). While true, continue. In the while loop, if the condition is true, you continue following the instructions inside. Okay, you continue following the instructions inside. So what happens there is, currently, if you checked our condition, we got true, right? So because we got the condition true, tell me, should I follow these instructions inside? Yes. Because the condition is true, I'm going to follow the instructions inside. The first instruction I have there is display incorrect answer. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to output this message saying, I don't have space time, so I'm writing here, okay? I'm going to output this message saying incorrect answer. Done. Once I'm done displaying that incorrect answer, I'm again asking the user to enter number. Okay. I'm again asking the user to input num. Now the user can give a different number, right? So now let's say I go and enter the number 9. I went and enter the number 9. So if I enter the number called 9, the next instruction here we have is end while now. What happens in end, what you call while loop is when you reach the end while, you again go and check the condition. Repeatedly, you're again going to go and check the condition again. How when I go and check the condition, is num not equal to answer? What do you think that condition will result in? True or false? If I go and check, is 9 not equal to 7? True or false? Is 9 not equal to 7? Again, true. So because the condition is true, tell me, should I follow the instructions inside the loop? Yes or no? Yes, because the condition is true, I'm going to follow. The first thing is incorrect number. I'm going to display the message called incorrect number. The second instruction is input num. So I'm asking the user to enter number. So now let's say the user entered 7. Now after input num, we reach the end while, right? So when you reach the end while, now what you should do? In while loop, what did I tell you to do? When you reach the end while, you have to go and exactly. You again go and check the condition. So now you're going to go and check, is 7 not equal to 7? When you go and ask, is 7 not equal to 7, true or false? Perfect. That's going to give you false. As per the World Trade Center, if it's false, should you follow the instructions inside? No. So from there itself, the while loop will break and it will follow the instructions after end while. After end while, what are the instruction we have? Display congratulations. So now this message called congratulations is going to get displayed and the program ends. Did you all understand how the while loop works? So in while loop, what happens is there is a condition. You check the condition. After you check the condition, you always follow all the instructions between inside the while loop. Okay. And then after you follow the instructions, you again go and check the condition. You follow, check, follow, check, follow, check. Actually, I'll show the same thing in a real program how it looks like. Okay. Someday I might be able to understand that. So that means the line above while will always be written above end while so that it continues in the like input num is written twice above while and above while. It depends on the question. If the condition get false, only congratulations display it. Yes, correct. I'll show you this program in a real world scenario, right? Huh? Focus here. We're going to make a game now. In the Pascal while loop, and same. Okay, wait here. Shall we create a game now? Focus. So I'm going to have here. We're going to create a gaming website. Okay, so we're going to create a guess a number game. So we're going to guess the number. See how the program works. So HTML, and then it's going to be head. body. And then I'm going to have here, let's say, the title as guess number game. Then I'm going to have here a heading of, let's say, guess a number, guess the number game. And I'm going to ask the user to enter a number. So let's say, perfect. So up to here, what I've done is, look at here, all of you all. Up to here, what I've done is, I have just, there's nothing big coding here. It's just I have basically created here a small website where someone can come and type a number here. Okay, someone can come and type a number here. So I'm going to mention here a button called, I'm going to have a button here as well. And I'll call the answer as check answer. Okay, check answer. Focus here. So now let's give a ID for the button. Type equals ID is equal to submit button. Boom. Now only I'm going to write the coding for the game. Okay. So up to here, what I did here is I just wrote a basic program, just a website. There's nothing in this website. You can just go and type numbers. Sorry, you can go and type. How can you type letters? You should not be allowed to type letters. Exactly. I can go and type numbers. I can click on check answer. Nothing is happening. Huh? Okay. When I clicked on check answer, nothing is happening. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mention here on click. Actually, I don't need this ID. So on click, I'm saying check answer. Yeah, on click, check answer. So let's first of all see is it working properly. Yeah. I'm going to have here a function called check answer. And let's first of all see is it working properly. Working. I don't think I can see it properly, so I'll put the full screen share. Or should I can see the extra stuffs as well. Okay. No, you can't see anything now. Fine. Focus. So what's going to happen here is if I go and click on this button called check answer, see, I'm getting a message called working. Basically, what's happening is I'm saying when someone comes and clicks on this button, go and check for the answer. Nothing big. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the code here that the entered num is equal to. I'm just realizing one thing. That is, if I'm doing it using HTML, it will come as a selection structure, not repetition structure. If if I do it in Python, I can get it as a repetition structure. Okay. So if correct num, but this is how the program will work anyways. Is equal to entered num, then alert. Congratulations. Boom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter 45. I'll do the else statement as well here. Else alert. Try again. So I'm going to what do you call type here 65. Check answer. It's saying try again. Okay. If I go and enter here, they say 6 sources, try again. But if I enter 7, why did it give me different answer? Correct num is equal to 7. Entered num. Let me display and see the entered num value coming properly. Tudun, tudun, tudun. Entered num 76. Entered num equals correct num equals document got element by num. And why does double equal marks? Double equal is to get the to check if two values are equal. And then we have Have I blocked JavaScript? We download the code and see. So now if I enter 1, it's going to say, okay. If I enter oh, correct num equals entered num, document.get element by ID num. Records are brackets, and we don't need brackets. That's a function. Sorry. The mistake is this dot value. Correct. See, now I might have the answer. Dot value. Ne? Yeah. Boom. Okay. So now if I enter another number, it'll be like, it's going to give me try again. Okay. But if I enter the correct number, it'll be like, congratulations. Okay. Now the same thing, I'll do using Python and show you. Okay. Because these are selection structure. These are not a repetition structure. If I'm doing this in Python, I have the repetition structure. So I'll do the Python and show you. Give me a moment. Okay. Zara WhatsApp me as I need to. Okay. So if I'm doing the same thing in Python, look at all of you. I'll be like the same program which I showed you earlier. The first thing I'm going to do is I said the correct answer is going to be 7. Correct answer is going to be 7. And then I'm going to ask you to enter a number. So the number you have to enter is basically going to be this. I'll make enter number. Okay. And then I'll be like, while num is not equal to correct answer, I'm going to say again to enter the answer. Before that, I will display a message saying try again. Okay. And outside the while loop, I'm going to mention print congratulations. You guessed correctly or correct guess. Look at the program, all of you, how it's working. Exclamation mark. I don't know. There are two ways to represent the not operator. One is like this and one is like this. Both are not equal. Fatima to Zara. 2 or 3 Zara is here now. Only you, Zara, only you'll be asking questions, don't worry. Yeah. When I run this program, you can see it's asking me enter number. I'm going to enter 89. It's again saying try again, enter number. I'm going to enter 76. It's asking enter number. I'm going to enter 54. It's asking enter number. I'm going to enter 90. It's asking enter number. I entered 7. See, the program said congratulations, correct guess. The program stopped. So what happened here was the same thing there only. I asked the value from the user first, and the user gave me 89. Okay. Then I went and checked, is 89 not equal to the correct answer? Correct answer 7. So is it not equal? Yes, it's not equal. So because it was not equal, I printed the message called try again and I asked the user to again enter number. So after the user again enter the number, what I did, I again went and checked is a new number matching. If the new number was not matching, again I said try again. So again I said try again, this part. Again I said try again and enter number. Try again, enter number. It kept on repeating in a circle. Tell me, did you all understand how the while loop works? So I'm going to show you a program. Just tell me what the output of that program is going to be. Okay. Right. Can you apply in this? Not exactly. So for example, I'll just show you a basic program. Or let's go for the question itself. That's easy. Let's see if you can find the answer. Sorry. This is an interesting question. No, I'll give you a time to copy the notes. Wait, I didn't still give the notes for preparation. Just keep in mind one thing you're doing, what do you call while loop? No, these are a bit advanced for you. Before you come for that question, let's do some easy question for you. Do the question number 31. Is coming under 2022 paper. Do the question number 31. I'll give you 2 minutes. I'm going to put all of your hands down. So once you're done with this question, raise your hands up and so. 2022. Page number 14, basically. That's fine. I'll be giving the notes, right? I didn't still give you the notes. I'll be giving the notes. But before I give the notes, do it. I said, Shazad. You don't believe in us. Nah, not now. You're still in the beginning. It's like I thought you all to crawl and I'm asking you all to run a 100 meters race. So, Puruma, Puruma. What is that question? Question number 31. Do the question number 31. Those are done, raise your hands up. I'll be giving you all a minute more. Follow up is also wait, man. Puruma, Puruma. I'll come to that later. I don't know. I didn't check the answer. Let's see. Sorry. Inshallah. Ah, yeah. Tudun, 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 tudun. Few seconds more. How do you get the paper class links? There's a community. Drop a message to this number. Ask in the paper class details. The link will be sent. How come you're sneezing? I'm not sneezing, but I'm coughing. I thought programming was the hardest, but it turns out to be the easy. Exactly. See how easy programming is. Maybe. Sorry. Okay, nice. So, during the time you all were doing the question, I actually was making a game. Uh, let's see if it worked properly. Ta-dun, 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 ta-dun. And let me zoom out a bit. So, what do you call yeah, let me refresh. Yeah, sure, sure. It. Okay, so I'll just go with this question and show you how it works. Huh? So initially we are saying x is equal to 0. Okay. Wait, I have to this one. Initially you can say x equals 1, right? So x equals 0. So you can see here the value of this is like a dry run, okay? This is basically having like a dry run here. Okay, like a dry run, you can see the value of x is shown here as 0. And when you go and click on check condition, we're going to go and check is 0 less than 10, right? So when you go and check is 0 less than 10, the condition is going to give you true. Okay. If the condition is given true, I have mentioned here what x is going to be equal to x plus 2. So tell me, if I follow this instruction x equals x plus 2, what do you think the what do you call new value of x is going to be? Initially, the value of x was 0. When you say x equals x plus 2, perfect. So 0 plus 2, that's going to be 2. So if I go and check the condition now, what do you call because it's true, what should I do? Should I run the loop? Yes or no? I mean, should I go through the loop? If the condition is true, World Trade Center. Yes. So I'm going to go through the loop. So once I go through the loop, now you can see the value of x became 2. Okay, value have become 2. Now after you reach the end value, what should you do? Should you again check the condition or should you again end the program? Magic. Let's check the condition. So now I'm again going to go and check the condition. Now when I again go and check the condition, is x less than 10? Okay, now we have 2, right? If you go and check is 2 less than 10, it is less than 10. So yes, 2 is less than 10. So if 2 is less than 10, now what should happen? Should you follow the instruction inside? Yes. So I'm going to run the loop once. Okay. I'm going to run the loop once. So after run the loop once, now you can see the value of x got changed. Now x became, earlier x was 2, right? So 2 plus 2, now x became 4. Now when you reach end while, you again go and check the condition. So again go and click on check condition. So when I again go and click on check condition, now we are going to check is 4 less than 10. So is 4 less than 10? Yes. So because it's going to less than 10, I'm going to run the loop. Now we're going to again follow the instruction and x is going to become 6. After x becomes 6, I'm again going to go and check the condition. Is 6 less than 10? Is 6 less than 10? True or false? Yes. So because 6 is, you can see condition is true. So because 6 is less than 10, I'm going to again run the loop. So now you can see the value of x became 8. Okay. So after each n while, I again go and check the condition. Is 8 less than 10? Because 8 is less than 10, yes. I'm going to run the loop again. Now after run the loop, because 8 is less than 10, it became 8 plus 2. That becomes 9, 10. So when you go and check again, is 10 less than 10? No. Is 10 less than 10? False. So the program stops, and that's why we came to false. We came to environment. Okay. So if I auto run this and show it to you all, see this how it works. Step by step it goes. Anyways, I'll show the question again for you. Okay, nice. Before I tell you all the answer, what are the answer you all got? Did you all get the answer 1, 2, 3, or 4? Did you give any more notes for selection? Not yet. Not bad. All of you have a similar answer. Let's check if our answers are correct. I wish if all of your answers are wrong. See, everyone got one answer, and that one answer everyone got is wrong. Where level, no? Let's see, let's see. For fun, made another game as well. So currently num equals 0, while num is less than 5. So if 0 is less than 5, you run the while loop. So is 0 less than 5? Yes. So you run the while loop. Okay. So now number equals number plus 1. It became 1. So you go and check is 1 less than 5. Is 1 less than 5? Yes. So this is basically how the while loop works. Anyways, focus here. I'll do the question now. Sorry. That guy moonwalk, yeah. Yeah, wait, wait. First of all, in this program, how many variables do you have? Sorry. In this program, how many variables you have? Husni. Correct. There's only one variable, which is P. So I have one column for P. Are there any conditions in this program? Like, are there any questions we are going to check? Yes. Here, in front of the while we had is p less than 6, right? That's a condition we are going to check. Sorry. Sorry. So we're going to go and check is p less than 6. That's the only condition. That's the only input. And then there's the output of the program as well. Okay. When the program started, the value of p was 0. So I'm going to go and mention here p equals 0. Next instruction, while p is less than 6. Now when I go and check is p less than 6, what will be the result of that condition? True or false? Perfect. 0 is less than 6, so it's going to give you true. Tell me if it's true, should I follow the instructions in the loop? Should I continue the loop? Yes, I have to follow the instructions. So if you take here the first instruction display star, so star is going to get displayed. Then p equals p plus 3. Now normally if you take equations like this, again I told you, always an equation, we are giving a value for whom? The left side or right side? Correct. We are going to find the new value of this. We are going to find the new value mentioned in the left hand side. So we are going to find it using the current value. So currently what is the value of p? Sorry. It is 0. So when you say 0 plus 3, what will be the new value of p? Perfect. Sorry, there was a network issue. So I was asking, sorry, there was a network issue. What do you called? Did you all hear the part of me explaining how to find the value of p? Like, did you all explain me talking about? Did you all hear me talking about this part? Okay. So based on that, tell me. Okay, based on that, tell me. What do you called? No, it was a network issue. I changed the network now. Yeah. So based on that, tell me. After you reach the end while, next, what should we do? Perfect. We again go and check the condition. So if you go and check the condition, is p less than 6? Now currently the value of p is how much? 3, right? So you are going to go and check is 3 less than 6, true or false? Perfect. That's going to be true. So while loop, if the condition is true, should you continue or stop? You continue. First instruction display star. So star is going to get displayed. Then p equals p plus 3. Tell me, after I follow the instruction p equals p plus 3, what is going to be the new value of p? New value is equal to current value plus 3. So what will be the new value? Currently it's 3. So 3 plus 3 is 6. Correct. Once you reach the end while, you again go and check the condition is p less than 6. So now if you go and check, is 6 less than 6, true or false? That's going to give you false. So if the condition is false, should you continue the loop? No. From there, the loop stops and you end up, you go for the next instruction, next instruction. The program is asking how many times star got printed. Yes, the answer is 2. Not bad. You all got it correctly. Is while loop easy now? I didn't say Badu. I was just saying it will be interesting if all of you all got like, ಉಕ್ಕು ಮೇಕ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಹಾಕಿಯಲ್ಲ ಏ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಗೆ ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲ ಫನ್ನೇ. Why did you tell us we'll all get it wrong? Just for fun. What else? Give me a moment. I'll add the date and count. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. Wait. Yeah, take back your notes and let's start writing. Similarly, I'm just sorting on the network as well. No, I mean the data is over. It's no network issue. I was thinking why it says data packet hotspot. This will always moment I'm just putting the data weight and then I shift. Why is really very. You had a line right on your head where it will be perfect formed always. When your hair is going, that line is not there. I make that line purposely. On MCQ is a part two also today or another day. Why are you all so bothered about the future when you're present? It's like, for example, all of your what do you call houses are, in this one in the flood affected, and you're more focused on what do you call getting your this one. You're like when someone is coming telling you news, and a flood is coming, take your what do you call pack your clothes or let's go. You're going to ask in that fellow, when will drought come? Don't know, no. The questions we are asking. තාම ගෙදර ෆ්ලඩ් තියෙනවා. ඔළුව තියෙන problem unless the problem is a problem. Focus on the current problem. When you left us, there was 1 month. Fair enough, really. Give me a moment. I'm just activating the package. Okay, let's start writing. Below repetition right there. It's lagging. Yeah, it's lagging for all of you because I'm still on hotspot. Give me a moment. The current problem is your connection is lagging. That's because I'm still on hotspot. I didn't say change. Wait. சற்று பொறுங்கள். මද වෙලාවක් රැදි සිටියාට ස්තුති. දැන් අපි network එක මාරු කරමු. Give me a moment. வேற வேலை இல்லாது. Okay, done. Fair enough, say that. It's basically multilingual. Kind of, yes. Okay, I'm looking. It'll be posted in the WhatsApp channel. Let's check the WhatsApp channel. Okay, fine. Let's start. Okay. Tadan, tadan, tadan. Yes, I'm on here. Okay, mic testing 1, 2, 3. All good? Perfect. Let's start. No, no, no. We'll just go. Today, your whole day is my day. Don't plan anything today, huh? We are going to swim in programming today. Focus. Good. Okay. Those who have the tute already, you can just write number three repetition. Others, you can just write below the topic, when after the continuation of your note, write number three repetition. That's fine. I see the shape because. What is? Okay, below repetition right there. I didn't check. I guess I saw. I'll check again. Good job, Maria. That's a little bit. Below repetition right there. This is where this is where a set of instructions. This is where a set of instructions have to be followed repeatedly until a condition is met. Until a condition is met. Below that, mention example one. Okay, so below that, mention example one. In front of example one, write the while loop. In front of example one, write the while loop. And below that, write down this whole program. This begin p equals 0, blah, blah, blah. Write down this whole program and draw this truth table as well. Huh? And in your program, do some more small modifications. You have mentioned the word called do here. And circle this word as the condition. And mention this as follow, or let's say, yeah, but follow if condition is true. And below this, draw the truth table. I mean the dry run. And next to that, also mention the all of your focus here. What do you want, Imad? Yeah, example one. For example one, mention this. And below that, mention WTC, World Trade Center. That's the idea to keep in mind. But what this is going to signify for you is while true, continue. Just mention this in pencil if you want. Quick. Show the definition for a bit. Once you're done, tell me. Quick. That's what I was thinking, Fatima. By the way, there are some idiots dancing in the chat. If I see you one more time dancing, I'll not even think twice. I'll not even give a warning. I'll just put you out of the meeting. Huh? If you really want to continue, you can go and watch the YouTube live, but you can't ask questions there. What is it you wrote left side of program? You mean, wait, I'll come to that. I'll come to that, wait. If you're done? Okay, perfect. Follow if the condition is true. That green color part is follow if the condition is true. Akdas, you're in warning number one. Even though you're not typing the chat, you're using emojis unwantedly. If I see one more message from you, out. Not just out of the meeting, out of my class. You're expelled until O levels. You can't even enter the final seminar. And I'm serious at certain stuff, I'm serious, huh? What mean by WTC? While true, continue. The real meaning of WT is World Trade Center, but I'm asking you to remember the WTC as while true continue. That means in the while loop, whenever the condition is true, always you have to keep in mind, you have to continue. Got it? What should I write after the pseudocode? After the pseudocode, copy down this table, the green color, the table and the values and the World Trade Center part. I'm going to put your hands down. So once you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. So WT is a shortcut, right? Yes, because I'll be teaching. I gave example one, right? In example two, I'll be using a different type of representation structure. In that, the way it works is different. So you all will get confused. To make sure you all don't get confused, only I am now telling you while loop it's working if it's true. The second one is going to be different. Continue in the sense display. No, continue in the sense you follow the instructions. You follow the loop. That means you follow the instructions inside the loop. While true, continue following the instructions inside the loop. What else are there? ER, there will be second break faster, right? Not now. There is time. Why are you so much hours to that? I am itself here speaking for the last hours and hours and hours without a problem. What? Where do we have to mention do? In front of P is less than 6 here at this place. I know you have to play Asar. Anything I don't play? Repeat until is like ask. Yeah, that's what I'm going to come for. If you don't mention do, are we wrong? It's like this, man. Pseudocode is basically like your recipe. Okay. So now when I was saying in the recipe to wash the what do you call wash the vegetables. Sometimes in certain recipes they might mention wash the vegetables. In other recipes they might mention wash the vegetable using water. Just because the recipe did not mention the part called using water, does that mean that that recipe is wrong when you're talking about washing the vegetable before you start cooking? No. So algorithm is like an instruction manual, like a those cookery books instructions. So making small mistakes are not a problem because that is not a real program. That's because who is going to use algorithm? I told you a program is going to look at the algorithm and he's going to develop a program. So algorithm is not the program. Referring the algorithm, you're going to make a program. Like recipe is not the food you're going to eat. Referring the recipe, you're going to make a food. Yeah, I'll be giving a while, right. Good job. Why is I can't? Not it's difficult. Usually in exams we'll get questions like write the pseudocodes in part two, right? We will be going for part two questions as well. I'm just here making you all familiar with the codes because if you all don't know how the program works, then you will not be able to do the questions. That's why I know getting familiar with this. Okay. How do we write the while loop in keywords? I'm going to do that now only. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is that's fine, Jury. You can watch the recording. Okay. Come back to that keywords place. I asked you to keep few lines, right? In that few lines place, write the number 7 as while three dots do three dots end while, and number 8 repeat three dots until three dots, and mention here condition true instructions condition. I'll explain repeat until loop in a while, but before I explain, go and write these two. These instructions are between repeat and until I mention the instructions. I have written everything in the book and I don't have space below keywords. I told keep around 3 lines. There are some more to write. I'll tell later. Then write it parallelly in the right side somewhere here. Like parallel to it, write it. After until what? Nothing. I mean condition. In orange color in there condition. While condition do true and while repeat instructions until condition. Okay. I'll teach all the repeat and a loop. Focus here now, all of you. Before I go for the repeat and a loop, there are some prerequisites I want to ask you all. Quick. My questions are, can you show the table? My first question is, are all of you clear with the basic stuffs of, what do you call, all of you are clear the basic stuffs on how to read a normal basic pseudocode, like a normal sequential pseudocode, all good? If I give you a pseudocode, you can read it and understand? Okay. Are all of you are good with understanding, how, okay. Next, are all of you are good with the selection type pseudocodes as well? So, I'll give you a while, right? Perfect. And are you all okay with the while loop as well? Try doing this question, and after this question, there will be a break. After the break, I'll teach you all the 2000. I'll teach you all the repeat until loop. Once you're done, let me know. What's the PDF? Check the channel. I have shared in the channel. Just check the master WhatsApp channel. It's there. What's the name? Okay. Do this question, all of y'all. I'll give you 5 minutes is too much, but yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes. Apps. Wait, huh? Will you able to do Pascal? I told, man, whatever is necessary for your exam, for you to get full marks in programming, that will be done in the today's seminar. So, programmer. Those are done with the question. Raise your hand in Zoom. Other if you have any doubts, drop in the chat. Yes, we will be doing Pascal. Only what is relevant for exams. That's what we are doing, Shoaib now. Yes, Aisha. You have 5 minutes. Quickly do it. If you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. I'll be back in a moment. No, if why? Or this maybe. At first, good job. Okay. Once you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. How can I join your paper class or recap class? I sent you a number in the chat. Just WhatsApp that number, ask me the details. Label dash expression format means ABC in front of ABC. Mention what is A, what is B, what is C. Thank God you disable the chat. I purposely disable the chat. Just do the question. 1 minute is there. Quick. What is it, Hannah? By the way, up to now, all the programming questions I discussed, those are not selection type questions, huh? All are compulsory questions. MCQs and this part two, what part two questions I discussed, these are compulsory questions. I didn't still go for selection questions. Mhm. If weakness is less than 40, okay. Which question? No, 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 your name is not there. Yeah, Hamid, you can get it. I'll be posting in the WhatsApp channel. We have flowchart plus Pascal. Ne. Actually, flowchart is done indirectly. There's nothing that is in within 50 minutes to half an hour, flowchart will be done. Pseudocode is the main flow. If you know pseudocode, that is all up. Okay, time is up. No, why? Can't literally see that they use a word called while here. Let's check your answer. Okay, that's fine. What else? Okay. I'm not getting it. Okay, that's fine. It's the first time, so you can focus here. Sorry. Consider the following pseudocode with blank space labeled A to C. All of you will focus on the process of how I'm doing the question. Huh? Good job. From A to C, which calculates and displays the sum of odd numbers from 0 and 10. From between 0 and 10. Okay. Between 0 and 10, these are the numbers we have. Sorry, between, not from, no. When you say between 0 and 10, these are the numbers we have. Okay. Exactly. Actually, no. It's the middle if. There is one up and one down. Hannah, let me know the exact question. I think there is an MCQ. I'll come to that. Focus here, okay? So if you look at these numbers, all of them are not odd numbers, right? We are saying sum of odd numbers, no. So sum of odd numbers are this number plus this number plus this number plus this number plus this number. Okay. So you're supposed to add all these numbers together. Okay, you're supposed to add all these numbers together and do the program. Let's see how this program is working. Okay. There's a variable called sum equals 0. Okay. See, still I don't know the answer. I'm still figuring out how the answer would come. Then there's a variable called num equals 1. Okay, fine. Then we have while and there is a condition. Based on the condition, the value of sum is changing and the value of num is changing. Interesting. Then we have end while and display sum. Now, as per the question, we are supposed to do something, right? Before we go for the programming part, tell me, what do you think is a final output in this program? As per the question, not as per the pseudocode, as per the question, they are asking us to do some calculation, right? After you're done with the calculation, what are we going to give out? What is the output we're going to give from this program? Fun fact. I have nicely highlighted that word as well in the page. Oh. Exactly. The final output which we are going to give in this program is a sum of odd numbers from 1 to 10, from 0 to 10. Okay, the question has they mentioned that at the end of the day, what this program is going to do, display the sum of odd numbers between 0 and 10. So in this program, we saw two variables called sum and num, right? Looking at the pseudocode, tell me which variable do you think we are going to use to store this answer of 1 plus 3? No, sum of odd numbers means 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9, right? What is the variable we are going to use to store these numbers? Perfect. Sum variable. See, display sum. So at the end of the day, this program is displaying something called sum. That's the output the program is going to give is sum. So from that, we can get an idea. Okay, there's a variable called sum, and sum is a variable that's going to be used to store the addition of 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus something. That's the output we're going to get now. So the output is going to be stored, or the addition of these numbers are going to be stored in this variable called sum. Is that part clear? Tell me, did all of you understand the purpose of sum variable? Okay, that's the purpose of sum variable. Now there's a variable called num. Generally, in a program, will they use any variables unwantedly? What do you think? Just for fun, will they use variables? No. So if there are variables used here, then definitely there has to be a purpose. Definitely there has to be a purpose. Okay. Now, if I ask you all, if I told you all to find the sum of odd numbers between 0 and 10 in a paper, using a paper, what is the first thing you might do? What is the first action? Correct. There are, if I ask you to write the odd numbers from 0 to 10, there are two possible ways you would do. Some people, what they might do is they might start writing like this: 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. This is one set of people. Another set of people, first, what they might do is they might write like this, all the numbers, and then they might select the odd numbers. Right? That's how you're going to do it now. How did you know that you're going to stop at 9? Why didn't you go for 11? Correct. So that means when you were writing this number, was there something running in your head? Yes. You were not know. Were you writing the numbers like randomly and going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? Randomly, were you just writing and going? No. When you were writing these numbers, your brain had one thing. Your brain told you when to stop. Your brain told you when to stop. Now let's decode your brain. Let's see, when did your brain tell you to stop? What did your brain do is your brain told, okay, write the numbers, and your brain told the question is asking only between 0 and 10. So make sure you stop it within 10. Make sure you stop it within 10. Okay. That's first thing to keep in mind. Second thing, okay, let's say you wrote the numbers. Now, some of you all must have written the numbers like this in the method 1. Some of you all must have written the numbers in the method 2. If you had followed the method 2, then you must have circled the odd numbers as well. Now, let's say no, that was done. We have circled the odd numbers. There we have all the odd numbers. Next, what will your second step be? After you figure out the numbers that has to be added, what is the second thing you might do? Correct. Now, are any of you all able to add all these numbers at once? Can your brain process and give me the answer of 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9, all of them at once? No. How will your brain calculate the answers? First, what and what it will add? Exactly. First of all, it's going to add 1 and 3. Once you add 1 and 3, what is the answer you're going to get? You're going to get the answer 4. Perfect. Now what will you do? Perfect. You're going to add 5. So once you add 5, what is the answer you're going to get? You're going to get 9. Now what you're going to do? Perfect. Add 7. So once you add 7, what's the answer you're going to get? 16. Next, what you're going to do? Add 9. So what is the answer of 16 plus 9? 25. Now you can see we were finding the answer, right? We didn't get the answer 25 at once. You notice properly, we didn't get the answer 25 at once. Before we got 25, first of all, we had 1 plus 3 is 4. Then 4 plus 5 is 9. Then 9 plus 7 is 16. And then 16 plus 9 is 25. So if you look at the what you call step-by-step process, we didn't directly get 25. We went in an order of how we found the answer. Little by little, we found the answer. We added one by one number and found the answer. That's how your brain processes this question, right? The same thing only we are going to do in programming as well. So what's going to happen here is, okay, what's going to happen here is, there is a condition here. Always keep in mind, in a while loop, we have a condition. And the purpose of the condition is to control the repetition. Always keep in mind, the purpose of the condition is to control repetition, meaning for you to know when to stop. You know when to stop, you have the repetition. Like for example, I showed you a game here I made here, right? See, while num is not equal to correct answer, I'm basically checking is not equal, not equal, not equal. Once it's correct, once the number entered is correct, I stop the program. So here we are deciding, we're writing here the condition to decide when to stop. So now we have to figure out, okay, what is the condition that's going to come to decide when to stop. Now, before knowing that, let's see what are the instructions we have inside. Inside the loop, we have two instructions. The first instruction is modifying the value of sum. The second instruction is modifying the value of num. Okay. When the program started, sum was 0 and num was 1. Now, at the end of the day, you're going to find the value of sum, right? You're going to find the value of sum. So what's going to happen is, initially, if you're going to take sum of odd numbers, right? Sum of odd numbers, let's say initially the value was 0. Now we know the odd numbers are 1, 3, 5, 7, right? Initially, let's say sum was 0. If initially sum was 0, and you want to find the sum of odd numbers, meaning you got to add 1, 3, 5, 7, then first of all, with that 0, what are you going to add? Initially sum was 0. With that 0, what are you going to add? 1. So 0 plus 1 is going to be 1. Now after you add the 1, next what are you going to do? Add the 3. Perfect. After you add the 3, how much is going to be? 3 plus 1 is going to be 4. And that's how the order is going to go. 4 plus 5 is 9, 9 plus 5, so what do you call 7 is 16, 16 plus 9 is 25. We found the answer. So that means when you're finding the sum of odd numbers, we're not going to start from this 1 plus 3 directly. We'll start from 0 because value of sum is going to be 0. In this program, can you see any other variable that is used to store the first odd number? Which variable? Perfect. So I can say sum is equal to sum plus num. So what's going to happen is, initially when the program started, you can see the value of sum was 0, num was 1. So when you say 0 plus 1, now it's going to be equal to 1. Okay, it's going to be equal to 1. Now here we are going to modify the value of num, right? in the second condition. Before that, tell me, in this pseudocode, are we like checking is a number odd or even? Is there a process of checking is a number odd or is this number even? Is there like a checking process? No. There is, you can't see any checking because there is nothing we are checking. Is directly you can see finding the value for sum, finding the value for num. Okay. So let's say I want these instructions to repeat. I want these instructions to repeat. So first of all, I added 0 and 1. After I added 0 and 1, okay, after I added 0 and 1, next I should add what? Initially sum was 0. Then I added 1. Okay. After I added 1, next what should I add? Perfect. 3. After I add 3, next what should I add? 5. After I add 5, what is the next number I add? 7. After I add 7, what is the next number I add? 9. Look at this 1, 3, 5, 7 and tell me, is it like in a progression? Perfect. Every number is increasing by how much? The value of num is getting increased, right? Initially number is 1 and the value of num is getting increased by how much? Exactly, by 2. So next instruction I can mention here is num is equal to num plus 2. I can mention next instruction there, num is equal to num plus 2. So initially, sum equals, initially num was 1 from this line of code. When I say num equals num plus 2, all this time what was 1? Now it will become? Perfect. Now it will become 3. It will become 3. Now let's say we had a condition. Okay, I'll forget for now. I'll forget the condition. If this condition gave true, I'm going to again follow this instruction saying sum equals sum plus num, right? So now if I follow this instruction, sum equals sum plus num, what should be the value of b? Sum's value should be how much? Sum is 3. So sum is 1, num is 3. Sum equals sum plus num means 1 plus 3. Sum is going to be 3 plus 1, 4. So after I'm done following this instruction, next one, if I'm going to follow this num equals num plus 2, num is currently 3, right? So when I follow the instruction num equals num plus 2, what will be the new value of num? It's going to be 5. After I follow the instruction, let's say I went and again check the condition. Condition was true. I again follow the instruction sum equals sum plus num. When I follow both the instructions, what's going to be the value? For first one, if I follow the first instruction, what will be the new value of sum? Sum equals sum plus num. Sum is 4, num is 5. Sum plus num, 4 plus 5, that is 9. Now I follow the next instruction, num equals num plus 2. So after I follow that instruction, what will be the new value of num? Perfect. It's going to be 7. Now let's say I reached n while I again went and check the condition. So once I again check the condition, let's say condition was true. So now I'm again going to follow the instruction sum equals sum plus num. If I follow sum equals sum plus num now, what will be the new value of sum? 9 plus 7, that is 16. Correct. Then I'm going to follow the next instruction, num equals num plus 2. What will be the new value of num? Perfect. It's going to be 9. Now after it's what you called end while, I again go and read the condition. Let's say condition is true. Now I'm saying sum equals sum plus num. So sum plus num is going to give me how much? 16 plus num, 9. That's going to give me 25. Now I'm going to go for the next instruction, num equals num plus 2. Tell me after I follow the next instruction, what will be the new value of num? It's going to be 11. Tell me, should I add the 25 and 11? No. If you notice properly, I added the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Sum of odd numbers between 0 and 10. Should I add the 11? No. So that means now after I added the after I change the value of num, I do again go and check the condition, right? Now when I check the condition should give me what? What is my expectation from that condition? All this time it gave me true. At this point it should give me false. So one condition we can write there is for A we can write the condition there is while num is less than 10. So imagine if the condition we had there was while num is less than 10, Will it give true in these first instances when the value of numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9? In those situations, will it give me true? Yes. Once the value of num becomes 11, now when I go and check is 11 less than 10, will it give me true? No. So if I have the condition like this, now my program will work perfectly. So I can have the program like this. A is representing is num less than 10. B is representing is sum equals sum plus num. C is representing num equals num plus 2. This is something you will get once you practice more and more questions. This is not something you can easily get in the first try. So if you did not get it correct, that's completely fine. It's completely normal. Not getting this correct in the first try is completely normal. You get this only if you have done questions early. If you have never done questions earlier, it's very rare you get this correct. Can also num equals num less than or equal 10. Why? Why do you want to mention that equal symbol? What is the purpose? Then why do you want to mention? Unnecessary. Because while the value of num is 10, should we execute it? No. When you see the word between, 10 doesn't come in between. So that's not really suitable. So when will you upload the recording? So you can even go and watch now, man. The recording is it's live, man. If you go to YouTube and search for master, the same thing is there already. The recording is already uploaded. Even though the class is not finished, the recording is already up there. Why are you so bothered about the recording at the moment? Why is it 0 to 10 do? That's completely wrong. No, you can't do that. This is while loop, not for loop. I didn't get the answer of C. The point is, in this program, the what do you call the odd numbers there, right? That 1, 3, 5, 7. That number 1, number 3, number 5, number 7, number 9. Num is a variable that's used to store that. So when you say num equals num plus 2, initially the value of num was 1. Then we took the second odd number 3, the third odd number 5, fourth odd number 7. It was adding 2, adding 2, adding 2 and going in that format. Is num less than or equal to 9 correct? Correct, but unwanted. Without mentioning this, you could also mention something as is num less than or equal to 9? That's also correct. Num is less than or equal to 10 is also correct, but I will not give marks. Technically, num is less than or equal to 10 is correct, but I will not give you marks. Because the people who wrote this answer, you already not know why you wrote this answer even. Because when you say between 0 and 10, 10 will not come in your answer. Maybe, why, what is the purpose of this condition? To make sure you're having a range. Okay. So as per your logic, if 10, if what do you call, let's say, no, let's say without having num equals num plus 2 here, if you had num equals num plus 1, and if you had the mod and div to check if the number is odd or even, then your program is wrong. Here the logic inside the loop is different. But the range of values you're checking is wrong. When you're writing numbers from 1, 3, 5, 7, what should be in your mind? In your mind you have to be, I'm writing the numbers between 0 to 10. I'm writing the numbers between 0 to 10. Okay. Your mind will not have, I'm writing the numbers from 0 to 10. If it's less than or equal to 10, that's from 0 to 10. Can you briefly explain what are the steps we need to do for the questions like this? As you did a complete explanation, I'm going to practice. These are questions that you master with experience. This is not a question that you can by heart and go and write, or not a question that you can understand and go and write. This is questions. Now, for example, if I give you a paper and ask you to make a paper boat, if I tell you take a paper, fold it, blah blah blah, theoretically, if I tell you all, will you be able to make a proper boat by just listening? No. It's experience. So only if you have made a paper boat for the first time, you will be able to make a second boat. So program is something like, I mean, if it's a first brand new question they ask you right from the beginning, it's a different story. But fill in the blanks question, you need experience. If you have not done questions, no. See the first question, right? So once you do more questions, you can get it proper. So wait. Can't we use while sum is less than or equal to 25? You can use while sum is less than or equal to 25, but that's not a suitable approach. You might get marks in the overall exam, but I will not give you marks. That's not. I can give you marks for some as well. I'll give you because for sum is less than or equal to 25, but that's not a suitable approach. Here they're asking the display sum of odd numbers between 0 and 10. If they ask to display sum of odd numbers between 0 and 999,999, then how will you mention the condition? In my program, very easy. If the question said between 0 and 999,999, I'll just go and change the 10 to 999,999. Just one small correction. But in your program, you want to keep on adding all the numbers, and after you add the numbers, you're going to come and modify the 25. So that's not a suitable approach. Num plus 2. So the correct answers are this, okay? The correct answer is A is num is less than 10, B is sum plus num, C is num plus 2. It's right. Not num plus 2. Higher, B is wrong. Um, A is num is greater than 10 and num mod 2 equals 1. Unwanted sign. If you do those, they'll not even check you on, they'll directly put wrong. Because again, I'm telling you, when paper marking is happening, you can't expect them to mark. They're marking thousands of papers. So if you just make those Araparchi answers and all, they'll not be bothered to check your answers. Always make sure you go with the base answers. The whole point is to find sum, right? Yes. Step by step, how to find sum. Okay. My doubt is all my answers are correct. But the thing is, for A, I have mentioned while num is less than 10. While they will they cut marks mention the word while? Because already outside the box. No, they might cut the word called while and they might give you on marks. That's not a problem. Better not write that, but that's fine. Yes, but no, Imad. It's repetition. Okay, I'm going to do a small thing with y'all. You will get marks most probably for the exam, Hana, but better not write that. It's correct, but better not write. One of the most common questions I saw was you're asking whether can't we use sum equals sum plus num. Regarding the less than or equal 25, you can use less than or equal 25, but you can't write like this, sir. You can't mention equal or less than 25. This is wrong. You mention sum is less than or equal to 25. It's correct, but it's not a suitable approach. The number is small, you can do that. The number is big, it's not easy. Yeah, yeah, I'll give Shahada, wait. Can't we use sum equals n, num equals right, eh? I didn't get your question. You put sum is less than 25. Less than 25 is definitely wrong. It's less than or equal to 25. Can we put num plus sum for B and num plus 2 for C instead of putting num? That is how you have to put actually. I modified my answers here. Yeah. A, B, C is like this. I'm not going to get your marks for this. Just keep your marks for yourself. Okay, Anisha. Okay. I'm going to tell, I'm going to tell some random numbers. I don't know how many numbers I will tell. I'll just keep on going. Once I'm done telling the random numbers, okay, I'll just keep on going. I'll not wait till you do the calculation. I'll just keep on telling some random numbers. One point I will stop. After I stop, you have to tell me the sum of all the numbers I told. Clear? Yes, sorry. Did you understand the situation? I'll just tell some random numbers. I don't know how many numbers I will tell. I don't know what is the number I will tell. I just keep on telling numbers and go. Okay. Once I stop telling the numbers, you're supposed to tell the sum of now. You can write, you can use your books, you can use your pencils, you can use a paper, you can use any utensils you want. You can don't use a calculator. I want you to minimal calculator. Huh? Don't use a calculator because there's no purpose. It's a brain test. You can use a pen and paper. Use a pen and paper. Okay, use a pen and paper and write. Avoid using the brains as well. Like only the brains and doing mind calculation, avoid. Okay. Anyways, you can't do it in the brain. You can't even do it in the calculator. Does the meaning change if we write less? If we change, yeah, Sala, it'll change. There is no operator called equal and less. You actually can't do it in the calculator. Correct. Okay. I'm going to start now. 5, 7, 8, 4, 0, 9, 8, 32, 56, 76, 54, 89, 23, 41, 42, 78, 43, 76. Find the answer. Hey, you can't help others. The task itself, okay, all the numbers are changing. Because of Shahim gave the numbers, all the numbers are changing. Again, listen. Again, restart. The test itself is write the numbers, man. Now I'm going to go more faster. Listen. 5, 6, 9, 3, 4, 2, 54, 67, 89, 93, 23, 54, 21, 32, 53. So repeat again. Okay, I'll again repeat faster. Carefully listen. Huh? 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 2, 54, 67, 89, 93, 23, 54, 21, 32, 53. I'll again repeat if you want. 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 2, 54, 67, 89, 93, 23, 54, 21, 32, 53. What was that? Magic? 5, 4, 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 2, 54, 67, 89, 93, 23, 54, 21, 32, 53. Interesting. All of you are getting different answers. Sure. Okay, I can go slow as well. I don't mind going slow, but the thing is, I want you to write. The reason I went fast is because I don't want you all to use a calculator. That's the main reason I was going first. What do you call it? Yes, I'll go slow now. Listen, I'm going to go repeat in slow mode. Listen, huh? Let me check the chats. I'll again repeat, check, huh? 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 2, 54, 67, 89, 93, 23, 54, 21, 32, 53. Okay, now kind of majority have got a common number. There's like a 514 is repeat. I don't know. I didn't still do the addition, so I don't know the correct answer. Good job. Okay. Now, what you all did here was, okay, what you all did here was, okay, what you all did here was you all got all the numbers from me. And once you got all the numbers only, okay, once you got all the numbers from me only, you went and added, no. Once you got all the numbers from me, you went and added. But as a program, if I ask you to do this, there's two people, okay? The person one, he's going to ask a number. Once he asks a number from the person two, the person two is going to tell a number. Okay. Person two is going to tell a number. Listen. Okay. Person two is going to give a number. And after the person two, why is my laptop a bit stuck? Okay. After the person two gets the number, wait. Okay. After the person two gets the number, did I go missing? Yes. Basically, the laptop is freezed. I thought this will happen. The RAM is full. Let me delete something and come. This is why I hate this stupid thing. Basically, my Edge is taking 84 GB of space. That's the reason. Did I save Edge? Did I save? Let me save everything first and then I'll close. And then the next highest fellow. Let's see if I can resume the Zoom. This is how you broke your old laptop. Yeah, it should be able to handle the pressure I'm giving, man. What is this? Baba connect again. Why should I buy a gaming laptop when MacBook Pro is better than those? Okay, now it's sorted. I got some space. Why should I restart it? No, man, I am very poor. You think I have money? No. Yeah. Done. I'm back in the laptop. Couldn't handle 7 hours of progress. No, it could handle 7 hours. In my background, I was having multiple tabs. You saw the browser, right? How many tabs was there? So it can't handle that pressure. Let me get the PDF. Dun, 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 dun. Why should I get that a break? It has not slept for the last, I don't know how many. Why so many times? Because I do so much work, man. Ade, Asar have time, man. Mari with that 6-3 if you all don't know. You're talking as if you're all holy people. சும்மாவே விட்ட தொழுறேன் ஆக்க. Next time I'll give the, I don't worry, I give time to play. Wait, finish one thing and go. Okay, fine. Focus here. Okay, Rafa. Wait. I just finished the while loop and go. Okay, so let's say there's a person, he's asking for numbers, right? And other person is going to give recording, yeah, it's going on. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you a time, so wait. Okay, one person asks number, other person is going to give the numbers, right? Just like how we did now. So when I gave you all multiple numbers, for example, when I gave you numbers like let's say 25, 35, 70, and when I ask you to add, these are the numbers I gave you. Okay. So these are numbers you gave me, right? So when you gave these numbers, when I was adding, I added one by one, right? Now, before I added all these numbers, if before I added any of these numbers, if you had asked me the sum of numbers, what it would have been? Before I got any of these numbers, initially, what would have been the sum of the numbers? Perfect. By default, the total is going to be zero. By default, total is going to be zero. After you gave the first number, now what's going to be the what do you call after you gave me 25? Now what's going to be the total? 0 plus 25, it's going to be 25. Now let's say second number you're going to give me is 35. After you give me 35, now what's going to be the total? 35, 40, 50, 60. It's going to be 60. So after you gave me what do you call once I done, you gave me 25, you give me 35. Now you're going to give me 70. After you give me 70, what's going to be the total? It became 130. So what happened here was the value of sum was changing. The value of sum became the current value of sum plus the current value of num. Right? So initially, sum was 0 and num was 25. So we got 0 plus 25 is 25. Then we got sum plus num, okay, was plus 35. So how did that work? Value of sum was 25. The newly entered number was 35. So 25 plus 35 became 60. And we got 60 here. Then we got the next number from the user. So sum plus num. Sum is now 60. The new number entered was 70. So 60 plus 70 gave us 130. And that is how we found out this. That's how the sum plus num works. You had the initial value of sum. You are updating it by getting the new value of num. Adding num, adding num, adding num. That's how that sum equals sum plus num worked. Got it? Break. Ta-dun, ta-dun, ta-dun. What's the time? 4:58. It's like this. If I give you all the break, I will not teach a while loop again. I'll go for repeat until loop. So I want to finish max. Do the question number 36. After question number 36, let's do repeat until loop. Huh? And I gave you earlier 1 hour of break. Isn't that enough for you? Is it if don't worry, you're not going to get a 1 hour break. You're going to get a maximum of 15 minutes to half an hour break only. Because you got to get a break for Asr and Marib. I thought give it at one shot. Like if I give you all the break at like around 5:45, 5:30, sorry. 5:30 then එහෙමම 6:30 එකක් දුන්නා and I drag till 8:30 very level no one shot Asr Marib خلاص. Don't know, okay, okay, that's fine, that's fine. You have a class after 7. Yeah, I can reschedule that to Friday. Shape. They're all good children, no Ashadi. Quickly do the question number 36. Okay, quick, 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 quick. Exactly. Which paper is this from? This is question page number 11, 21 oral paper. 21 oral paper. Are you doing class till 8:30? I don't know. Depends. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. It'll not go till 8:30. Let's see. Let's see. Just shut up and wait, man. Until I finish the meeting, just keep on waiting here. Free seminar, right? Take the maximum you can take from me, take. Until it goes to a stage where voice doesn't come from my mouth, I will speak and you listen. Halas. Can't focus. If you all stay, I can bring in certain characters. Actually, repeat and a loop, there are characters. Halas. Okay, Amal. Who is MCU? You mean Marvel Cinematic Universe? 21 oral paper. You told you have class. I told yesterday I had the same class. So that grade 10 class, it happens on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I told those buggers tomorrow we have a seminar. If I feel like I'm dragging the seminar, I'm going to cancel the class. I'll inform you in the last moment. So they are already ready to fight that. Why do you want to suffer us until you can't even speak? It's not that. I want you all to make sure that your program should go inside of blood. When you sleep in your dream, you have to be like while sleep, eat food. That's how your head should be. When you get up also, when you see the kitchen also, you have to be like the while loop should go in your mind. We were like, while mother is shouting, get up from bed. See, every while loop has to go. What else? Yeah, yeah, before it, inside for it. That's fine. I'll give you free admission for the mental hospital as well. Done? Okay, let's check your answer. How many times will the count equals count minus 3 execute in the following segment? Let's see. Initially, the value of count was 12. Okay, let's write the pseudocode first. Count, so dry run first. Count, while count is less than or greater than or equal to 3. When the program started, the value of count was 12. You're going to go and check is count greater than or equal to 3. If you go and check is 12 greater than or equal to 3, true or false? Focus here. That's fine. Is 12 greater than or equal to 3? Yes, true. So because it's true, you're going to follow the instruction. You're going to follow the instructions, okay? So what is the instruction you're going to follow? Count equals count minus 3. Tell me, after you follow that instruction, what will be the new value of count? 2021 paper. 12 minus 3, that is 9, correct. Now you're going to go for the next instruction. Is count less than or equal? After you reach n value, you again go and check the condition is count greater than or equal to 3. So when you go and check is count greater than or equal to 3, true or false? Is 9 greater than or equal to 3? Perfect. That condition is going to give you true. If that condition is true, should you follow the instructions inside? Yes. So if you follow the questions, if you follow the instruction inside, what will be the new value of count? Perfect. It's going to be 6. Now again you reach the end while, so you again go and check the condition. Is 6 greater than or equal to 3? True or false? That's going to be true. So if the condition is true, you're going to follow the instruction inside count equals count minus 3. After you follow that instruction, what will be the new value of count? Perfect. It's going to be 3. So after it becomes 3, you reach the end while, then you again go and check the condition. Is 3 greater than or equal to 3? True or false? Perfect. That's going to be 3. And after you follow the instruction now, count equals count minus 3. What will be the new value of count? Perfect. It's going to be 0. So again, you reach end while, you again go and check the condition. Is 0 greater than or equal to 3? True or false? False. If you look at the question is asking you how many times the count equals count minus 3 code segment had executed. Okay. Now, count equals count minus 3, it is there inside the while loop. So it will execute only if the while loop is giving you what? True. So how many times the while loop give you true? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. So answer is 4 times. So if you're wondering, all these times I was using the count, I was using like I asked you for the try run to include the this ones, right? The try run I asked you to include the variables, but along with the variables, I asked you to include conditions. So if you ever wondered why did I ask you to do the conditions, these are the reason I ask you for the condition. Because if they ask you how many times the loop had executed, you can count and see how many times the loop gave true. That much time the loop executed. So basically here the loop is only this instruction, only this there inside the loop. So that is why we record that value here as well. This is a good, see, Mahadi has given a very good pseudocode actually. Okay. I'll just type the pseudocode he has provided. See the pseudocode he typed. See how good. Anyways, the time is now 5:06. I'll give you a 10 minutes break because there'll be another break for the Marib as well. So therefore 10:10. I'll give you now 10 and later 10. It's 5:06. Quickly pray and come at around 5:10, 6:10, 16. Around 5:20, I'll be starting. Quickly. I'll be starting at 5:20. Quick, 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 quick. Okay, I'm going to off the chat if there's anything. Drop in the quickly pray and come because there's a break for Marib as well. So yeah, quick. In pseudocode, how do we find inputs? I told you no. If these keywords are there, input, enter, get, read, those are the only ways you can find inputs. I fell down. I was sitting in the same position for a long time ago. Oh my God. Sad life. Yeah, Mariam, we will be doing a race as well. I have shared the field documents in the this one WhatsApp channel. Just check the master ID WhatsApp channel. You can find it there. The links that is there is the field one only. Do you use a stylus? No, I have a graphics tab. Okay, let's start. Okay, so now we're going to start the next type of representation structure. That's the repeat and a loop. All of it focus there. Bhagar bhag ek nahe, who cares? Okay, the second type of representation structure. This is called a repeat and a loop. So all of your focus here, okay? Now in while loop, what happens is in while loop, we check the condition. Only if the condition was true, we repeated, right? But repeat and a loop is a bit different. Okay, it's like let's say you're going to ask permission from your parents. So it's going to be something like begin, repeat, and between repeat and until you might mention the instructions you're going to follow. Okay, so I'll be like repeat, ask permissions, okay, repeat, ask permission. Give me a moment. We did Aisha based on this one. In one of the recap class, when you're doing the main general questions, we did about that. If you want, you can wait and after the end of the session, I'll teach you. Give me a moment. We'll be doing more programming in the recap class. We'll be doing questions demo. Thank you, Hannah. One moment, wait. No, I didn't. I was going to teach. I didn't pause for a moment. Wait. No, I saw him post. Wait. Okay, let me start the repeat and loop again. I didn't say start the repeat and loop. Wait. Okay, let's start. Okay. So there was small issues. Okay. So the repeat and loop, what happens is it's just like you're asking permission from your parents, right? Okay. For example, let's say we have a program like this. Okay. Let's say repeat and let's say ask permission until you get permission or until you got permission. So how this is going to work is you're going to follow all the instructions from top to bottom as usual. Okay. What is the first instruction we have here? We have ask permission. So if you say begin, repeat, ask permission, the only instruction we have. Okay. So you're going to go and ask your parents, like mama or dada, I want to go outside, killer, you with my friends, killer, you go and ask the permission. By default, at your house, when you go and ask permission, the first chance itself, do they give you all the permission? In majority of your households, last, they're like, honda lamaya, honda padan karna, you can go. No, ne. You all know what is the struggles you'll have to follow behind that. You go and ask and ask and ask and ask and ask, right? Exactly. You need to big like hell. So what happens is you ask the permission, right? And now you're going to check, did you get the permission? So did you get the permission in the first chance? No. Will you, just because they don't know, will you be a good child and be like, okay, I will stay at home. I don't want to go out. Yeah, Michael, do you stay at home? No. What do you do? You'll go and ask, I want to go out. I want to go out. That kill you will again, and 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 again, you're going to ask. Until the point you'll again ask, they are going to tell no, you're again going to ask, they're going to tell no, you're again going to ask, you're going to tell no, you're again going to ask, they're going to tell no. There will be one point where they'll be like, I can't hear your irritated noise. Just shut up and go if you want, they'll tell you. So that is where you get the permission. Now, after you got the permission, they said, okay, and they said they give you the permission. Now, will you again go and ask permission? Correct. No. Now, again, if you ask case param, sometimes permission. So now you stop. Okay. So now you stop and you'll be okay, Ati. And you know what you might do? You might stop the repetition. Right? You might stop the repetition. So basically, this is a repeat and loop that can be done only until you're around, I think, 5 years or 7 years. After you become like 10 plus years, but yeah, fair enough. Okay. So do you still have this problem? Depends on the situation, but yeah. Okay. So what do you call that's how the repeat until loop works. Tell me, did you all understand the basic structure of how the repeat until loop works? So based on this, tell me, in repeat until loop, did we check the condition first before following the instructions? Now look at the structure and tell me, before you followed the instruction, did you check the condition? No. First of all, you asked the permission. After you asked the permission, you went and saw this condition. Did you get the permission or not? So in repeat and loop, the first difference you can see is we always follow the instructions first. Second thing, in repeat until loop, you repeated the instructions when the condition was true or when the condition was false. If I ask from my father, it's just a sequence of no repeat loop. Fair enough. Exactly. Here, if you notice, if the condition is false, then only it repeats, right? So, based on that idea, tell me, kind of yes. Yeah. Tell me, what will be the output of this program? Begin, num equals 3, repeat, num equals num plus 1, display num until num is greater than 5. Good. Don't send me the answer in the public chat. If you're sending the chat, send the private chat. I'll give you all a few minutes. Find the answer. If you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. Can you explain again? I will explain again with this question, but before I explain, just try doing this question alone. This comes under repetition. Yes, it's coming repetition. Jai. What should we find? The output of this program. I didn't still do the question. What should we give as the answer? I don't know. I didn't say know the question. The output of the program. My answer is simple. What is the output of this program? Tidin, tidin. We are in the output, yes. Tidin, 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 tidin. Jaufer Sadiq. Hey, I've heard your name, man. Is there some is there some famous celebrity in your name? Should we send you No, that is different. Should we send you the private chat or the answer? No, no, no. If you're done, raise your hand, Zoom. I'll be discussing the answer in a few more minutes. I don't know. I didn't still check the answer. What should we find? You mean the number of times repeated? No. My question is simple. What is the output of the program? You know how to identify output, right? Always output will be in these words. Output, show, display, print. That's how you identify output statement. Not that I know of. I think there's a famous accountant of your name. He's dead, I guess, at the moment. But there's an old guy, I think, in your name. Because that name is very, very common. Yes. I don't know. Okay, let's check your answer now. Others, those who did not understand earlier, now focus here. Who is in a five? Someone is there. I can't remember who. Is it Shahid? Yeah, only the output. Okay, let's find the answer. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see whose answer is correct. When did you find a passion for ICT? I don't know. Maybe Safra. Okay, let's see. Step number one. Go through the program and tell me what are the variables you can notice. Exactly. Good job. Now you have improved the ability to read programs. Now, what are the conditions you can notice? Is num greater than 5? Perfect. And then another column for output. One column each for every variable, one column each for every condition, one common column for all the outputs. Let's check the answer. First instruction num equals 3, Hari 3 Dhamma. Second instruction num repeat. So you're going to follow all these instructions. Before you follow the instructions, are there anything to check? In repeat until loop, did I ask you to check anything? Like before you ask the permission, did you check anything in this situation? No. So directly you start following the instructions. So after you follow this first instruction, what will be the new value of num? Perfect. Num is going to be equal to 4. Correct. Then display num. When you say display num, what's going to happen then? 4 is going to get displayed. Output of 4 is going to come. Then you're going to go and check is num greater than is num greater than 5? True or false? Is 4 greater than 5? False. Okay. So because it is false, what should happen? Will the loop stop or will the loop repeat? Yes. I said when you don't get the permission, you will stop asking permission. No, you again ask permission. So the instructions we have there is num equals num plus 1. So now when you follow that instruction saying num equals num plus 1, what will be the new value of num? Yes. 4 plus 1, that's going to be 5. Now display num. So 5 is going to get displayed until num is greater than 5. Now if you go and check, is 5 greater than 5? True or false? Perfect. That's going to be a false. So you again follow the instructions inside. So the instruction inside, the first one we have there is num equals num plus 1. When you follow that instruction, what will be the new value of num? Perfect. It's going to be 6. So after value of num becomes 6, now you're going to display num. So 6 is going to get displayed. You come and check, is 6 greater than 5? Is 6 greater than 5? Correct. That's going to give you true. So if that condition gives you true, what should happen? Should the loop stop or can it repeat? It should loop. So after the until, are there any other conditions we are to follow? No. The within the loop stops. After until, are there any other instructions to follow? No. So therefore the program ends. So when the program ended, how many outputs did we get from this program? Perfect. We got three different outputs. And what are the outputs we got? Perfect. We got three outputs known as 4, 5, and 6. Is that clear, all of you? Okay. Now write the examples. For repeat and loop, write the example and copy down this. Copy down the dry run as well. Some of you earlier said that you all couldn't understand repeat and loop, right? Do you all understand how repeat and loop works now? If no, drop in the chat. Loop means round. Like in one round, you're going to follow these instructions. So we say that as a loop, one round. In one round, you're going to follow these instructions. Got it? Which one should we write? The right side one. The example and the whatever is there inside pink color box. 4, 5, 6 is the final answer. Yes. It's example 2, right? Yes. Can you explain again? Okay, listen. If the display option was outside the loop, does that mean there's going to be only one output? Yes. Okay, listen. How much more do we have to cover in the seminar? We'll be doing the theory part also. We did theory only all this time. We're doing parallelly. Theory questions, theory questions, theory questions. I mean, what's relevant for the question will be yes. In repeat and loop, the first thing you should know is that you have instructions mentioned within the word called repeat and within the word called until. This is where you mention the instructions to be repeated. Is that part first of all clear? Tell me. I'll tell you in a while, Adina. They have asked to display now, so shouldn't we display? That's why I displayed 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay. Now, so in this program, when you follow repeat and a loop, along with the word called repeat, have I mentioned any condition to be checked? No. So what happens is when you're following the instructions in the first round, You follow this instruction as well as you follow this instruction. Now, after you follow these two instructions, you can see the next instruction is what? Until num is greater than 5, right? Now, when you go and check, that's a condition. See, you're going, condition is like a question you're going to check. Huh? So when you go and check, is num greater than 5? Normally, if you take a condition can give two possible values, right? True or false. Now, what happens in repeat until loop is if the condition is giving you false, that means if the condition is saying you no, now what you're going to do is you're again going to follow the instructions inside. So in this program was there, okay, initially the value of num was 3. Then I followed num equals num plus 1. After I followed that instruction, num became 4. I said display num. So now the 4 is going to get displayed. Then now if I come and check, is num greater than 5? Is the value, is 4 greater than 5? Yes or no? No. I told you in repeat until loop, you repeat again and again when the condition is false. You again and again ask permissions from your parents. If they say no, right? If they say no, you again ask. If they say no, you again ask. So here, because I got no, what should happen? I have to repeat again. Should I repeat again? See, in this scenario, when I go and yes. So when I repeat again, the first instruction is what? Num equals num plus 1. So currently num is 4. So when I say num equals num plus 1, the value of num will become 5. Then you say display num, 5 is going to get displayed. Understood? Now next one, if you come into the condition again, is num greater than 5? Currently num is 5. If you go and check, is 5 greater than 5? Is 5 greater than 5? No. So if the condition is no, should you repeat? That means if you did not get permission, will you repeat? You ask permissions? Yes. You ask them permission. They didn't tell you permission. They didn't give you permission. You're again going to ask permission, right? So you're going to repeat the instruction num equals num plus 1. After you follow that num equals num plus 1 instruction, what will be the new value of num? Perfect, 6. Then you say display num, 6 is going to get displayed. Then until num is greater than 5. Now if you come and check, is 6 greater than 5? True or false? True. So if the condition is true, now what do you do? You stop the repetition and you go for the next instruction after until. After until what you have ends, the program finishes. Understood? Kind of, yes, Shoaib, not exactly. Okay. It's like, for example, if I tell you, repeat studying until exam is over. So you go and check, you study, you will check, is exam over? Not over, again study, not over, again study, not over, again study. So repeat studying until exam over, something like that. So until works until a condition is, I mean, a condition is false, you repeat. Good job, Joe. Okay, all of you are done copying this to your, what do you call the, where are you writing? Perfect. Now, whole day, Safra. I understood everything except in the dry run. Why is there true after 5? Did I fill this dry run row by row? Did I fill one row and then go for the next row and then go for the next row and then go for the next row? Did I fill this dry run like that? Then, even though I have drawn this as a table, these are three individual columns. These are three different, to be honest, this is dry run is not something it's just a rough sketch. It's just that our brain does not have space to store data. So we are storing in a paper. These are three individual columns. There is no connection between the dry run and the program. I mean, there is no connection between rows. This is not a table. This is not a record. It's just randomly I'm scribbling data here. So each of these columns are individuals. Keep that in your mind. There is no connections between columns. Okay, now question time. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, now I'm going to mix Pascal with pseudocode. Listen, from where do you find dry run? I also don't know. It's not there in O level, it's not there in A level as well as I can remember. Mm, okay, some of you asked. After this question, I'll tell you until what time we'll be going. Look at the question number 36. In the question number 36, they are given as a Pascal program. Normally, in a Pascal program, in the first line, what happens is you mention the name of the program. So you have here something called program repetition input output, right? This repetition is there, right? This we call as the name of the program. You don't have to remember all this for now. You can just ignore it if you want. Okay. And after that, after you mention the name of the program in the first line, the second line, we have something called as variable declaration. Now, in variable declaration, what happens is you mention what are the variables you're going to use in the program. Okay, what are the variables you're going to use in the program and their data types. So if you take Pascal, there are different data types we have. So the word data types mean what type of data that variable is going to store. Okay. So if you take what you call data type, there is one data type called integer. This data type called integer is normally used if a variable is going to store whole numbers. So for example, if there's a variable that's going to store any whole numbers, in this part of variable declaration, you might mention the name of the variable here. In front of that, you might mention that integer is a data type. But if that variable is going to, let's say you have a, what do you call a decimal number, then we write the real. This is for decimal number. If that variable is going to contain a text, like it's going to contain letters, names, symbols, and all those stuffs, for that we use something called a string. This is collection of mixed characters. It can be letters, numbers, symbol. It can be a mixture of characters, not a problem. Okay, collection of mixed characters. Then we have something called as char. Char is also like string only, but the thing is, it can have only a single character. That means only a letter A, or only dollar symbol, or only a number, only one value, one character it can have. It can't have more than one character. You can't have your name in the char. Okay. And then you have something called Boolean. So Boolean is used to store true or false value. Now tell me, if there's a variable, I had to store my name. Out of all these five data types, what is more suitable to store my name? Perfect. To store name, string is more suitable. If I want to store your ICT result, like for example, did you get A, did you get B, did you get C, did you get S or W? To store your ICT result, what is the most suitable data type? Perfect. To store your result, then you're going to use the char. Because why? Char is going to use single character, right? So char is more suitable to store your result. If you want to store, let's say, if you want to store what do you call, let's say, whole numbers, like for example, your exam marks, the total exam marks, the whole number, perfect. For that variable, you can tell the data type is going to be integer. Let's say there's going to be a variable called average, and let's say average variable is going to store your average marks, something like this. What is the most suitable data type for average variable? Yes, sir. Perfect. It's the real data type. Okay. So normally these are the different data types we have, and depending on what type of data we are going to store, in the top itself, we might go and mention the name of the variable and the respective data type. So this integer is talking about the data type of the variable, and X is talking about the name of the variable. So in variable declaration, the two things we do is we mention the name of the variable, data type, name and data type. Okay, that's the second thing. The next thing which I want to tell you all about Pascal is in Pascal, we don't always mention X is equal to 5 like this. This is wrong. We always mention X colon equals 5. This is how you mention the equal symbol. So keep in mind, equal symbol is mentioned like this. Okay. And next thing which I want to mention is now is coming the main part. In Pascal, you might see this word called write, as well as you might see this word called write ln. Okay. And within this write or within this write ln, in brackets, you might have a value, right? In Pascal, write and write ln, these are used to output values. And in order to input values, there is a keyword called read as well as there's a keyword called read ln. From these two, you can choose one if you want to input values. Now, if you look at this program, tell me in this program, can you see they have used write or write ln or read ln? What are the functions you can see they have used? Look at the program and see what are the functions you can see. Correct. You can see they have mentioned write x. So the meaning of this is we are saying display the value of variable x. If it was there something like this, write and inside inverted comma, if you write hello like this, the meaning of this is display the text called hello. We're going to display the word called hello. So this will display the word called hello. This will display the variable x. Tell me, without displaying the variable x, if I had to display the text call x, what do you think I should do? Now, currently here it will display the value of the variable x. Without displaying the value of variable x, if I want to just display the note, like I'm displaying the word called hello, if I want to display the word called x, what should I do? Exactly. If I want to display the word call x, then I should write that inside inverted commas. So if you notice properly, for that hello, I mentioned inverted commas. I mentioned write hello inside inverted commas. But for that x, I did not mention inverted commas, right? So without inverted comma, if I directly mention, it will display the value of that variable x. But if I mention within inverted commas, now what's going to happen is without displaying the value of the variable, it's going to display the text. So this will display the value of variable, and this will display the text. Is that part clear? Between read and readln, there is no difference. Huh? There is no difference between read and readln. But between write and write ln, there is a difference. Okay. If you take write, what this write will do is it will display only. The word write is used to display only. But if you take this function called write ln, what this will do is display and follow the next instruction. Okay, and follow the next instruction from new line. That means if I say something like this, if I have a program that's having like this, write 5, write 7, write 9, this program will display 5, it will display 7, it will display 9. This is going to be the output of this program. Okay, if I say write 5, write 7, write 9, that's how it's going to be the program. Okay, but if I mention something like this, write ln5, write ln7, and write ln9. I said write ln, it will display, and the new instruction will be followed from the new line. So after it displays 5, the next instruction is what? Display 7. That new instruction will execute from a new line. Then after you display 7, the next instruction, that is write ln9 is that 9 will get displayed from the new line. Okay, so write ln after you finish following instruction. It will be like the next instruction makes you follow in a new line. But write that rule is not there. It will display, and go in the same line. So keep in mind, write will work like this. Write ln will work like this. Is this part clear, all of you? Okay. Now using all these idea I told you, forget about the top part and all. Just go through the instruction between begin and end and tell me what do you think will be the output of this program? Is it going to be option number one, option number two, option number three, or option number four? Just tell me which option it's going to be by going through this program, all of you. Yes, Zainab. I'll give you a time to write this. Don't worry. Don't write this for now. I'll give you a separate time to write. Wait. For now, just find the answer. What do you think the answer is? Read and read doesn't have anything like this. There is no visual difference in read and read. Like mechanical difference is there, but you can't notice any difference in read and read as a user. So there won't be any commas in between the output of write. Nope. Phone numbers comes on which data type? String or integer? If you want with the zero, you take string, but normally we take phone numbers as integer. Quick call of you. Okay, let's check your answer. Those are still doing, stop your work for a moment and look at the screen, okay? When the program started, they had mentioned the value of x. Okay, when the program started, they had mentioned the value of x. So what was the value of x? Look at the beginning part and tell me, what is the value of x? When the program started, they mentioned the value of x, right? What was it? Correct. They had mentioned the value of x is 1. So I'm going to go and write here the value of x is 1. Okay. Next instruction, repeat. First, they have mentioned repeat write x. That means I'm going to display x. So what is the value of x? 1. So 1 is going to get displayed. Up to here, is that clear, all of you? If there's any questions, drop in the chat. Huh? The next instruction I have is x equals x plus 1. Tell me, after I follow that instruction, what will be the new value of x? New value is equal to current value plus 1. So currently it's 1. 1 plus 1 is perfect. Currently it's going to be 2. Then you have a condition until x equals 3. When you go and check, is x equals 3, true or false? False. Repeat until loop. If the condition is going to give you false, what did you do? Continue or stop? Always imagine about asking permission of your parents. Huh? Exactly. When they say no, you again go and ask the permission. You again go and follow the instructions. So you have write x. Currently x is 2. So we're going to display 2. X equals x plus 1. What will be the new value of x? Perfect. X plus 1, it's going to be 3. So now you go and check, is x equal to 3? Is x equal to 3? Yes or no? Yes. So if the condition gives you true, what do you do? Stop or continue? Perfect. You stop and you go for the instruction after. So if you stop from there, the output is going to be what? 1 and 2, which means the answer is going to be this. How many of you got this correct? Raise your hand in Zoom. Let's see. Tell me, without mentioning write x, if this instruction here was write ln x, then what would have been the correct answer? Option number 1, 2, 3, or 4? Without write x, if it was write ln x, what would have been the correct answer? Perfect. If it was write ln, it's going to be option number 1. Is that clear of you? Perfect. Can you explain right in once more? I will explain you. I'm going to give you the notes now. With that notes, I'll explain. Okay. I'll give you notes for right and right element. That I'm going to tell you. Shouldn't we consider number three? How do you consider number three? That's why I'm saying you draw the dry run killer. When you say x equals x plus 1, that is how the value of x became 3. After x became 3, you came and asked, is x equal 3? So once you check that condition, is x equal to 3, the condition became true. So when a condition becomes true, the program stops. Got it? Okay. Write a subtopic called Pascal, all of you. Write a subtopic called Pascal. And below that, mention a point. It is a programming language. It is a programming language used in software development. It's a programming language used in software development. Put a subtopic, data types in Pascal. Put a subtopic, data types in Pascal. Directly after repetition, after the example of your the example of repeat until loop, right? There. There is a subtopic called what do you call the data types in Pascal. And then below that, mention in Pascal programming. Yes, sir. In Pascal programming, I will, Hana. I told you that's not coming under pseudocode. That comes under Pascal. In Pascal programming, comma, before the main program is written in Pascal programming, before the main program is written, in Pascal program, before the main program is written, comma, the variables used, the variables used have to be declared. The variables used have to be declared. The variables used have to be declared. Now the second point below that. Below that mention, I'm telling from my mind. Click copy it. I'm not reading anything. I'm just writing from my mind. The first one I said, what do you called in Pascal programming? No, I said data types are mentioned before the main program. Or sorry, in Pascal programming, data the variables used have to be declared before the main program. I'll rephrase and tell you. I'll not be able to do the exact same thing. Okay, the Athia sent it. In Pascal program, before the main program is written, the variables used have to be declared. Now the next point. When declaring variables, when declaring variables, the name and data type, the name and data type of the variable, the name and data type of the variable has to be mentioned. The name and data type of the variable has to be mentioned. Now the next point, data type refers to what type of content or value is going to be stored in that variable. Data type refers to what type of content or value is going to be stored in that variable. Is any of you all copying this part still? If you're copying, tell me yes in the chat. Quick, 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 quick. Once done, let me know done. What is the purpose of writing the program name and then writing input output in brackets? We write the program name just, to be honest, there's no big purpose of that. Input output in brackets we mentioned so that the person who is looking at the program, the person who is referring the program, gets the developer. The developer gets the idea that using this code, we can perform input instructions. I mean, the given program, it has both input instructions as well as output instructions. That's just for reference purpose. Even if you don't mention that, not a problem. That's just for the developers to know, okay, there's a program like this, and with this program, you're going to do both input and output function. Nothing big. It's just for reference purpose. No, no, they will not ask Sarah. Okay. So below that, this is the same seminar I did for 8 hours actually. Uh, Below that, copy down this. Some of you already have this note. Anyways, copy down this. The basic structure. So first of all, copy down the data types. That means first of all, copy down this. Once you're done copying this, then you copy down the left side one, basic structure of a Pascal program. Quick. Everything you can see in the board, right? Huh? That write is for output, read and read is for input. And this is how you declare, how this is how you assign values to a variable. Everything. I'll give you 5 minutes, quickly copy this down. Yes, if done. Yeah, just after data type, copy down this. The right side part first. After done with the right side part, then only go for the left side part and this bottom part, all the stuffs. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes, quick. Can you show the previous one? Okay, Oshadi, that's fine. If you want, you can just take these parts as well, if you really want. Is that done? Done? Can you repeat what cha is again? Cha is just like string. The only difference is you can store only one character, just one single character. Um, no, wait, I'm just sharing this part for now. Okay, copy. No, it's not there. Mushida. Quickly copies all of you. I'll put all of your hands down. So once you're done, raise your hands up. Huh? What time will the session end? Because I have a class at 8 o'clock. My plan is to end at 8 o'clock. Let's see. I will send Amina, but don't depend on that. Make sure you copy it down. I will tell about the finishing time, break, all the stuffs in a while. Wait. First of all, copy this. Then commas and full stops also belong to string, right? If you're going to use, you can use only one single character. You can if you're going to say something like this, if you're going to say what do you call there's a variable called hello, and hello is equal dot, then it's a char. But if you're saying hello is equal to, let's say, a dot something, then it's a string. Only one character you can have in char. If it's a dot, now you have two characters. So that's going to be a string. Got it? I can't feel my legs. Exactly, writing with your hands. Are they more than you? I only had a problem, man. Let's see, let's see. It's like I can finish the seminar very early. I can just give you the theory and go. I'll again tell you all programming is not a lesson you can get marks with theory. I can teach you the whole theory and finish this in whole 4 hours. Without doing questions, you're never going to get marks in programming. See, once we did questions, all the questions we did, at the end of the day, after you did that question, how did you feel how programming was? Was it easy or was it hard? Based on the questions we did. Exactly. There are certain questions where to brush up more, the more where to practice, but it's very easy. So that's a progress. It's called progress. Quickly copies all of you. Bye. Bye. Too many people asking what time it's finishing. Route is still pending. I don't care. What you give, it doesn't work for my scenario. They wait. Do it already. I can't do the remaining few without that sort. What is it, Anik? Quickly copy. If you're done copying, raise your hand in Zoom. You can't teach this in 5 hours, seminar. Let's inform the grade 10 students that no class today. You were supposed to finish before? Go Shahim can't. Huh? You were supposed to finish before the class. This is supposed to finish at 6 o'clock. I'm going to drag this at 8 o'clock. It's your fault. No, I just lost. Not my fault. I told them that at the beginning itself. Other people who have had plans the day before Christmas, if they have plans to go in the class. Yes. I told him yesterday. I know Ibrahim. Time. Yeah, I can start the grade 10 class at 8:30, no. But if I start the grade 10 class at 8:30, then I'll be dead. Online card as informed yesterday. Quickly copy for uncopying, raise your hands. Oh. Did you rethink of having rest? No. Who cares about rest? Exactly. Didn't, didn't, didn't. Quickly copy. Yeah, yeah, the recording will be there. Don't worry. Who was that speaking on behalf of us? Some random human, like a beggar, came asking for my time. Then I told I can't give my time for them because I gave for 137 beggars here. So I said, beggar, go fly your kite. That was the beggar who called in the beginning and they called in the like randomly I had to answer a call. Sister, sister. My wife is not in Sri Lanka, man. She has gone for a mission to a different country at the moment. Earlier, I thought programming is a lesson which one understands, but now it's basic. Yes, that's how it should be. Dubai. No, she didn't say go to Dubai. She has gone somewhere else at the moment. A small mission. Mission impossible. Correct. What's the mission? Secret mission. Aditya, for Ramana, that's why you're saying that it's all secret missions. What is written here? XY name. XY integer, colon. X come I the name colon string. You're saying this part. Orange. Yeah, this is name. Orange is name. Why didn't you go to China? So I have to do my class. Physics class is then. Where has she gone? She went to I'm not supposed to reveal the country. It's an intelligence bureau scenario. Do you need to write the below ones too? Yes, the whole thing you can write. Tomorrow, I work tomorrow as well. You said next Malaysia, Dubai. She'll be going back to Dubai. Quick, 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 quick. What's it under input, comma output, input, output, functionality. Functionality. Where has she gone now? China. You're irresponsible, not sending wife alone. Who said I sent her alone when I've sent her with a 37 guards? You think I will send her alone? Nice, 37 guards. Along with 37 guards, there is one superior officer as well I have sent. So yeah. And one personal assistant as well. So there are 37 guards, one PA, and one superior official as well. What are those brackets after string and all? That is, when you're mentioning string and char, the value has to be inside inverted commas. Like for example, you can't mention like if there's a variable called x, you can't just mention x equals hello. If you want x to store the word called hello, that means you have to mention the word called hello inside inverted commas. The values of string and the value of char, the value has to be mentioned inside inverted commas. Got it? Who said Hazika? Only 37? So random. No, basically there is a we have a this one, we have a modified what do you call bus kind of setup for secret purpose that can accommodate only 37 passengers apart from the higher superiors. So yeah, that's why. To bring wife for the people from the wife, both. Quickly copies all of y'all. First of all, when did you marry? I married around 5 years back. What happened to your child who you sent to Ethiopia? She came back. Where has she gone now? What's her profession? She has gone to China now. What's her profession? Intelligence Bureau spy. Hmm. Just 5 years, but 37 kids. Who said I have 37 kids? I said 37. This one's warriors, gods. I wonder if she knows you talk about it in class. Yeah, yeah, she knows. Actually, she has told me shut up and wait not to share this information with you all. With all a secret mission information. Yeah. Ah, yeah, okay. Um, that's a very brutal question, Husni. Who told Hazika? Hazika, you're not sharing right now. What am I not sharing? The live blog is going live on YouTube. What does the input outside inside bracket mean? That is telling within this program, are there any input instructions, or within this program, are there any output instructions, or within this program, are there both the instructions? Again, that's just for reference purpose. Even if you don't mention that, the program will work. If you notice this program, you can see in this program, there is no input. So there is no out, there is both input. No, this right is, sorry, read is input and write is output. So both are there, right? That's right. Not sharing, just saying. Parents are scolding me for not going most the whole day. So go and come. If she sees case, no, she knows. You're already exposed of telling about the secret mission to us. Shape, shape. You all don't tell anyone, okay? What is her nationality? Arab. She's an Arabian. So even in Rizdan's class, everyone including sir speaks about you and Dubai. But they never tell the story. Can you tell what is it, please? Even Rizdan's class. I'll tell at the end. If you stay until the end of the pro class, I'll tell. How did you get the answer become right and right in as output and for the input as well? How did you say, how did the answer become right and right in as output and for the input? What do you mean output and input? I didn't get your question. See, I mentioned right and right is for output. Read and read is for input. We won't tell anyone. Good job. Who cares? No one is going to watch my YouTube channel. These are now it's this video is going for I think almost 8 hours or something. You think anyone is going to fast forward the video for 8 hours and watch that correct timing? No, they're going to watch the first half an hour and feel boring and they're going to end the meeting. Simple. You don't know Arabic, know how that happened. Magic. Quick, quick, quick. I can see only 24 hands raised up. Those who are done copying, quickly raise your hands up. And future police officers got information about users, which was five. Yes, para. Should I tell your mom about your wife? No, we will tell the timings. No, you should not expose it. These are a secret mission. It should be just within us. Won't we get to meet her like Rizlan's wife? She does not like to meet you. Does your family know? I said it's a secret mission, man. So how can I publicize all those data? No one can see them without permission. It's a secret, complete secret. Cyber crime we are doing. Cyber, we are working underworld. Then why are you saying us? Because I trust you. See, I have the trust on you, and you're not trying to break my trust. See? Those are done, raise your hands up in Zoom. Hmm. If you trust us, then tell the mission. That is, I'm not allowed to tell. China government has blocked me from telling that what to do. How's the secret if you say for 130? I'm trusting you all blindly, man. You should believe me. Hmm. Nah, it's a real human, man. Show us the album. I can't show like that publicly, case, but if I can show one photo. Or let's say Rahana Nisa, I'll show you one picture. Don't share it to anyone, huh? I'm trusting you and showing. Here, done. In after display, what's there? The last part. Last part after display. It displays a value and follows the next instruction from a new line. Zara, it displays a value and follows the next instruction from a new line. No, no, it's real. Sorry. Can't show that. No. Your power dash is more power than dash dash dash. Yes, yes, yes. Is she in dash? Not at the moment. See her. Exactly, Khadija. It is not generated. It's real. It is not imagination, Khadija. It's reality. You're not ready to accept the reality. I'm sorry. What about mini Yusuf? I can show you that as well. I can see only 63 hands. Others, if you're done, raise your hands up. I hope your sister is not next to you. Yeah, but my brother came here. I think I will chase some animals from here. What else, Zainab? You said no mini Yusuf. There is. I mean, not mini me, but let me show. Hmm. Sorry. This is one. No, no, no. I'm serious. You all don't believe no? Yeah. See, I told you. Monkey or twins kira? Ah, nani. I don't lie. I'm not like y'all. I'm sorry. Nah, नहीं नहीं. Hmm. I have told the class as well. Some of the class students know the names. Zahida, it's me, Zahida. Why should I worry about that? If you're done writing all this up, raise your hands up. I can see 87 hands. I'm just waiting for your write and finish, huh? I'm just going through the questions. Sorry. What's going on? Too late. Exactly. Names. Some of them I have said the names as well. Who cares, Zahida? The secret mission or some Sri Lanka, no problem. Good job, Alisha. I found your dash by your dash. Sorry. Canvas there. Whatever. Yes, Sadhana. Nah, not exactly, Zara. Sorry. Okay, I'm done copying this. I can see. Damn, still 90 has finished. Ibrahim, are you so jobless to go and screenshot all these stuffs? It's all a censored products. Don't shite. Nothing case. No ifra. Second. If we say others, they will. Okay, I already said. Why those people drawn there? What's there for? I was explaining that. 37 people. No, no, Adina, no. It's a one-time offer. Shahim Tevya. At first, I didn't realize. Okay, I was answered. Ulha Mahan Adipya. It's real, man. At what age? At 24. Done? You made a mistake by trusting us. Exactly. I shouldn't have trusted you. You're breaking the promise. Ania, Devya. I guess I saw something like generating a practical reflection. Come in. No, man, that is another random student. By mistake, this one of the students sent it. Let's make a deal. If we all get A pass, you send all of us to meet your. No, never. We are in spy mode. Okay, I hope you're done. So break. Yeah, I'll be giving the break to break. See, I'll give the break to play. Wait. I'll begin the break to play. I'm just waiting till all over. That means she's leaving you in your dream. No, man. I have told you, no. Once a week I go, what do you call the for? Every week I go and come. Yeah, I mean, that is a picture for them. I have some very real looking. AI will be jealous. So I also can take pics with my cousins and be like, nah, well, I'm just jealous. Every day you sleep and go to your dreams. That doesn't come outside and those are plans. I would tell, but there are some. What is Sahil? So there's an uncle to us. Yeah. Then yeah, this one happened in Jupiter Lanka. No, it actually happened in France. We went to a trip to France. When we were in France, we decided to marry, and then we married in France. Interesting, no? Maybe Kriva. Exactly. Why is nonsense people need? Exactly. Why are you all bothered about my private stuffs, man? Jobless people. Okay. If you're done with this, now I'll explain all the difference between right and right Elena. Okay. After I explain right and right Elena, I'll give you all the break to prayer and come. When you actually get married, this delusion is going to bite you in the back. What if I tell that I'm already married? Focus. Imagine if I'm so much confident in telling that means I am right. See, you all have to make sure hold the trust and don't reveal this publicly to anyone. It's just between us. Okay. So normally if you use right, I said right will display the same line. So when you say display hello, I mean write hello, I already gave enough of proof, Rifra. And let's say we write right world. I said no, Kadja, it's a bit this one. What do you call it? Undercover. So can't show all the stuff like that. That's why cut your suspe. Nah. Okay, so you say this write hello and write world. Yes, Zamir. So when you say write hello, hello is going to get displayed. When you say write world, world is going to get displayed in the same place. Okay, because how what do you call write works is it will just display, 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 and go on. Right. But when you say write ln, something like this. Yes, Zumra. And let's say I mentioned write world or write ln world. This will work as write ln after you follow an instruction. Okay. After you follow an instruction, the next instruction will start from the new line. When I say write ln, I say write and go for the next line. Write and go for the next line. So after you display hello, the new instruction is this one, right? This will follow from the next line. So this is how hello world will look like. Is that clear, all of you? Now tell me if I had something like this. Let's say write hello and write ln world. What do you think the output is going to be? Still not married, but imagination is big. It is no to your. There is no one like that, Hafsa. It's directly W. Nothing. There is no G's in between. How could you lie without laughing? It's because I'm saying the truth. Every week you're keeping the class. No. How do you know that I'm doing the class from home or from there? Is it Yumna? No, Fatima Sakal. It is not fake, Fatima. It's real. Not bad. All of you have got it correct. Okay, yes. When you say write hello, hello is going to get displayed. Now, after when you follow the instruction called write, the new instruction, do we say to follow from the same line or new line? When you use the word called write, write signifies next instruction to follow from the same line or new line. Exactly. Next instruction follow from the same line. So now world is going to get displayed here. Now tell me after write and world, if there was something later, like if there was something like this, something called let's say write hi, will hi come for the same line or will hi go for the next line? What do you think where the hi will be going? Correct. The word hi will go for the next line. The reason is because we have told here after you display world, the next instruction go for the next line. So after I display the word, next instruction is going to start from the new line. So it will look something like this. So write means display and no changes. Write and display, next instruction follow from new line. Is that clear all of you? So your ring is only an alien eye vision. Kind of. If you ask answers, only few will reply. But if you say these stories, everyone will reply in the chat. Exactly. Jobless people know what to do. Palm your mother, auntie might get a heart attack when she finds out. What else? So I'll make sure that you don't tell anyone. We'll keep it with you. Okay. I think I replied all the doubts you had asked. I mean, regarding the content. What else, Sarah? Can you show? Okay. What if your dash is seeing everything in YouTube? No, currently she's in a mission, so she doesn't have time to see all the stuffs. No, that's a wrong data, Safia. Should we write this between read and read line? Uh, yeah. Actually, I can copy down this part as well. Okay. After done copying down this part, the what is the output of the code, we'll be doing questions as well. So today's session will go until around 8:30 again. I can give you a break. So you can pray Maghrib, have dinner, all those stuffs. How long do you all want the break? Half an hour either. You teach ICT to your dash also? No. I think I have taught, but before I became a teacher, not now. There are more routes regarding your personal life than the lesson. Exactly. That's how I'm wondering. I'm checking those questions. No, man, I became a teacher recently. You're on my second or third batch. You're on my third batch, I guess. I said I got this one 5 years back. So can't you all see the timeline properly? Yeah, you're on my third batch. OL23 is my first batch, 24 is second batch, you're on third batch. We have commerce class 8 o'clock. Are if five answers class all I cancel when that bug is in Dubai. What class does he have? Everyone your age is like this, the best of fantasies. Even Shakespeare can't compare. Nah. Then you understand the age you got. Did you understand? Yeah, obviously. You're the first person before Rizlan's because that fellow is younger than me. I mean, actually speaking, he's 32. I'm 32 at the moment. He's 30, 31 years. He's few years younger than me. Does Shihab sir know your? No, I don't know much. Shihab sir, I don't know much about this fellow. Isn't he older than you? No, he's younger than me. If he's older than me, will I call like that? No, no, no. You see how does who Faizan's Rihan's all call? Okay, if you're done with this, you can take the break. Now it's 6:50. We'll be starting at 7:30. So if you're done with this copying, you can take the break or you can stay. I'm just answering questions. That time both of you are living in delusions. No, no, it's reality. Who said, man? I am 32. Won't your hubby blame you for doing free sessions for us this long? Actually, she was scolding. She was like that I'm not taking care of my voice. What to do? Not only them, even the children was saying not to do class to come and wait with them, Kela. See, I'm without going to them, I'm coming to you. You have to be happy of that. Do you know Arabic? Yes. That day you said Korangu for reasons. I don't remember, maybe. Didn't you say you're 21? I didn't. I never said. Someone would have told you fake news. Don't believe them. I do spin human. Who said I got at 17? Exactly. To be how much grateful. I never said I was 21. How was life with the dinosaurs? They were interesting. Actually, they are better, man. If I keep class till 12 o'clock, they used to stay in the class. They don't leave in the middle like y'all. Do you know Chinese as well? Yeah, Mandarin product തന്നെ വെച്ചിരുന്നേ. I said in 24 years I got this one. Actually, 24 was the engagement. The marriage happened in 27. That's why I said 5 years back. Yeah. Is it? Why are you referring to her as this one? Pretty sus. The reason is because this is the reason. What is language? Okay, Pascal, it's at the much. All family members Arabs are. Yeah. You're scared. No. Atya, he knows, but not nice, no? That's because I'm saying the truth, Timad. Not exactly. Marit and not good to lie. That's because I'm saying the truth. The output of the fourth instance here, this one. Zakia, these are correct answers only. What should we write? Only the one. No, write both or else only one. Anything is fine. 7 years the future from now. No, I'm saying the reality, man. At 7th, should rejoin, right? Yes, yes, yes. I bet half these people are waiting in the class just for this moment. What do you mean not nice? You're saying it to your students though. I can tell it now even, but charter. Why can't there be a space between hello and word in the last one? Because after write, there is no space. See, after in every write, you follow the next instruction the same from the same place itself. That's how write works. Can repeat the ln part. Ln basically what happens is after you follow, now if you have a output statement with ln, after you follow that instruction, after, okay, so keep in mind after you follow this instruction, There will be a new instruction, the next line instruction. The next instruction will start from a new line. See, the new instruction is starting from new line. So when you see, if you take right ln doesn't affect that instruction. Right ln will affect the next instruction only. Clear? So I got it? In front of your brother, if you say it loud. What to say? Exactly, Shimza. See how brainy Shimza is. Will you be having paper class today? Today is Wednesday, man. Wednesday, where do we have paper class? I don't mind reducing it, Zara, but yeah, I had to go and pray as well. You must be crying leaving us, ne? Why you think I was jobless to cry? If I tell this story for your dash, what would be your dash, dash, dash? Case parum hafsa, so keep your mouth closed. Third batch, how many A's this time? That's in your hand, not in my hand. We'll be having paper class time. The recap. Today we don't have recap class. We have only on Friday, Thursdays. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow we will not have most probably. I'll just confirm in the group. But the next one is right LN. No, right LN will affect the new line, man. So after right LN, what is the that will only affect? What's your name and go and pray, Shad? Yeah, I would go and pray. No, Shad is almost closed. Is your children staying with you? No, with her. What is this? Ah, yeah, Hazra. No, Hazika. That's the thanks. Okay, I think I replied all the chats. I was just saying the one personal chats. Done. How is the character doing its dancing? He said. Okay, I'm going to pray and come. I'll meet you all back at 7:30. Have a nice day. Enjoy. It is the truth, Zara. Anyways, I'll be back in a while. We'll be starting a while, wait. We'll be starting a while. Let others join. Okay. Okay, let's start now. Dun, 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 dun. If you have twins, actually, what are their names? I have said you know, Hala and Haya. Are you conducting a seminar on physical or only Zoom? Final seminars happen both physical and online both. Oh my god, what is fish? How is the Karagat doing its enjoy? Ah, yeah, it's your name, no. That picture I showed you alone is there. That was Hala's picture. Yeah. In Candy also, right? Rizan said he won't keep in Candy. Normally, me and Rizlan will do together. If he does not do in Candy, then me doing in Candy is also a question mark. Let's see, let's see. It's available still, Shin. You can check. I think first few recordings miss now. Aren't there? Okay, Yumna. Okay. I will start the continuation. Before I go for the continuation, all of you try doing this question. I'll give you all around 5 minutes. Let me on the timer. Allow on the timer, start doing this question, and then give me a moment. I'll just share it. Wait, wait, wait. 5 minutes. This is the page number 2, 2016 oral paper. 2016, question number 40. It's on page number 2. At what time session will end? My target is around maximum 9:30. I'll try to finish before that. It's like this. My main content is over. I told you all the what do you call selection, repetition, and the basic parts of like 75% is over. I will do after this repetition is done. I'll be doing questions with arrays, and then I'll be doing a flowchart question, and we'll do some part two questions. You're jobless at home, no stay, man. Is the final seminar date decided? It's not finalized yet. Let's see. Can you show the 2020 OL? Which question? Did I give you a question today, OL? This one. I didn't give a question in 2020. Why not till 12? We can celebrate Christmas and sleep. Yes. Which year? 2016. What should we do now? The question number 40. I'll put your hands down. So those who are done, raise a hand in Zoom. Once you're done. Bro, is your voice low? Is my voice is proper. You were working on a website with all the organized recordings, right? Is it ready? Kind of. I can show it to you. I'm still working on it. So this is the current version I'm working on. This is the current version goes as recordings. Why isn't the login working? Login.php. Did I change the password? Leave the website. I'm still working on it. So you gotta first of all choose your grade. So once you choose your grade, it'll ask you to choose a subject. So once you choose a subject, you can purchase the whole pack, or you can purchase individual recordings, kind of setup. Let's see. I'll publish it soon. But I'm busy. Anyways, quickly finish this question all of you. Those who are done, raise your hand, Zoom. Which year? 2016. Why not 12? Okay, answered. Which year? Since vendors don't have an account. What should we do now? Page 2, question 40, year 2016. Yeah, can you share the question? Yeah, anybody got a pick of the question? In the booklet. Okay, all these questions are there. How do you have so much time? I don't have time. When you ask Rizlan how much he's scolding me to get that website, so he's trying to protect the recording from the jobless lady. Actually, the jobless lady did not do anything. I called her and asked. She didn't delete the recordings. Now the jobless manually has deleted the recording. Why do you seem so enthusiastic? Regarding? So you'll pay and get it. You mean the question or recording on the website? Instead of S in your name, B is there. Who cares? The website and also Atlas. Website, that was just a fun. It is something I recently made. No one has seen it. Y'all are the first, even Rizlan has not seen it. Y'all are the first people to see it. Apart from that, before the class, I was speaking to my wife. I was saying about what I did all with y'all here. She was lying laughing. Why, Adina? Exactly. Okay. I can see there are around 22 hands up. Others, do you all want some time? Don't use my name and lie. So who told only you can have that name, man? See, even in the folder, it's with her name. See, here is Hala. There's one folder called Hala, one folder called Haya. So it's there. Okay, quick, 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 quick. I'll give you 2 more minutes, quick. How, Mariam? Don't go and expose this now. Make sure what happens in the class happens only in the class, huh? You'll prohibited from opening your mouth outside. Just follow the instruction from top to bottom. How often do you beef with people? Good question. I don't know. What about the aunties watching the live? Yes, Paro. I had to go and wait undercover for a few days then. Why did you name her Hala? For fun. Was a brother near you earlier, older or younger? We'll have 1 more minute remaining at sharp 7:50 to discuss, huh? You have planned your life before marriage. What if you got a son? Who said it's planned? I said the reality. That's a good idea. Okay, for the person who asked me where did I get the name called Hala? So there was this Pakistan drama. From there I got it. It's this is a drama, and in this that character's name is Hala. Okay? Around a girl called Hala. See? Say that 5 years back. See, my time is all more matching now. Her real name is Hania, that's different story. I say that's for the drama. It's all reality. It's based on reality. See? Yeah, that was a good one. If you're jobless, go and watch it. I'm not supposed to recommend all this stuff for you. How do you remember that? Because that's one of the first few good ones which I used to watch. Anyways, come here. Focus here. Let's start discussing this question now. Focus here now. Does Rizlan know about these stories? This is not story, this is reality. I told you no one knows, only you all know. Hey, 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 Mariam, how do you know all these stuffs? Please make sure you don't, what do you call reveal these stuffs. I have some time bombs here. Case far up. How do you know them? Do you watch Pakistan now? Yes. Okay, let's start this. Actually, I had asked that question from you. Okay, let's start. Hmm. How do you have time to watch this? That I watched long time back, but now I don't have time. Back then I used to have time. Okay, let's start. Exactly, Shaheen. Okay. Because Mariam, if you go and expose it, then I had to shift the characters. It's a very hard job. Aditya Lesson, I was confused. Yes, Nara. See, yes, Mariam. Shift the character. No, that's something personal. I'm here talking. You can focus here. This. No, no, no. Focus here. Why is everyone so concerned about your age? Because they can't digest the fact that I'm 32 years. Because, I have been following some Aushadhiya Badu and getting what you called very young look. No? So, yeah. Focus here. Sorry. Focus on the question, man. Okay. So, in this program, tell me how many variables you can see. Someone. Hello. Yes, Mariam. So, actually, Zara knows that. Yes, Imad. Sorry. Exactly. Where was that bugger? Too late. Go and watch the recording. Okay. Exactly. There's only one variable called count. Okay. And how many conditions you can see in this program? Sorry. You can have two conditions, but it's the same condition repeated, right? It's the same condition repeated. So you can have one column or two columns. It's your wish. Okay. Why Hazika? To go and ask Opadupa. Yes, Zara. Steven, I'm getting cough for the amount of things I'm doing for her. Sorry. There's one condition that's what you called is count greater than 4. Right. What did you tell? Something, something. Will be focused and listening. And apart from that, there are no other conditions. So I'm going to write a column called output. You're coughing because universe is pushing, punishing you for lying. It's a reality, man. What is it, Hannah? Is it Hazika? Actually, is her name Hazika or Hazika? Because there was a kid in 23 batch called Hazika. Hazika. But your name goes Hazika. I'm confused. Anyways, focus here. The first instruction we have is count equals 0. So I'm going to mark here count as 0. Then we have repeat and we have display hello. It is the reality. So it will last long. Display hello. So hello is going to display. Sorry. He'll tell hello. Yes, Zara. Good job, Zara. Now everything is confusing. Focus on this. I said it will be confusing. If you focus on it, don't study me. Okay? You will not master. Sorry. Okay, focus all of you. Okay, okay. So we have a display hello. So hello is beginning. Sorry. Okay, hello is going to get displayed. Then count equals count plus 1. Tell me, after I follow this instruction, count equals count plus 1, what will be the new value of count? That's fine, Hannah, you can tell. Okay, Fatima to Zara. You're sick. I have been sick for the last months, several months. Sorry, I'm not supposed to speak actually. Correct. Okay. So count equals count plus 1, the value of count becomes 1. After you go and check the condition, is count greater than 4? So is the value of count greater than 4? Take medicine. I do am taking medicine, man. My only solution is to keep my mouth shut, which I can't do. Why do you take big breath before you cough? Because you're not coughing by cough. This is cough by irritation. Correct. That is going to give you false. Okay. So you repeat on a loop. If the condition is false, what happens? We again, but repeat or stop? Yeah, Safra. That's what's happening now. Actually, you all can't listen to the proper cough. I can make you all listen to the proper cough if you want. That's how my real cough is. I'm not doing it purposely when I'm doing it. What do you call this one? Naturally. It comes naturally. Anyways, what do you call you again? You can repeat the statements, huh? So when you display hello, no, I do see. Okay, exactly. So once you display hello, next we have count equals count plus 1. So once you go in, what do you call follow the instruction count equals count plus 1. Now, what's going to be the new value of count? Yes, Madhi. Correct. Okay. Now the value of count is going to be 2. So after count is 2, the next instruction we have is count greater than 4. So is count greater than 4? Yes or no? If you go and check is count greater than 4? Yes or no? Again, no. So because the condition is false, you're again going to repeat. Now when you repeat, you have display hello. So now when you display hello, and once you're done displaying hello, you're going to increase the value of count. What's going to be the new value of count? Sorry. Ah, correct. The new value of count is going to be now 3. Then after you increase the value of count, you're going to go and check is count greater than 4. So when you go and check is count greater than 4. Now what? True or false? What else? Still, it's going to give me false. Okay. So because it's false, I'm going to again follow the instructions. So now if I follow the instructions, we have display hello. So hello is going to get displayed. Then count equals count plus 1 and count is going to be 4. Okay. So now after count became 4, now if I come for this instruction, count is greater than 4. Now what is it? What's the result? Is 4 greater than 4? Still the condition is going to give you false. So because the condition gave false, we're again going to repeat display hello. So hello is going to get displayed. Then count equals count plus 1. Count is going to be 5. Now when you go and ask, is 5 greater than 4? True or false? That's going to be true. So repeat until loop. If the condition is true, what happens? Do you continue or do you stop? Correct, you stop. So from there, the repeat until loop will stop and we're going to go for the next instruction. Tell me up to here, are you clear on how the program worked? Yes or no? Up to here, are you clear how the program worked? Perfect. If you have any question, drop in the chat. Now, after this, we have while count is greater than 4. So if you go and check is the value of count greater than 4, look at the value of count and tell me, is it greater than 4? Always that column's latest value or check. Is it greater than 4? Yes. When you go and check, is 5 greater than 4? What's the answer? It's going to be true. It's going to be yes. So if that condition is true, now we have this condition with a while loop, right? So tell me in a while loop, if the condition is true, what do you do? Do you continue or do you stop? World Trade Center. What do you do? Exactly. While loop, if the condition is true, you continue. So if you follow the instructions inside, the first instruction is called display hello. So hello is going to get displayed. The second instruction is count equals count minus 1. Tell me, after I follow that instruction count equals count minus 1, what will be the new value of count? Correct. Count minus 1 means 5 minus 1. So count is going to be the come now 4. Now when you reach end while, you again go and check the condition. So when you again go and check the condition, is 4 greater than 4? What's the answer? True or false? Perfect. That's going to give you false. Now while loop, if the condition is false, what do? Continue or stop? If I say while raining, hold the umbrella. If it's not raining, will you hold the umbrella? No. So you stop. So with there, the program stops. So when the program stops, you have displayed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have displayed hello 6 times. How many of y'all got the answer as option number 3? Raise your hands up. Let's see. Others, those who have any questions, drop in the chat. Let's see. Programming is easy, right? If you just know two things, World Trade Center and this one. Why, Hana? Why? You said you know, no, you said it. One, two, three, four, five. It's not why I mentioned two different columns, Nafa. You can do both in one column itself. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, don't make the table like that. One column each for every variable, one column each for every condition. Unique, unique, unique. Don't repeat. No, Hana. I got the answer to the last part. Got me show the part. Which part? Is this nested repetition, sir? Can you explain structure? No, this is not nested. Nested is inside one, you have another one. Here we don't have inside one, another one. No, we have one after the other. We have one repetition. After that repetition is over, we have another repetition. This is not nested. Nested means inside one, there's another one. I didn't understand the part where you got 5 hellos. I got 6, the first section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means you want to draw the, just try drawing the dry run again and see. If the while had a different condition, then till we come to the step, we don't know need to use the columns in dry run, right? Till we come to that step, we don't need to use that column. Correct. Okay, I'll explain the while loop part because majority of it have a problem in the while loop part. I said no, Hana, because we work for the intelligence. Before I came for the while loop, this was how my truth table was. Okay, this is how my truth table was before I came for the while loop. So now let me explain from there. When count equals 5 in the first part, we don't display hello. No. First of all, the value of count becomes 5, right? After the value of count became 5, now from this statement only count became 5. If you look at the program properly, from this statement, the value of count became 5. After it became 5, you're going to go and check the condition, right? So when you go and check the condition is 5 greater than 4, what did we get in the condition? True or false? We got true. Now, as per repeat until loop, if your condition is going to give you true, what do? Do you continue or do you stop? Repeat until loop is like asking permission from parents. So once they give you permission, what do? You continue or do you stop asking? You stop. So therefore, after it became 5, the repeat until loop stopped. It completed. Got it? Two 2011. I know. During the break, I recalled everything that was studied after that. I realized it is so easy. Exactly. Okay. So from that part, if you see, while count is greater than 4. So now the value of count is 5, right? So if you go and check is count greater than 4, we are going to go and check is 5 greater than 4. And this condition is going to give you a true or false. Subarray is the key to programming. Exactly. That's going to give you true. So if that condition is true, should you follow the instructions inside? Sorry. Yes. So first instruction display hello. So hello is going to get displayed. Next instruction is count equals count minus 1. So now the value of count is going to reduce by 1. It's going to become 4. Count minus 1 means 5 minus 1 is going to become 4. So after the value of count became 4, we came to end while, and after end while you again go and check the condition. So now when I go and check is 4 greater than 4, that's going to give me false. So while loop, when the program gives you stop false, you stop the loop. So the end of the day, you can see there are 6 hellos here. Correct. We no need to do it separately. Just we have to continue with the output given in repeat loop. Yeah, because we take one column each for every unique variables, unique condition, and for those unique. So if you take here or here, both are talking about count. No? Okay, perfect. Now let's go for the next topic regarding arrays. Focus all of it. Okay, magic Khana. Why have you put the true straight to the 4? Go and watch this recording. Somewhere the recording I told you whether these columns, whether these tables have any connection between columns. I told you these all are individual columns. There's no connection in row by row. There's no any connection. I'm just these all individual columns. You have technically you have draw 3 different tables, man. I'm not jobless to draw 3 different tables. There is no connection between 0 and false and hello, 1 and false and hello, 2 and false and hello. This is not row. You don't read a diagram row by row. You read a diagram column by column. You never read a diagram row by row. That's not the purpose of dry run. The purpose of dry run is individual columns. Technically, there should not be a connection between here. But I'm not so jobless to keep a space and write multiple columns. Not you, Hana. I was saying the other Hana. I should use code word for all men. Same name, multiple people are there. Okay, next. What a word, Haya. Okay. So keep it in mind, there is no connection between rows here. These are all individual columns. Before we go for the arrays, let's go for a flow chart. Okay. In flow chart, the same idea of pseudocode is there in flow chart as well. The only thing in flow chart is we use shapes to differentiate instructions. Okay. So in flow chart, what happens is, all of you look at the screen now. I'm explaining flow chart. So in flowchart, what happens is for different type of instructions, we use different shapes, right? So to represent the begin and end, we don't directly mention the word called begin or directly mention the word called end. You can mention begin or end as well. But in flowchart, without using begin and end, we might sometimes use start and end or else start and stop. There is no compulsory rule in anything like that. But we don't mention the words directly. Instead, what we do is we use an oval shape. And within the oval shape, we might mention like this begin. So oval is a shape used to represent the begin or end instruction. Is this clear, all of you? So when you saw the programs, you could see actually the correct name of this is not oval. The correct name of this is ellipse. My bad. So it doesn't come like an oval like this. This is oval. Ellipse is like a rectangle with a corner like something like this. Kind of a circle, but it's more sharper. Okay. Anyways, calling it oval is not a problem. But the correct word there is ellipse. Okay. No, Adina, it was 4 5 years back. And then what do you call the next one? Let's say if you want to represent an input instruction or as an output instruction, for input as well as output instruction, we use the same shape, which is basically a parallelogram. So what you have is you have a parallelogram. Inside the parallelogram, you can write your instruction. And you can decide the direction. You can have the direction like this. You can have the direction like this. Both directions are allowed. So for example, if you look at this program here, how many parallelograms you can notice here? I hope you all can identify shapes. Huh? If you draw oval, is it wrong? No, not a problem. Yes. So this is one input instruction. Sorry. This is one input instruction. This is another input or else output. This is another input or output. Now you can see these are definitely input. We can see. But here we have not, we have to find the fill in the blanks. So this could be either an input or else it could be either an output. We don't know until we follow the program. Okay. And then next, in programming, there are certain instructions we consider as process. Normally, processed refers to a scenario of where you have an equation. That's where mostly process comes under. Okay. So if there's a process, we mention that process inside a rectangle shape. So rectangle is a shape used to define a process. So for example, if you look at this program here, you can see min equals n, count equals 1. We call that as a process. So therefore, it's mentioned inside the rectangle. Okay. We use the first parallelogram. Anything is fine. There is no fixed rule that you use this parallelogram or this parallelogram. Both are correct. Okay. And then in a flow chart, if you have to mention a condition, whether it's while loop or if or whatever condition that are there, you always mention the condition inside the rhombus. Okay. Now, normally if you take conditions, a condition can give you two results, no, true or false. We mention the true in one direction. We mention the false in a different direction using yes and no keywords. So if you look at this flow chart here, I'll take this, so shall I take another one? Okay, if you look at this flow chart here, so you can see there is a rhombus given here with a condition. And you can see the condition is true, which direction to follow, and the condition false, which direction to follow, is also mentioned in the flow chart. So rhombus is used to mention the condition. And then we have something called a circle to represent something called connector. For now, that is not needed. I'll keep that away for now. And yeah, those are the main shapes we actually have. Did I give that in the tute fail? Yeah, okay. So these are the shapes we have. If you'll have the tute, you can write on the tute. Those who don't have the tute, write it now. Turn to your new page and write a topic called flowchart. Can mention this. Just draw the shapes and their purpose and the name of the shape. You can do it in this format itself. Huh? Just draw a topic called flowchart and do this. Draw this. Our teacher told that second paragraph cannot be. There is no rules like that. Arrows are used to connect. Arrows are called the connect. Arrows are used to show the which direction the instructions are flowing. So yeah. Okay. The next part of the flowchart is arrows. Not yet. Your wish. I'll give you 5 minutes, not 5 minutes. So around 3, 4 minutes. Quickly copy this all of your condition. You can write the condition the way you want. Not a problem. Quickly copy this all of your. Done? Oh, is it interesting? Okay, I'll put all of your hands down. So once you're done, raise your hands up. Huh? Is this a picture of the tube which you gave us during our school seminar? Are basically today's seminar is a duplicate of your school seminar, man. But there, I think I did only for 8 hours. Here, I'm doing more than 8 hours. No worry, Fra. Aren't you tired? Good question. Would we get any Maya breaks? Didn't you have dinner? I thought to go one shot. Let's see. Depends, depends. What is that with the arrow? Flow of instructions. Flow of instructions. Who eats dinner at 7? I ate. I mean, just before the class, I ate and came. We have been teaching for 10 hours. Almost 10, no? Almost. Yeah. 10 plus. Oh, yeah, just realized. Sad life. Correct, that's true. Quickly copy. Quickly copy. This is the longest seminar I've joined till now. Interesting. Our school seminar is fun because we have such a good audience with hooting and screaming. I don't think they were disturbing in the what do you call programming seminar. That was a seminar, and even the other seminar they did not do anything for me. No, they got nicely paripped from me, for doing that. My mother is scolding me for too much screen time. And not about me, man. My eyes is spoiled more than that. With 9, it's gonna be 12. The longest is. Why circle? What's the use for that? Normally, writing the flow chart, drawing the flow chart, let's your page finished. So if your page space is over, do you take a paper and paste it below the page? No, right? You have to go for the new page. So when you're going for the new page, sometimes there won't be connections, right, between this page and that page. So what happens is at the bottom of your previous page, okay, like this, at the bottom of your previous page, we might write the letter A. And the new page, we might draw the circle with the letter A, and from here we continue the flowchart. So when there's two different pages, we use that circle to show that it's a connector. Makes sense? Can we do this in the exam? Yeah, you can, you can. Which school you did a seminar? Somewhere, somewhere. I have never seen you getting scolded. I should see one day. I have scolded like hell. My punishments are so worse. I kept those buggers in the middle of the grounds in the hot sun, kneeling down to raise their hands. Very, very fun. Mara fun. What is that flow? Flow of instructions. Can you imagine, Hannah? Will they ask us to draw a whole flow chart? Yeah. This part is a break after a long time, like Montessori. Okay, done. Done, right? Can you explain how to use connector again? Basically, you're drawing the flow chart. Then the page finishes. Now you can't draw the what do you call, let's say there is a, you know, what do you call, input statement, there's a process, and now you want to draw another input statement, there is no space. So you can put a connector here, and then continuation, you can start from a new page like this to show that it's a continuation. It doesn't have to touch the top of the page. It's just that in two different pages, writing. That's how you do it. You lost at both mint. Yeah, obviously. But still they're good with pay. Okay, let's go for the next one. No class, Mazam. What else, Jilly? Good job, Zara. Okay. All of you are turn to your, wait. Look at these questions I'm going to share for you all. Good job, Fatim. Zara. Turn to your, okay, below that flow chart, see, below that diagram, I want you all to draw this flow chart. Draw the flow chart, huh? Below your answer, and in your writing in your tute, draw this flow chart. Once you're done drawing the flow chart, I want you all to find out what will be the output of this flow chart. I'll give you all 5 minutes for this. The questions are easy, so start doing it. Yeah, in your same, what do you call, tute. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'm going to put all of your hands down. So once you're done, raise your hands up, huh? Yes, yes, yes. What about other seminars generally? The next topic is raise Adina. Where should we draw this continuation? Just after you no, you wrote the note, right? Once you're done with that note, the next continuation, just copy this flow chart and find the output. Good job, Ajra. Yes, correct. I have seen you scolding physically, and you're serious doing physical class. Maybe. I realize when you teach, you cough once in a while, like twice a day. When you were telling your little story, you kept coughing a lot, continuously a while back. In conclusion, let's not waste time, blah, blah, blah. That's not how it works. If I stop talking, only I get the cough. Like if I breathe irregularly. If I bring Shala, bring incoming Maza, let's see. Will our final seminar even be this long? Wow, that one I dragged for 3 days, man. Be happy. That was like 20, I think 24 hours. I think that was 24 hours in total. Or else, I can't remember. That was nice. And that was during fasting. Last time seminar. Okay, done. There are 2 minutes remaining. Quick. What should we do? Draw this flow chart and find the output. Those are done. Raise your hand in Zoom. I can see 4 of you are done. Yeah, Ziran. A small virus was found in that program, so I not install it. The virus was kindness. How did you get to know that? There are company secrets. That would never happen with me, really. That means when coming to your seminar, we can't inform anyone about the time we'll get. No, physical seminar, shape I finish on time. Online is where I drag. Only physical means maximum half an hour, my maximum. Done? 20 seconds more. Quick. Can imagine, really. What's the duration of the final physical seminar? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. Nothing is planned yet. Yeah, I'll be doing that. Don't worry, that will work as per plan. Won't go wedding and because in that one, we can't do so much detailed stuffs. We can do a limited amount of work. Okay, focus all of you. Now, in this program, look at the whole program and tell me what are the variables you can see here. What about our second term coming soon, Zara? Yes, the only variable we have is n. What are the conditions we have here? Actually, finding variables and conditions are easy in flowchart because you can find equations in rectangle, input in parallelogram. So you can just directly go for parallelogram and rectangles and find the names. Correct. The condition we have is n greater than 9. Perfect. Now, when you say n equals 0, we go and write the column under column called n, we go and write the value as 0. Next instruction we have, inshallah. In next instruction, we have n equals n plus 1. So after you follow this instruction, what will be the new value of n? Yeah, that's fine, Julie. Perfect. 0 plus 1, so value of n is going to be 1. Next, we have display n. So we are going to display the value of n, meaning 1 is going to get displayed. Then you go and check, is n greater than 9? N is 1. If you go and check, is 1 greater than 9? The condition is going to give you false. So because it gave you false, we're going to go towards the no direction. When you follow the no direction and go, you're following for this line coming here, n equals n plus 1. So now the value of n increases, n is going to be 2. And then you come for display n, so 2 is going to get displayed. Then you have is n greater than 9, is 2 greater than 9? Again false. So you again go in the no direction. N equals n plus 1, that's going to be 3. Display n, 3. Is n greater than 9? No, false. So no, n equals n plus 1. Then display n greater than 9, false. Then no, n equals n plus 1. Display n, is n greater than 9? No, false. Again, n equals n plus 1, 6. Display n, is n greater than 9? No, false. N equals n plus 1. Display n, is n greater than 9? False. N equals n plus 1. Display n, is n greater than 9? False. Then n equals n plus 1. Display n, is n greater than 9? False. Is 9 greater than 9? False. So n equals n plus 1, 10. Display n, and then is n greater than 9? Now if I go and check, is n greater than 9? True or false? Sad life. What did she tell Hannah? Yes, it's true. So if it's true, you're going to go towards yes direction, and yes direction is end of the program. So the program finished. We had 10 different outputs. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All these are outputs. Put 1 mark each for each output you got. No, you got to get all output correct. Nothing wrong. If you got the correct output exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, raise your hand in Zoom. Sad life. Anyone having any questions regarding how flowchart works? Same pattern of pseudocode. Let's see. Okay. Before we go for raise, I'll just give you one more question. I'll give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Do this question all of you. Once you're done, raise your hand in zone. Page number 22. 2017, I guess. Good job. 2017, I guess. Yes, Hazika, you will be having the awarding ceremony. Tell Sahib. That's fine, who cares? No need to draw the flow chart. You can just mention what is P and Q represent. Pick up. What is the output for the previous question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All are the outputs, all 10. There are 10 outputs. To be honest, practice improves both time and accuracy. Yeah, exactly. What do we have to do? Write down the correct expression for the missing labels P and Q. Read the question, Roman number 2. Those are done, raise your hand in Zoom. Next, I'll be doing that to Halima. Inshallah, Shaheen, let's see. So the output, instead of writing in numbers, I put n, since n is output. No, 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 no. If n is there inside inverted comma, then you can mention n, go like this. But if it's just mention output n, then you have to mention the value the variable n is storing. So there's a difference between output n like this and output n like that. Here, we are displaying the text call n. Here, we are displaying the value of the variable n. Got it? With the first time we faced the first time 12-hour seminars you're doing like this class for a long time. How do you feel? No, I have done class actually at a stretch. I mean, not same grade. Grade has been different, but at a stretch I've done this. Quick question. How do you always in HTTP pick up the most random codes like you have it's stored in the back of your hands? No, it's just teacher instincts. It'll come like a skill I know. Other. Okay, let's start. Sorry. Let's see. The question is saying the following flowchart reads three numbers and finds the smallest number. Write down the correct expression for P and Q. Okay, first of all, you should know the purpose of the chart. The purpose is to read three numbers. Read three numbers means get three numbers, and out of three numbers, you have to find the smallest number. Okay. So if you look at the question here, you have here the what do you call you have here the input A, B, C, which means we are asking to give a value for A, give a value for B, give a value for C. So these are the three values we're going to get. The three numbers we're going to get are going to be labeled using the variables A, B, and C. Now, after you get the three numbers A, B, and C, what we're going to do is, I don't mind doing it, Yumna. You can stay here if you're not tired. Then we're going to check here is A greater than B. So when you go and check is A greater than B, yes. Now you are to go and check whom to display C. Now, at the end of the day, we're going to display what? The largest number or the smallest number? Give me that. The smallest number. Okay. Now, when you compare A and B, and let's say you have found, when you go and check is A greater than B, right? You have found out that if this condition is true, if this condition is true, that means which number is a larger number? A is larger or B is larger? A is larger. And what is the smaller number? It's B. But just because this condition gave me B, directly can I go and tell B is the smallest number out of the three numbers? No. To find if B is the overall smallest number, no, I have to compare the value of B with whom? The value of B with C. I have to compare the value of B with C. Now, here we are mentioning if the condition is true, that means C is going to get displayed. If the condition is true, that means C is going to get displayed. So therefore, we are going to go and check is C less than B? Or else we can mention there is B greater than C? Both are correct. If you mention is C less than B, or else if you go and mention is B is less greater than C, now if that condition is true, you can display C. Why? Because when you go and check, if you have this condition, you're going to check is B greater than C. Okay, you're going to go and check is B greater than C. Now, if this condition is going to give you true, okay, if this condition is going to give you true, that means who is larger? B is larger or C is larger? Correct, B is larger. And who is smaller? C is smaller. So if I write the condition here, is B greater than C? If it's true, now I'm going to display C. Why? Because C is the smallest number. Tell me, are you all clear with this of how I found the value of P? Both are correct, huh? Both are same basically. Perfect. If there's any questions, drop in the chat. Huh? Understandable, Ifra. Perfect. Okay. Now, the other side. What do you mean by the value? You mean how I got the condition? Okay, Alex, again explain. See, yeah. Did you understand that there are three numbers, and out of the three numbers, we are supposed to find the which number? We're going to find the which number? Out of the three numbers, we're going to find the but smallest to largest. What number are we going to find? Perfect. We're going to find the smallest number. Now, in this first condition, I'm going to check A and B. I'm going to go and check is A greater than B. When I'm going to go and check is A greater than B, if this condition gives me true, okay, if this condition gives me true, then tell me out of A and B, who is the smallest? Out of A and B, where I C here. I didn't even still see C. There is no C here. I just compared two values, A and B. Perfect. If that condition gave me true, that means A is big and B is small. That part is clear, right? Okay. Now in the question, we want to find the overall smallest. To find the overall smallest, now here I compare only A and B. If I want to find overall smallest, now what should I do? I have to compare the value of B with whom? Correct. Value with B and C. Okay. So when you're going to compare B and C, there are two possible ways. I could check is B greater than C, or I can write is B less than C. Okay. These are two possible answers now. Is B greater than C or is B less than C? That's the only two possible answers. Because the other answer is basically the swap of it. Okay. Now let's see which answer is more suitable. Let's see which answer is more suitable. Now, if this condition is true, if B is greater than C condition is true, that means who is the smallest number? If I come and ask you, is the value of B greater than C? If you're saying it's true, that means who is small? B is small or C is small? C is small. If I go and ask you, is B less than C? If this condition is true, then who is the smallest? B is the smallest. So therefore, tell me, are you clear that if this condition is true, if B is greater than C, if that condition is true, I have to display C. If this condition is true, I have to display B. Is this portion clear? Because I'm going to display smallest number now. Right. So if you look at the label called P, in the label called P, what is the display? They mentioned display C. So if it's going to be, if the condition is true, see, we have mentioned yes here. If the condition is true, we are going to display C. That means the condition P has to be what? Is B greater than C. So if you mention here is B greater than C, now what's going to happen is you're going to go and check is B greater than C. Okay, if that is true, that means B is small, B is big, C is small. So if it's yes, see, we're going to display C. Did that make sense? But the same thing is happening on the other side as well. For P, can we write is A greater than C? No, because we are finding the smallest number here. So P, you can't mention that. Now, on the other hand side, if you're going to come in the no direction, why is it stuck? Quick, 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 quick. Ah, okay. Now, if this condition is going to result in no, that means if I ask you, is A greater than B? And if your answer is no, that means who is the smallest out of A and B? I'm asking, is A greater than B? You're saying no. That means who is smallest? If your answer is no, that means A is the smallest. Correct. If your answer is no, then A is smallest. But directly, can you output A now as a final answer? No, because the question is asking the smallest number out of the three numbers. So now you have to compare the value of A with whom? Correct. You have to compare the value of A with C. Okay, you have to compare the value of A with C. So if you go through the condition here, you can see when the condition is true, you're going to display C. So when the condition is true, you're going to display C. So that means you're going to tell if C is less than A, if C is less than A, then display C, right? So the same equation, you can just swap it and write this side. Now you have C and A. Now if you just turn it upside down, it will be is A greater than C. So both these conditions are correct. So if C is greater less than A, so you're going to go and check is C less than A. If C is less, then yes, you're going to display C. Or else no, you're going to display A. Got it? Alishakli? So for P, these are the for P, these are the two possible answers. For Q, these are two possible answers. Both are same technically. Got the idea? So if you got P correct, put 1 mark there. If you got Q correct, put 1 mark there and tell me out of 2 marks, how many marks you got? Alish, if you have any questions, drop in the chat. Can it be vice versa? No. Because you will not come, you don't have to check A if you come to the left side direction. Because if you go and check is A greater than, no, at the end of the day, you want to display the smallest number. So if you go and compare is A greater than B, okay, that means if it's true, what does it signify? A is larger and B is smaller. Okay. So for example, if you have something like this for A, B, and C, if the values are going to be like this, if let's say A is 70, and then let's say B is 50 and C is 60. Okay. Let's say the value example, let's say A is 70, B is 50, C is 60. So if you say the first condition you're going to go and check is A greater than B. Okay. Which means you're going to go and check is 70 greater than 50. If this condition is true, okay, let's say the condition became true, and you're saying you're going to go and check is A greater than C. So what is A? A is 70, C is 60. You're going to go and check is 70 greater than 60. That's going to give you yes. And you're going to display C. So you're going to display 60. So if you display 60, is your answer correct? Out of the three numbers, you're going to display smallest number. I display smallest number. The smallest number is 50, but your program is displaying 50. Is that clear? Possible, Amna? Yes, Hana. Aisha, is that clear? Don't tell Mariam. Hazik, what are you going and asking there? Yes, Satya. Perfect. That's fine, Mario. Sorry, by mistake. Now I got no school ones are also. Nah. Okay, next. Maybe Zara. Okay, go for array. Normally, if you take array, these are the kind of questions you might get in MCQs for array. Okay, let me tell you how you do these questions. Focus on it. Okay. Not like that, Zara. Ah, is it or is it? Okay, fine. Let's see. Can you give 15 minutes break for dinner? After the array, I'll give you. Wait. There is a part. Last one. Wait. Now, if you take variables, if I say x equals 5, x equals 7, and display x, tell me what will be the output of this program? No, Zainab. No, this is the output of the pink color program. There is no question. I'm not doing a question. It's not a question. I'm just showing you. Is it 5 and 7 both, or only 5, or only 7, or what? Exactly. When the program started, there was a variable called 5. Then we say x equals 7. So now the value of x has got modified to 7. So when we say display x, the output is going to be 7, right? So therefore, if you take variables at a given time, a variable can store how many values? One value or multiple values? Correct. If you take variables, Akshay, it's this. For P, it's either B is greater than C or C is less than B. For Q, it's A is greater than C or C is less than A. Correct. Variables can store only one value at a given time. Okay. Variables can store only one value. So there's a special type of variables we call as arrays, right? If you take arrays, array is also type of variable only. So what's special about these types of variables is it can store more than one value at a given time. Okay, if you take arrays, what's special about these variables are these variables can store more than one value at a given time, right? So how that works is under one name. So under this name called X, let's say you want to store multiple values. Now imagine, for example, something like this. Let's say there's a road. In this road, there are two houses. Or let's say there are two lands. Okay, there are multiple lands. Every land has something to identify it. What is that? When you take an address, every land has something to identify that, right? What is it? The address, like what specifically in the address is differentiating from each house? They're going to have a number, right? So for example, this might be, let's say, number one, number two, number three, number four. Okay, this is how the address are going to be there. Okay. Now let's say in one land there's a house. In this land, let's say there's a house. Okay. So let's say the name of this road is ABC Road. So this fellow's address will be number one ABC Road, wherever. Okay. But let's say in this land there's going to be apartment. Now when you take an apartment, Now, if you take apartment kind of scenario, in one land, there are many houses, right? That's what apartment is now. So if you take apartment, will everyone have the same address in the apartment? Exact same address? No. So for example, in apartment, even though let's say this land number is 3, I said land number 1, land number 3, no. What will happen is in the first floor, the first house might have 3, 1 upon 1. The second house might have 3, 1 upon 2, let's say. The third house might have 3, 1 upon 3, let's say. Second floor might have 3, 2 upon 1, 3, 2 upon 2, 3, 2 upon 3. So if you notice, everyone will have this word called 3, but apart from 3, in addition to 3, there is a separate value we use to identify every house in the apartment, right? In the apartment, every house will have like this an extra value to identify them. Similarly, if you take variables as well, variables are like these houses. It can store only one value at a given one house at a given time. Okay. But if you take arrays, arrays are like the apartments. Inside one land, you can have multiple values. So how you do it is imagine two boxes. One is X, one is Y. Let's say X is a variable. So X can store only one value. But let's say Y is an array. Under the same name called Y, we're going to store multiple values. So how are we going to store multiple values? We're going to have multiple compartments like separations. Okay. And what we're going to do is in each separation, we're going to store a value. So let's say 2, 4, 9, 3. Can I have multiple values? Now, to identify, now for example, when I want to display the number 7, I can directly mention display X. No. Now, if I mention display X, the output is going to be 7. But if I want to mention a value in the array, I can't directly mention display Y. I had to mention display Y and the correct position. So every value in an array has something called as index. Index is like the position. So 0, always position start with 0. Okay. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3. That's how the position works. So if I want to display the number 4, then I have to mention display the array Y index number 2 value. So if I say display array X index number 2, this will go and display number 4. So this is going to mention the name of the array. In square brackets, we mention something called as a position of the array. Is that clear all of you? Array is also like variable, but it can store more than one value at a given time. Okay, now based on that idea, tell me, based on the idea which I told you, tell me, what is the answer for the question number 36? Can we change the values of the each position in the array? Yeah, you can change. So for example, if you yes, always start with 0. So I had earlier, let's say y0 equals 7, right? Or anything like that. I can go and change it to y0 equals 9. So now what will happen in that array called y, index 0, earlier 7 was there. Now that 7 is getting modified to 9. Got it? Can a position of an array be a text? Yes. But there are different types of array. In your syllabus array, if one position is going to have a text, then all other positions also have to have text. Like I told you a while ago about something called data type, right? So all the values have to have the same data type. So if this is going to have a whole number, all have to have a whole number. If this is going to have a decimal number, then all have to have a decimal number like that. So it has to be in the same data type. Index means a position, like the address I said, like that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, Mushida. Yeah, sure. Okay, so now, how do you declare the type of variables if it contains different data types? At once, you declare the array. Array, you just directly mention the name of the, what do you call the array, and you mention the data type. It's common data type. You can't have different data types. It's going to be common. Okay. Yes, Hannah. Okay, the question is saying the marks obtained by 10 students are stored here, and the index is starting from 0. So that means the first value is going to have the index 0, second value is index 1, this is going to have index 2, this is going to have index 3, this is going to have index 4, this is going to have index 5, this is going to have index 6, and this is going to have index 7, and this is going to have index 8, and this is going to have index 9. I told you in array, all these numbers are going to store on the same name. So what is the name? Under the name called A. Under the name called A, we're going to store 10 different values. And how do you identify each value separately? That is using this so-called index. Now, first of all, go through all the values and tell me what is the largest value in this array? So each index is of the same data type, right? All of them are in the same data type. So we have 10 values, right? Either all 10 values have to be a whole number, or else all 10 numbers have to be a text, or else all 10 numbers have to be decimal. It can't be different. Correct. The largest number we have is the largest marks, right? Yeah, largest marks we have is 93. Now the 93 marks is there in the array called A, in which index number what? Because index starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Index number 7. So answer is going to be A7, option number 3. Is that clear of you? So always keep in mind index starts with 0 and go on. Okay. Apart from this, there's one more thing you know about arrays. There is something called as length of an array. When you say length of an array, the length means the number of values that array is storing. Look at this array called A and tell me how many values the array called A is storing. What did they say to declare this array? I will show you. Wait. Correct. This array is storing 10 different values. So therefore, the length of this array is going to be 10. Is that clear all of you? So length means number of values. Okay. Perfect. Now using this idea, tell me, don't tell the answer in the chat. Keep your answer for yourself. I'll ask at the end. Okay. Find the answer to question number 38. Once you're done, raise your hands in the chat. I mean, Zoom. Length means the number of values the array is storing. The number of values. Page 9. If you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, let's check your answer. Always tell me in an array, we can store one value or more than one value. We can store more than one. Second question. In arrays, to identify each value separately, for example, if I want to display only the number 10, only number 10, if I just mention display M, will it display the number M only? So number 10 only? No. To identify each value separately, along with the name of the array, in square brackets, I have to mention something. What should I mention? Correct. The index. Exactly. There's another name for index. We call it as position. Can Hazika, but not all. Certain allow, certain doesn't allow. Okay. We can call as index or as position. Normally in an array, the first index, what is the number of the first index? So the first index is going to be what? The first value is going to have index of how much? 0. So it keeps on increasing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's how it keeps on increasing. If you can, if it allows to, then if you can, no issues. Azika. They are saying array M has a length of 8. Length means the number of values the array is going to have. Count and see, in this array, are we storing 8 different values? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yes, that statement is correct. Next, M5 has a value of 50. So array M index 5 is this. In index 5, do we have 50? No, that's wrong. Value of M1 plus M3 is 60. M1 is 20. M3 is 40. 20 plus 40, is it 60? Yes. So answer number 2, A and C only. Is that clear, all of you? Got it? Array is easy. Okay. We did something called variable declaration earlier, right? When you're using arrays as well, you have to declare arrays as well. Okay. So in declaring array, there is a correct format how we do it. Focus here, okay? Can you understand the word length? Another one. Focus here. Okay. When declaring array, what happens is, I told you earlier that array is basically a type of what? Yes, Kalja. Correct. I said array is a type of variable. Exactly. It's a type of variable. So when you are declaring array also, you use a word called var. The word called var is something called variable. So if you had noticed the notes I gave you earlier, in that we wrote a part called declaring variables, right? See, we use a word called var. We mention the name of the variable and we mention the data type. Okay. And same we do here as well. We mention the word called var and we mention the name of the array. So let's say I want to declare this array called books. So first of all, I have to mention the name of the array called books. The name is called books. So first of all, I mention the word called books. Up to here, you clear? We are going to declare the array. Okay. In declaring array, first of all, you mention var because again, array is a type of variable. Then you mention name of the array like this. Now what you do is, if it was a variable, you might mention a colon and you might mention directly as integer, right? If it was a variable, this is how you might do. Okay. But is books a variable? Is it a normal variable? No, it's an array. So because it is an array, what we should do is after the word called books, we have to specify that books is actually an array. First of all, I'm going to mention it is an array. Now, after I mention it's an array, in square brackets, I have to mention the range of index. So look at this array called books and tell me, what do you think the first value's index is going to be? Obviously, it's going to be common. No? Every question you say, it's going to be same. Correct. The first one's index is 0. What is the last number's index? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and last one is going to be 7. Keep in your mind, to mention a range, we use 2 dots. So we read this as 0 to 7. When you read in this, you read this as 0 to 7. This is how you read it. So that 2 dots is representing a range. So 0 to 7. And then I have to mention the word called of. And after the word call off, so these are all keywords. These will never change. Whatever I'm going to write in black color, any array questions you take, that's going to be there as it is. Okay. After the word call off, I'm going to mention the data type as integer. So that means all the variables are going to store the same data type values. Okay. See, all the what you call boxes are storing only whole numbers. Okay. Yeah, Hannah, you can get it. Right. So keep in mind, when you're declaring arrays, first of all, here you mention the name of the array. And here you mention the range of index starting from 0. And here you mention the data type of the array. Is this part clear all of you? Got it? Okay. Quickly take your writing book. Then the data type can change then. Change in the sense every value have to have same thing. If you mention string, then all 8 places should have a text. Got it? It can change, but all of them have to have the same values. All the boxes have to be same values. We put var front because array is also type of variable. Correct. Why array instead of integer? Because it's array. If it's integer, that means a variable. And it's an array. Okay. Take your tute, write a topic called arrays. Okay. Write the topic called arrays. Correct. And then under arrays right there, the first one right there, if the data type is different, we have to name it accordingly. You can't have different data type. In Pascal arrays, you can't have different data type. I'm still thinking, should I give all of these to write for you? No, no, don't write all of this. Just write the topic called arrays and below arrays right there. It is a type of variable. I'll read you right there. It is a type of variable. It is a type of variable that is used to store. It is a type of variable that is used to store more than one value. It's a type of variable that is used to store more than one value under the same name. Under the same name. Write a subtopic called declaring an array, and below declaring an array, mention this. Before that, 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 draw this. Like write the word called books and just draw a sample array like this, like a sample box like this. Yes, under the topic called array, write the word called books and draw this array. That's fine. That's fine. Even if you wrote the topic called declaring array, it's not a problem. Just write the word called books and draw this. Just you don't have to draw it neatly, man. Just write the word called books and one box, tick, 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 96, 75, 105. Yeah, after the definition. After the definition, draw that. And mention this as name of the array. And then mention this as index slash position. Sorry. I mentioned missed the number one, no? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am not tired, man. Yeah, okay. Another part called index position. Done. After that, write a topic called declaring an array and mention this part. What is the length of the array books? Correct. There are 8 different values. Huh? Okay, so write the topic called length, declaring an array and copy down this part. And next point to mention the length of an array defines the number of values the array stores and this part. Is it different? Done? Okay, quickly do it. If you're done, find the answer for the question number 37 and 38. Huh? So 37, I already told the answer, no? If you're done, find the answer for the question number 38. Huh? The Arab girl would be waiting for you. Uh, no, she has gone out. Some spy work is there, though. So she has gone. When will this marathon end? When will you free us? With this, we're done. With this, we're done. Once you're done copying everything, find the answer to the question number 38. Huh? What is she doing this later out? In China, the time is different. No, we are not done with the whole seminar. We're done with the arrays, I mean. Number of values the array stores. Stores. Done? So what's the answer for the question number 38? Wait. Which is the answer represents the most expensive book? So most expensive is a book with 300 rupees, right? So that's basically index 3. We have two options, 1 and 2. What is the mistake in number 1? What's the mistake in the answer number 1? I feel like you fooled us with the first thing. It's until 6 p.m. I gave the warning in the beginning of the seminar. I was like, I am going to drag it, get ready for the this one killer. Correct. The mistake in the answer number 1 is the S is missing. Okay. So the reason the answer number 2 is correct is because you can see the name of the array is books, not book. I cancelled the grade 10 class. I postponed it to Friday because we had a class yesterday actually for grade 10. We had a class yesterday as well for grade 10, so no problem. Perfect. Even I didn't expect that I'll cancel and drag. Yeah, Zamila, let's see. I'll tell about that later. Okay, I have a deal with you all. Okay, so the deal is up to now, I covered all the important stuffs. That means if you take an exam, what are the things you need? 100% over. Only questions regarding for loops. I can teach you the for loop as well, but there is no much questions regarding for loops. Okay, if you look at, there'll be on and off, there will be, but only for loop is there. If you all want, I can give you all any number of hours break. If you want 1 hour break, I can give you 1 hour break. If you want half an hour break, I can give you half an hour break. How much you want, you can take. And then I can discuss a proper part two question. That means a full part two question. Like let's take the 2024 oral paper. Okay. 8 hours break. Now, tomorrow is Christmas. Okay. I can do it tomorrow. I don't mind doing it tomorrow, but Pav, no, I thought tomorrow Christmas, you all might be celebrating. So I can give you all a 1 hour break. Okay. And after 1 hour, if you all really want, I can do it, or else we can do it later. No, because we are anyways going to have the work in the worksheet discussion. We are anyways, not worksheet discussion. What you call in the this class, we are going to do it. The recap class, we're anyways going to do the questions. So you can wait till the recap class, or if you want to suda use your brain power and find the answer, then I don't mind. Finish it today. Tomorrow again you will drag it till midnight. Fair enough. Exactly. Okay, I'll give you 1 hour break. I'll give you 1 hour break. And after the 1 hour break, I'm going to teach you for loop. Listen. I'll give you 1 hour break. I'll teach you only for loop. Only for loop. After for loop, it's an open session. You can ask any questions you want related to the lesson. And after that, what you call for loop is over, I will answer any questions you'll have. Give a break after the question. What do you mean after the question? You finish now, no need break. It's just only for loop is there. Then half an hour? Do you want a break? Half an hour. 50 minutes. How long will it take you to finish? Half an hour? For loop will take maximum. I mean, for loop, I'll teach you all, do the questions, and I'll discuss all of it out. Maximum half an hour. You're laughing when we are suffering with a headache and eye pain. You think I don't have headache? You think I don't have eye pain? I have every pain, man. I am the one who is speaking here. Okay, now it's 10:30. I'll give you a time till 10:45. So small break till 10:45. I'll start at 10:45. I'll try to finish by 11 o'clock. It's very rare, but by 11 o'clock, I'll try to finish the whole loop. Okay? Aren't you actually exhausted? I am, but that's fine. Sorry. It's 9:30. Adi, y'all are crying as if it's 10:30. No. Adi, I thought it's 10. I would have dragged some more then. Ayyo. I didn't notice the time. Shish. I was thought it's 10:30 now. Then we can go more. I thought paune 9:30 ළමයි නිදා ගන්නවා කියලා. Y'all are bloody so jobless fellows to me. Okay, at 9:45 we'll start. I will try to finish by 10 p.m., but it might drag a bit. The less the break, the sooner we finish. Actually, no. No, you had to give some patience for this one. For your head as well. Your bit is too. Okay, I put a poll, and you all tell me, do you all want what do you call? Do you want me to start at 9:45 or do you want to start at 10 o'clock? Let me do a half an hour break or 15 minutes break. You tell me in the poll. Let me put the poll below. Don't want to start. Sure, you can leave. So I'm going to mention here how long break. What time to start? 9:45, 10. You might see other people actually they are doing the classes less. And you might see a madman like me who's doing the class more. Exactly. Yes, someday you can. No, no, only 50, only four localities, nothing else. There's a mosquito who wants to drag the class till tomorrow. What to do for that mosquito? Can we appoint tonight? Okay. Majority wants 9:45, but then there's a good count which wants 10 o'clock as well. So I'll make it 10 o'clock. Let's meet back at 10 o'clock and learn for loop. Majority නේ පවුනේ සමහර කට්ටිය තාම නිදා ගන්නවා. So like 10:40, 10 p.m. I'll be continuing, huh? Yes, exactly. Only follow up, only follow up. No, no, today 10 p.m. Go eat and drink and come. Yeah, only follow up. I will not drag, don't worry. Let's do the whole part two. I don't mind. No, no, no. We'll not do the whole part two today. We'll do the whole part two in the next worksheet. I mean the recap class, okay? The today's what day? Today's Wednesday, no. This Sunday we will not be having class. Inshallah, next Tuesday we'll be doing, okay? Next Tuesday, let's do a question. Your half an hour will be so please will do it. Otherwise, I'll complain to you. Follow-up is not coming for the exam, right? It could come. This is a 12th hour. Yay! Clap your hands. How many pages have to leave? Even I don't know. Is that your record? I guess so. I don't know. I mean, at a stretch, one class, maybe 12 hours is a record. Okay, then let's just end the meeting. And on what do you call next Tuesday, we have the paper class now. Next Tuesday's paper class time, I will teach you for loop as well as I'll do a question. Okay? Happy? Paune eating lamai. 12 hours completed unane. So I'm there for 12 hours now. You can take the break and come. The meeting is on. So with that, I'll stop the programming seminar. Actually, the content is over. Huh? We have covered enough of content you'll have. I gave you extra content as well. So if you'll have any questions, you can stay and ask. Or else next, just make sure they're in the WhatsApp channel. I'll share the link of the other details there. Okay, no? Happy? Now make dua for me for making you all, giving you all freedom. What else? Aren't we doing the follow-up? Not today, not today, not today. I pity for the people who left and they thought to join at 10 o'clock. Those people will be like, what the hell? Meeting you regular. I'm not sure, Hana. We wrote so many stuffs. You're welcome. I hope you'll enjoy the seminar. I mean, I hope you all got some content. Yeah, we'll be doing the recap class in the sense the Tuesday class. So coming to next week Tuesday, that is date is going to be 30th evening. Everyone says tired. That's why don't. I'm not tired. That's why I'm saying ask her questions. Any questions you'll have, I'm going to discuss. It is finished today, man. Sir is going to get message from them. Yeah. Are we continuing? No, no. If you have any questions, you can stay now. Otherwise, you can leave. I'm just basically checking the chat and replying your answers. Meeting over, right? Yeah, it's over. It's over. I gave you all freedom. Take your independence. Fly. I'll meet you all back next Tuesday. Now you're back being fun, interesting, yet hectic. Good job. Your body can't keep up with that brain. Exactly. That's a problem. Speed the media. Question is when are you going to book an appointment as a psychiatrist? I am a psychiatrist. I can meet my own self. Why should I go and meet another psychiatrist? No, I'll share the link all that later. No, no, don't join at 10. E yes, Hania. Message chat, right? Zoom chat, right? Yeah, send. Not now. You scammed us. You put 6 p.m. on the poster. And if I say 6 p.m. and do at 4 p.m., that's only scam, man. If I do at 6 p.m. and take till 12 p.m., that's not scam. Yes, Sumaya, as I post in the group. Therapy on oneself is biased. Who cares? Do you remember coming soon, Ibrahim? Can understand our. Sorry. Yes, programming is not that hard. Then no class at 10, no class at 10. Yes, Ibrahim. Okay, Hania. Do we have class tomorrow? No. Mental symptoms. Shah, what is? What is Limaza? Our students care your actions affects us, not you. That's not how the code should come. The code goes as I told the code for you yesterday, right? That day. Don't judge a person by his actions, instead judge by his intention. But judge your no. Don't judge others by their actions, instead judge them by the intention. But judge you by your actions, not your intentions. That's how it works. So like it goes like this. Instead of judging others by their actions, understand them by the intentions, and judge yourself by your actions, not your intentions. Boom. I am a philosopher since a long time back. Exactly. Yeah, the quote of the day. Go ahead and paste it on the wall, though. No theory class tomorrow. Can we please have the class till tomorrow morning? What else? Enjoy. Yes, ma, you can. Yeah, honey, you can. No issues. Why judges others by the intentions and judge us by our actions? You will have peace. You will find peace. Good job. It's actually 12 hours, man. Maybe. Yes, I. No, don't share that anyone else. Aya. Matan case faro. Yeah, honey, no issues. Poor me waiting to learn the loop. You want the loop for loop? I can do it now. I can do the for loop now. You want it? Oh, really? Sure. Interesting. Okay, at 10 o'clock, I'll teach all the for loop. And again on the Tuesday's class, again I'll teach all the for loop. Okay, no? So who left will look at the for loop there. You all look at the for loop here. What should I tell if they ask? Tell them you don't know anything, man. It's someone else. Never studied this lesson. Put it behind a three-wheeler. Yeah, I should put it. எடுத்து போகலையா? I'm used to it. We should do a separate session dissing RH. That day was so much fun. For you, so much fun only thing. I know was the Baliari there. Focus here. Keep your other stuffs away. What else? Nice. Okay, reply the chat and come and start the for loop. Good job, Nama. In our class, some joining this with them. You mean with them? Like with whom? I mean, with Shahani Data, or what do you call those two people? You did the same thing in the recap class, right? Yes. Good job. Those two people. Who cares about those two people? No one is going to tell them. Don't worry. Okay. Some people will come at 10 o'clock. My mom last saw me in the morning. If she comes down and sees me and asks what you're doing, I say, class. If I didn't go in the breaks, I gave you out. Okay, I said I'll start at 10 o'clock. So some people might join at 10 o'clock, right? So after they come at 10 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, I'll start. Until then, you can ask any questions you'll have. You start at 10 o'clock? Yes, I'll start at 10 o'clock. Bruno, I'll be repeating the same thing again. Came after leaving, sir. Check this. Okay, let me check. The value of an array. Uh, how 81 came for your num3? Can you send me that full question? Of I can't see the full question here. It's cropped in the picture. Yeah, you can go. You can, if you want, you can stay till 10. At 10, I'll be starting for loop. Or if you want, you can go and come. Nafa, send me the answer question again. Give me a moment. I'll fill my water bottle and come. It's over. Yeah, you can join. I mean, I tried an O-level question related to flowcharts in part 2. You can send me answers if you want. I can check it now.